Hey everybody, welcome to Serverless Day 2022, hosted by Serverless Guru. My name is Ryan Jones. I am the founder of Serverless Guru, and I will be kind of DJing and kicking us off today. We've got a whole bunch of awesome talks coming up throughout the entire day. The first one that we're going to be jumping into almost right away is from Will Peixoto. He's based out of Brazil, a serverless consultant at Serverless Guru as well. Awesome person. And so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of play his recording. One thing, because Serverless Guru is a global team and we have people in Brazil and India and Bosnia and Tanzania and Cameroon, all over the place, based on time zone, things like that. We'll have live and also recorded throughout the entire thing. And then there'll be people like myself that'll be in the background to answer questions and help give context and keep the entire flow going. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and kick off our first talk of Serverless Day 2022 with Will Peixoto.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Serverless Day. My name is William Peixoto. I'm going to start to talk with you guys. What is serverless based on AWS? Okay, so let's go. So I'm a serverless enthusiast. I'm passionate about IT. I'm also a AWS community builder for serverless, of course. I'm a solutions architect, and I like to code. I like to practice CI/CD. I like to automate everything. I'm a maker. I have a master's on solutions architect, and here in Brazil, I've been working before start working for Serverless Guru. I've been working for many companies, and one of these companies it was Brazilian Trade Energy from derivatives. So we have this broker. We can sold and buy energy from there. So it's really good project I've been working on. And currently I'm working at Serverless Guru and helping the companies to move to the cloud with serverless mindset. And by the way, we're going to have another call based on that topic on the next sessions. So keep watching. Okay, let's start our journey. So I want to bring that is working hard for something you don't care about is called stress. Working hard for something you love is called passion. That is a phrase from Simon Sinek. I really recommend you read their books. Okay. Based on that, I want to start to talk about what is serverless. What is serverless from everyone? Maybe if you are in a cloud journey, probably you sometime you already heard about this. So sometime you already know about hear about the serverless, but do you know what is important? Do you know the benefits to use serverless? Do you know how to use serverless? Today we're going to bring down this session, and we're going to talk about all these points. Okay, so what is serverless? By the way, serverless is no servers, right? So there is no in somewhere has a machine and your code is running over there. But the difference is that you don't need to manage that machines. What happens when you have this approach is because your team members can focus on creating products which are the core of your business, so we can deliver more value from the business, and without spend time to configure a lot of infrastructure and a lot of things you should configure when you put your project on live. So what happens here is the cloud provider handle with the work with that IT. So that is good for everyone because in my point of view, serverless is a great example where it allows to increase the piece, focus only on business, and run much faster than before. And without the challenges of setting up the infrastructure, that means we dedicate ourselves, our team, to deliver project what really matters for the product and what is very important. So why serverless? So nowadays, every company to be competitive, we need to go to create something. We need to go to the marketing. we need to create things, and we need to talk with our customer. We need to get feedbacks, and then with the feedbacks, we then create a new ideas and bring that as idea from another session from ideas. And then, and in my point of view, that is a cycle. So, and the faster you can have this cycle work on, you can have this cycle move on, faster you're going to understand what is important for your business, what is important for your customers, what is important for your user, and you'll be able to deliver it. Sorry, you'll be able to deliver what have value to the customers. So that is really important thing from all the companies, in my point of view. And a lot of time the companies are focused on reducing costs on the cloud, reducing costs from IT, and increase the scale, because more customers come to your project, so you need to scale up this, and sometimes you need to scale down, and solving specific problems for maybe you have a bug in the production and you have a bug in your infrastructure. So that is a lot of headache you should lead with. So and that is the normal, but and then when we start to go deep dive with this approach, we understand, we should understand what have value for the customer, what motivates us to be working in every day and delivery incredible project, is how we make that wheel, that cycle runs. And faster than you can have this running one, we can have more product feedback and start over the cycle again and again and again. So if I have an idea and I want to experiment and collect feedback, Andy Jassy had said something about innovation requires two things: the ability to try a lot of experiments and not having to live with the collateral damage of failure experiments. That is a great example of why we can use serverless. And serverless is a great example for that, because it allows us to increase the pace and allows us to increase the agility, the focus, and only business, and run much faster than before without the hassles of setting up the infrastructure. And the good part is using less money, because we're going to spend less time, and we're going to have we can have the market time faster than our concurrency. So with that cycle, and the ability to track things and try a lot, that is really crucial for the product, and also learn from what is not got good, and learn from that. And after that, don't repeat yourself with the same problems. And also we need to be we need to reduce the failure costs. So because we're going to failure sometime, and if you can reduce that value from failure and learn something about that, is really important from every company. And using serverless, you can achieve that path faster than using the traditional approach. So serverless enable agility. So I want to talk with you guys today about stories. I'm going to bring a story today, and let me know what you think about that. So if you like stories, let's go. Once upon a time, have a guy, the years was 19 and something, and the guy's name is Ed. So say hi to Ed. And Ed was a developer person, and he knows a lot of how to coding, improve things, and all this code. He has ability also to deliver project in the production. So, but he is a single person, and they need to take care of about a lot of things. So it's really hard, right? So what Ed decides is Ed has a product, and he thinks it's a good product, and he wants to move to the production. So what is the current approach? So what Ed the to the public. And what I can do is at the moment on the time it was on that time, and of course to start to to understand if the product is good, and to have clients feedback and have and start over the ideas and back again to the cycle. He needs to put this project on the proof and try and see how the public going to receive that. So the vintage form to create project was like that. So we have a MVC project, and we have our user with a single instance, and then we can go to production, and our clients will be very happy to have our software work on like that. But if something gets wrong, what we can do? Like we have one single instance, we have a virtual machine, adds a single person, and don't have too much knowledge about infrastructure. He needs to deal with everything about infrastructure. He needs to deal with the customers. So what's going to happen? So the customer is going to be sad, and probably we're going to lose a lot of customers from that point, or we're going to have a lot of calls from our clients, and everything going to be bad for us. Okay. So what will be learned then on the time? What you learn on the time is, because you should separate the logic from database and application. And so on that way, if something happens, and it should be easier to maintain our application and the database in separate way, because sometimes I need to update a path, I need to update a patch from my application, I need to backup my database. So to deal with that is easier, and it is like a best practice at the moment, was separate everything from in different servers. So you can see at the moment we have 2 servers to deal with, and plus application to deliver it. So and also to take care about database. So there's a lot of things to deal with, and what happens on that time? So all right, we already have our application separate in our database as well, but we're going to have availability from our application. So that means we're going to have one more server from our application. In case of failure, our application, we're going to respond from that. So if I have 2 servers and I have a failover, we're going to have is my user will still using my application on that from that. So I will not have any problems with my users, right? So basically for application, we solve the problem. But if for database, if I have a problem with my database, so my user is going to have a problem as well, because I have a single instance for my database and 2 instances for my application. So to resolve that, we're going to availability of database. Yeah. So you can see is another instance to take care about, another instance to update, another instance to look for, and another cost comes to us. So we have at the moment 4 servers to look for, and plus application to deliver it. So it's you can see it's a simple application, but you already need 4 servers at least to deliver it as a best practice. So I need another instance for my database for failover. And what happens if one database is go down? Is my application is still responsive because I have another failure, and this failure can be with this failover for database is something really good for us. And talking about failover, we can work on active or active passive. So that depends of your application needs and your business case. So and also in another instance, we respond for everything. And when times got okay, the both application back online, and everything for the users, everything is perfect, and the users don't know what happens. But you can see at the moment we have 4 servers to take care about in production. So that is a lot of things. So we are not on IT anymore, right? And I want to transform this the full application for in AWS components, and what's the flavors we're going to have from if you just transform that application using AWS components. So what happens here is I'm going to have application load balance in the front of it to, you know, to take care about traffic and all this stuff, and deal with the network traffic and send requests to my instance. And for virtual machines on AWS, we call that EC2 instance. So we're going to have two EC2 instances to respond for the application, and we're going to have a database we call RDS from AWS, you know. And using RDS is good, but I'm going to show you. In my project, I always prefer using from Aurora if I can have that, you know. And RDS is just the rules of database, you know. But let's go. In talking about traditional approach, what we have here as a best practice, and we should deploy our application at least in 3 availability zones, and outscaling, and using outscaling to scale up and scale down. We're going to have an image for our application. If the traffic is still up or auto scaling, go to deploy another machine, another image, then your application is going to start growing up, but that takes time, and sometimes it's not the best approach, and your cost also going to be bigger than, because you can see it's three virtual machines to take care about. And I changed it from my database to use Aurora. Why I choose change my database to use Aurora? Because, you know, Aurora has a lot of improvement and a lot of things to help us with this infrastructure thing. So using Aurora, you can go also 5 times faster than using traditional MySQL, and 3 times faster than traditional Postgres. So that is really good for everyone. And also automatic increase of storage based on demand. So that is really good to managing infrastructure. So that is a traditional approach to use AWS application. So you can have a different approach as well, but more common way, at least I've been saw at the moment, it's that approach. Okay, and let's go. So but now we just talking about monolithic application, but the word is not worth using monolithic anymore, right? We're right. At the moment we transformed this monolithic to containers, and that means all the components we have before in a single application, we're going to have this in a separate way. We can also call that as a microservices, but all the deployment is going to be in the containers. And when you go to containers, we should to understand as well how to manage these containers. So we have 2 flavors on AWS to do that. We have EKS, you have ECS. And for these 2 flavors, you have EC2 and Fargate stance. We're going to talk about Fargate last in the call, you know. And Fargate, what is Fargate? Fargate is we pay for the CPU, and we pay for giga per hour and for storage. And EC2 is a traditional approach. We're going to have a virtual machine. You need to take care about everything. You need to pay for hours from that instance, and you're going to choose the size of that instance, and you can go with that. And for operational, Fargate remove the operational overhead of scaling, patching, security, and managing service. That means you can go with containers, and then you choose Fargate. We're going to have a serverless environment for you. So that is, it depends of your approach. It's something really good. And I always prefer this approach, and make more sense to me, you know. And if you go with EC2, you should deal with everything as a normal application. You should to patch them, you should security, you should manage everything and manage service. So that is my point of view. So what about serverless? We are here to talk about serverless, right? So let's go and start to talk about that. You know, if you can, serverless has a lot of approach, and the serverless is not just lambdas. When you talk about serverless, we are talking about not many servers. So I can have a database as a serverless. I can have application to do lambda to do with the application codes, and you can have ECS to using Fargate to do with that. And for storage, you have S3, and for we can also have servers in different approaches as a in different flavors as well for different approach, not just for database and the application, you know. But what do you want when you choose serverless? You don't need to create infrastructure. I mean, the old infrastructure and all this configuration. You know, you don't need to take care about patches. You don't need about the updates, the servers and all this. And we also want automatic scaling and highly availability from our application. And you pay only for use. That means I can deploy my application will be there. And just when the user hits my application, I will be charged for it. That is a really good for from every company, I think. So if you take a look more deeper on that, I can choose and on kind of more containers approach. I can have the containers, and for computer I can choose ECS, EKS, and lambdas. But I can choose Fargate from EKS and ECS nowadays, and they're really good. So we can have all this infrastructure as a service. So that is really important for everyone. I think so. And also for database, you have Aurora and you have DynamoDB. So I can tell you, and I can guarantee, Lambda server is not just Lambda, is much more over there. You can learn a lot. And talking about specifically Lambda, I think Lambda is the most used to you know, serverless service at the moment. Serverless Lambda, I can see almost all companies who went to serverless going to with Lambda, because you know it's really easy to maintain, it's really easy to understand. And but what happens when we choose lambdas is on traditional approach, we have our application, and then we start to create containers from application, right? And when you choose lambda, you get what you have inside your container, and you transform that in you know, in 4, 3, 5, depends on your use case of lambda. So each lambda going to take care about one single endpoint, or you can have more than one. But traditional approach is for one container, you're going to have many lambdas deployed for that. So the beauty of that is you're going to pay for usage model, pricing for the requirement to the code. So you're going to pay just one from start the code and the end. So that's it. You're going to be charged only for that. And the good part as well is because you always have 1 million of the requests per month for each account. So if you have like 10 accounts, one for production, one for lower, and others for lower environments, you're going to have like 1 million for each account from your infrastructure as a free. So that is forever. And you don't pay without using. That is good, because you can deploy your application, you can deploy your Lambda functions, and the Lambda functions will be there. And just when someone hits your endpoint or some internal process happens, that time you're going to be charged for it. And we also own automatic scalability and availability. That means my function is deployed in more than one availability zone in the AWS. That is really good, right? And I can have integration with different services with Lambda. I can integrate almost everything using some lambdas, and we can also use step functions. That's a really good services as well to deliver. And talking about integration, if I have, for example, S3, I can have S3 triggers to call Lambda. I can have HTTP endpoints from API gateway to call Lambda. I can have a DynamoDB strings to call Lambda. I can have a SQS trigger to call Lambda. That means I can send a message to SQS, my Lambda will be there, and if any message, when one message comes, my Lambda going to read that message from the queue, and that is it. And after that, I can send to database. I can send to make another HTTP call. I can do anything because it's just a matter of coding. How I going to code that? So that is really good. I want to bring that is also the life cycle from the Lambda. That means what happened, like how Lambda works. The life cycle for a Lambda is, for example, when you choose one file and send this file to S3, and then when S3 receives that file, we're going to have an event. We're talking about Lambda, we always have an event, so it's kind of event-driven approach. I really like to work on like that, on this approach. So we're going to have an event, and then based on that event, I'm going to have a Lambda to response for that. I can have many Lambdas I want for each event. For example, I can have one Lambda to response for S3 event. I can have another Lambda response for API gateway, another one response for WDB strings, another Lambda to SNS and SKS, and all these events come to the Lambda, and then I can call or fully managed services as a WDB, SKS, SNS, and anything you want. That is really good. And when you choose serverless, is as I say, is less operational. So that means I can focus more on the business. I can dedicate my team more time to deliver what's matter from the product. So I can dedicate my team to take care about how what the product wants from that. So that is a really good, because on the end, what move that cycle, it is what our users want, what we want to deliver to the users. Doesn't matter how I build that. Doesn't matter. The users don't care about if I'm using serverless. The users don't care about if I'm using containers. The users just want to have a good product and a working product. So that is why a lot of companies come to us, to Serverless Guru, and ask for help to move to the serverless, because using serverless you have less operational constructor. So on that graph, you can see we have serverless for compute, database, storage, messaging, and analytics. So more to the right is more serverless, and to the left is less serverless. So that means to the left, you need more people to manage that. You need more time dedicated for your team to manage that. And to the right, you're going to have less time to manage it, everything. So you can have more time dedicated to know what's matter for your product. And I think is it. If you have any question, please contact me. I'm very open to talk with anyone. If you want to talk about serverless, come talk with me. Or if you want to talk, anything about market expansion, if you want to talk about, anything, flying cars or anything you want, please send a message to me. And this is my contacts from LinkedIn and Twitter and my GitHub. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you for watching, and thank you guys. Keep watching this Serverless Day.
Okay, awesome, sweet. So that was the first talk of today. Hope that y'all enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Will Pietro, for being here and being our first presentation about what is serverless. As you can tell in the serverless chat, or in the YouTube chat, I bet YouTube is actually, they're probably running serverless stuff, so maybe that's accurate. But well, it's Google, so I guess maybe it's Kubernetes, but regardless. So in the chat, we saw a few things, so I'm just going to highlight those. I thought this was a super good talk and kind of intro into various things going on. Something that is often not talked about as much is that serverless is more than just Lambda, right? And so I thought that was a really good note by Will there, that, you can also run Fargate. You can run, something like Aurora. It's managing the servers in the background. And that's really what we're talking about, is less management of things. I also wanted to highlight some of the benefits of Aurora RDS that Will called out. One of them is less to manage. You get replication in milliseconds. Failover is automatic, and you get up to 15 replicas versus RDS, which is 5 maximum. One other one here is moving away from monoliths. So you get better isolation, meaning when things go wrong, it doesn't take everything down. I'm sure y'all can imagine a time, maybe you're currently in that time still, where you write some, application that has, 10 different services that are all running. Maybe your front end also runs on that same server, hopefully not. And then something goes down and it takes everything down. And I had this experience when I first started Serverless Guru, and I was working at a client who was a car dealership building this sales platform. And what they did is they didn't have isolation between the front end and their back end services. They were running Express. They had like a React front end. And when the front end would go down, it would end up taking down the entire server. And then I came in and tried to help them basically move to AWS and then start breaking things out into a serverless structure with API gateway, S3 hosting with CloudFront, and so on. And they didn't need that SEO factor. So that was, a benefit. And what I mean by that is that when you're running a website off of S3 with static web hosting, you don't get the same SEO benefits as if it was a server that was running it. So that's just something good to note there. However, if you ran like Next.js, let's say off of a Lambda function, then you might get some more of the SEO benefits of running a static website. Other things here, I really like the Simon Sinek quote. So let me just kind of throw this up real quick before we jump into this talk. So if you haven't read Start With Why, that's a really good book. Will called out one of the quotes from Simon Sinek very early on in the talk, so definitely check that out if you're interested in like, why did Apple succeed, right? What was so different about Apple versus Dell? Why was Apple able to pivot to different products where Dell's kind of been handcuffed into laptops and so on? And it's based on something that's a deeper than the surface level. So, really good call out there. And with that, we're now ready for our next talk. So coming up next, we actually have a serverless panel that has Benoit, Rochus, as well as Philip. And so we did this panel a while back. It was a super good panel. We're going to have Benoit's talk today about the new serverless AppSync plugin that he's been working on and then now has been released. However, we had a huge critical production launch for a serverless application actually ongoing since probably Sunday night to now. And so Benoit has been tied up. He also had some jaw, stuff done at the dentist, had some teeth pulled. So not able to talk, helping with the client. And then now he's actually visiting family in Belgium. And so we have the next best thing though. We get to hear from a whole bunch of people about, next generation tooling with serverless, and that's coming up right now. So also, if you have any questions, definitely drop them in the chat. I'm the person that's typing them up. And so anything that comes up during this, I'll be live reacting to it and posting those inside the chat. And then if anybody wants to go back and forth with me, ask me any questions, even off topic, I'm happy to answer those too. So with that, let me add this into stream and see what's going on. Awesome. Okay. Well, hello, everybody. This is the serverless panel where we will be talking about a couple of topics around how to build serverless applications and things that you might need to consider when you're building for production. The first topic that we're going to be covering today is next generation serverless tooling. So the how and why companies are competing faster and more securely using serverless and what they're using to actually do that. There's been a lot of growth in the industry around serverless, around how we build applications. And it seems like almost every day a new framework or tool is coming out to make that developer experience easier. The second topic that we're going to be covering is serverless development security challenges, where we'll try to uncover the layers of how to build security for your serverless applications at every individual level. And with that, let's go ahead and do a round robin of intros. I'm joined today by Philippe from Purple Technology, Benoit from Serverless Guru, and also Ro from Serverless Guru. All of them have their own individual accomplishments and things like that, and I'll let them kind of introduce themselves further from there. So Philippe, do you want to kind of kick it off?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Philip. I'm AWS Serverless Hero. I'm from Czech Republic. Purple Technology is based in Czech Republic, and we are doing software for forex trading brokers for global companies. And we are doing serverless already for more than 5 years. So we have quite some experience to share and also learn from the community. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Benoit?
Yeah, Benoit from Serverless Guru, serverless developer, using Serverless for a couple of years now. Also, AWS community builder since last year. And yeah, really enjoying Serverless and talking about it. And hopefully today we'll have some fun talking about it. Yeah. Nice.
All right, and Mr. Rowe?
I'm Rochas Nzimufo. I'm a serverless hero and a serverless developer at Serverless Guru. From Cameroon. So yeah, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. And my name is Ryan, founder of Serverless Guru. I will be the DJ for this evening if you're in Europe, otherwise this afternoon if you're in Atlantic, or this morning if you're in the Pacific coast. So covering all the different bases there. With that, I do want to jump in straight away to the first topic. So next generation serverless tooling. As I said in the intro, there's a lot of different ways that people are building serverless applications today, and there's tons of different tools and frameworks coming out all the time. And we see things such as abstractions at the code level with annotations that then generate infrastructure as code, or annotations at the application code level that don't even generate the infrastructure as code that you can modify. So it's more of like a full like black box type of abstraction, all the way to UIs that help generate infrastructure as code for building things faster, where the developers can still edit. So I'm really curious to hear from the panel, what have you all seen in the industry? What do you like about these different tools, and what are your general thoughts? And so with that today, I want to kick it off with Benoit, and then we'll jump to Philip and then Ro. So Benoit.
Yeah. Well, when I think about serverless tooling, I think about several things. One of them is infrastructure as code, so tooling that helps us building infrastructure as code easier. So maybe not writing transformation all the time, but maybe simpler abstractions, as you said, in YAML, maybe it's a service framework, or in code with CDK. The other thing I think about is about debugging. So we could think about Dynobase, Cloudash, mapping tool, all that kind of stuff. We have also observability, Lumigo, Dashboard, and all these services, which are great. And yeah, so that's a bit of an introduction of everything. We talked about all the different tools that helps us generating infrastructure. They have different aspects, they have different strategies. And we were just discussing this today internally in Serverless Guru. There are so many of them coming now. And we're thinking maybe there's too much of them. And we should maybe focus on a couple of those, maybe 3, 5, just to have a better, in the end, have a better product if we all build a couple of things together instead of just all going our different ways. So that, yeah, that's one of my thoughts.
Yeah, well, as I said, we started 5 years ago with serverless framework at Purple Technology, and now I'm thinking like, what's next? Because, for example, CDK is coming, and as been said, many other frameworks. And one of the things I see that would help us a lot is, since we are writing our code in TypeScript, we were able to write also infrastructure in TypeScript, as for example in CDK. We suddenly can have a lot of advantages from that, because in serverless, the code of the application and the infrastructure is very interconnected. And for example, you need to set some configuration values to your infrastructure, but you also need to use these values in your application. And because of that, I think that the definition of infrastructure and of your application should be in the same language, so you can get advantages of that. Also, I've been recently researching one startup. I was contacted by the founder, and it was, as also been mentioned, being done by the, or it was Ryan, I don't know, It was by the annotations inside the code, and it was also a very interesting approach that the compiler can like analyze your code and then build an infrastructure around that. So that was also very interesting. So, but we are still searching for what's next, because CDK itself is not sufficient, in my opinion, like a framework. It's a good replacement for CloudFormation itself. I mean, it produces CloudFormation, of course, but we need something for local development or even like a cloud-based development and other tooling. So I'm curious what options we will explore here today.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to go ahead, bro?
Oh yeah, I thought you were giving the go ahead. All right, sorry about that. Yeah. So speaking about serverless tooling, I've worked with serverless framework in production, and then I've done a lot of side projects on CDK. And when I look at what CDK actually does, what it's trying to accomplish, to a certain extent, I think it's great. Even though at the end of the day it compiles your code to CloudFormation, but I think that it's still a little bit lacking, because I always prefer to get down to CloudFormation when it comes to a certain level of debugging. And so when I actually look outside the when I actually check on Twitter, and I see a lot of guys trying to put up tools like observability tools. Like there's this product actually going out now. I think it's a startup. It's a Baseline by an AWS community builder, Boris. And I saw a tutorial which he put out on how to actually integrate that with your serverless application, and it was actually really great. But if I tried to use that with respect to CDK, I couldn't quite understand how I'll go about maybe looking through my code and monitoring or debugging it. So I think I still have a lot to learn when it comes to tooling with serverless. So
Yeah, no, and it's thanks for each individual perspective there. I love the first part that you said there, been long, where you're like, tooling, there's monitoring, there's infrastructure as code, there's repository structures, which we were also talking about earlier in Serverless Guru today. Application code speeding up just that process. So much tooling, and it all kind of touches the entire process of building serverless applications. So something that I want to kind of get y'all's thoughts on is, do you have some solutions that could be looked at more like black boxes? Is there like there's like black box type stuff, and there's ones where it's more low level where you can edit. So let's say CloudFormation is at low level, you can edit everything, you can do almost anything you want, but then you have some abstractions on top, let's say Amplify, and it's giving you some things like built-in, some structures that are built in that you can't really modify too well. Where do you all land on that? Is it for different customers? Is there going to ever be like one solution that solves all solutions, or do we need both the low level and the kind of more black box abstractions? What do y'all think? Let's whoever wants to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, I think you mentioned level of abstraction, and that's maybe something we discussed in a previous episode, talking about infrastructure as code. And I like abstraction, but not too much. Like CloudFormation is not enough. It's like too complex. But for instance, in my opinion, Amplify is too much abstraction already. So when it comes to very simple things like having automatic IAM roles and permissions being given to a Lambda function based on what you're using, maybe that's something I'd like. But I don't want, for instance, Amplify to tell me how I have to build my tables, how I have to design my tables and my VTL code, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's actually something I've been trying to do, at least in the AppSync plugin I'm maintaining, abstracting what can be abstracted, but still give that flexibility to the user, to the developer, to do what they need and what they want.
Yeah, that was a very good point, Benoit, with Amplify. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, that's why we don't use it. Basically, we are using just part of Amplify because there are some good libraries. But too opinionated framework can be very limiting for growth of the project. In that case, I think stuff like CDK are quite okay, since it's just like a code compiled to CloudFormation, and you can do whatever you want there, right? And what was the question, Ryan, you mentioned?
Yeah, it's basically the idea of like, is there ever going to be a solution that is like the end all be all? Like, will there be one thing that comes out? Like you mentioned CDK. Will CDK be the thing that is solving it for all use cases, or will we still need those abstractions based on? Because I think everybody on this panel, I think we all come with a lot of experience actually building these things. But then there's that entire world of people that potentially don't. And I guess for them entering into the serverless space, or companies that are going to be adopting it in a year from now, would you recommend CDK? Would you recommend CloudFormation? Would you recommend a higher level abstraction like Amplify? And yeah.
I think it's same as with all the other tools in the IT industry in general. It depends on the scale of the project and of the company. So I think in the end there might be like several options, of course, but still, as you guys mentioned, now it's a boom phase where like so many options are popping up, and nobody knows what is right, because like I assume in like Java world and stuff there are these huge frameworks which are just like here to stay, and they are covering all the use cases because of the experience from the past years. But with serverless, we are still exploring and also inventing still new possibilities. So I hope we will get there someday, but definitely not yet. And I think CDK is one of the good options. It's not limiting the developer, in my opinion, compared to, for example, SAM, as I would say, because of the extensibility that you can import custom constructs. For example, now I'm looking at serverless stack. That's a very interesting one with all the tooling around and this live debugging where you can where they do some magic through WebSockets that basically the requests are rerouted to your local machine where you can do the live debugging of the cloud. But we shall see who's going to be the winner.
Oh, Ro, I think your mic's muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I was saying, I think a combination of SAM, CDK, and Amplify strictly for the front end is quite great, because SAM actually comes with Accelerate, which I've used a couple of times, and it's really beautiful. And then most of the side projects that I'm doing, I usually use Amplify just for the front end because there's just a lot. There's a lot that I don't yet understand about the internal workings of Amplify. So I just stay strictly with the front end, and then for the back end, I can use CDK and then with SAM, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you just mentioned Philip mentioned earlier working locally and developing locally, and you just mentioned SAM Accelerate. And these are the kind of stuff I'm really looking forward to see more and more in the serverless tooling world. But I still want to rely on CloudFormation. So I think it's a bit of you need to find a good balance, right? I think the CDK does that as well. They have CDK Hot Swap, which looks really, really cool. But I think when you work locally, you could rely on these. But once you deploy to production, then you still want to fully deploy using the CloudFormation natively, right? Because I've seen people in the past using hot swap when deploying to not only production, but maybe even staging environments. I wouldn't do that. I would just do it strictly locally. Then when I push to GitHub, I have my CI/CD pipeline kicking in, and that's only uses CloudFormation. And hopefully it should work. But the problem is when you work locally, it's easy to get a stack that is a bit broken if you use the SDK to hot swap things. But that's exactly what you don't want when you deploy to staging or production. So yeah, using strictly CloudFormation for deployment, automatic deployment, but then working locally, hot swap is good. Yeah.
Yeah, something that I wanted to kind of touch on is we saw something happen with containers and the space there, and like Kubernetes as well, and the Docker-related technologies, where there's just so many options for every individual slice of things. So the CI/CD option, there's probably like 100 different products. The monitoring, 100 different products. How you actually like build and deploy is like 100 different products. So I guess like the question would be, is there a way for us to unify that, or are we just with serverless? Fast forward 5 years, it looks the exact same, where there's hundreds of options for CI/CD, hundreds of options for monitoring. Is it possible for one company to be able to handle those individual things, or are we just going to explode outwards in every direction? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What are y'all's thoughts?
Yeah, well, as with all the markets, I guess, one day will happen that there will be some sort of consolidation, so that the companies will start buying each other and creating huge tools. But it will be in, I guess, a couple of years, because first the startups need to actually try to solve the problems and eventually somehow succeed. And when they figure out, then the consolidation can start.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that too many tools maybe are giving a lot of options and a lot of opportunities, but in the end, it can become overwhelming for a beginner at least to choose one and pick one. And in the end, they all have their pros and their cons and their benefits and their downsides. So it can be challenging to choose the right one. But I think you mentioned different tools for different purposes, like CI/CD or infrastructure as code. I think it's still good to have one different solution for every single use case that you have, and not have one big giant doing everything, because then you can choose the right one to do exactly what you need, and it's good at what it's doing, right? And yeah, from there you can pick.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's an interesting problem because I think all of us probably experience that, where we come into different teams and we talk to different people, and we've talked already about like 4 or 5 different infrastructure as code tools that are existing, that are popular, that has a lot of adoption and people are using. And so I guess like my advice would be to find your niche and then just go into that. It seems like in 5 years, it's likely the serverless framework will still exist, CDK will still exist, CloudFormation will still exist, Terraform will probably still be there. And so I guess like, yeah, and then different type of topic there, but when it comes to actually adopting these tools, does it pay off to adopt a single tool and then stick to it and learn it really well? Or does it make more sense to adopt many things? And yeah, what are y'all's thoughts on that? Adopting one versus adopting many, choosing one, doubling down into it versus going in different directions based on the team, let's say.
Yeah, I think it might depend on your use case. I think I still like the idea of using a different tool for different jobs, depending on what is the use case, what is the goal of it, maybe depending on the client, if you're doing it for a client. And yeah, maybe in the case of the CDK, for instance, I've seen in the past that I see a real benefit of using it for creating construct that you can reuse. So if your goal is to reuse some bits of infrastructure and you don't have just one single use case for it, then yeah, definitely it's a good idea. Well, thinking about that right now, Serverless Framework just released, I think last week or this week, serverless components for serverless framework. So that's kind of, I see it as the construct for serverless framework, and that looks really good, and I'm really willing to test this one.
Yeah, I think Ben mentioned that it depends on the fact that the company needs to get some benefit from it, like, or the person who's using the tool. Like, it's not just about like randomly changing the tools and like playing around. Like, there always needs to be some benefit from the tool, and then it's up to the developers to evaluate like whether the value is good enough for the company to risk using some smaller tools. Because I guess we all know that basically serverless developers are almost non-existent species right now. So using serverless itself is very risky. So there needs to be the benefit.
Yeah, I think in my own case, Benoit is also right, because it's about looking at the tool which is necessary to get the job done in a proper way, and then going with the flow of the market. But I have a strong opinion on tools like CDK. I think 5 years from now, CloudFormation will be assembly language, but that's another topic to discuss. And so, but that's just what I think.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I definitely want to like drill down more into that to understand that more. Yeah, I guess like let's go into it a little bit. When we say 5 years from now, CloudFormation is assembly language, is it basically saying that it's so far abstracted from what we're doing on a daily basis, and like, because there's things like, so this is an interesting thing that I've seen happen, where because of the slowness of CloudFormation, people built tools to make the process of deploying faster. So, but there's a chance, right, that CloudFormation becomes faster at the same pace as the new tools that came out. Does it then make those new tools completely, I think Philip, I saw you nod. Are you following kind of what I'm saying there? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like, we are hoping, I guess, every one of us for the CloudFormation to get faster, right? So hopefully that happens soon. And I totally agree with Ro. Like, AWS, I think, has perfect language for like describing the infrastructure, and then since the other tools can generate this language, there's nothing else you need. And also, there used to be this funky thing called serverless components a few years ago, where they tried to overcome that with like calling the SDK, and I was like, damn, man, like, I don't believe them. Like, there can be so many mistakes. Like, I'm going to use CloudFormation because I know that is going to work.
Yeah, to speak on that. Go ahead, Benoit.
Yeah, I totally agree on that, and that's why I always look for tools that rely exclusively on CloudFormation, precisely for that. And I think there was a question I see in the chat, someone asking about. No, it's not that one. Is Terraform becoming a better option than CloudFormation or SAM? Well, my opinion is that it's really not. And precisely for that reason, it is not relying on CloudFormation. It relies on calling the SDK, calling the API, and there are so many things that could go wrong. The state could go out of sync. You could lose it, and I've seen that in the past. I've used Terraform in the past, and I lost my state, and then suddenly I couldn't deploy, or it wasn't really deploying as I wanted. So for me, CloudFormation is still the way to go.
In my opinion, the Terraform is very huge nowadays, I think. So personally, I would say like it can be a competition to CloudFormation. But the thing is, like let's take a look at the advantage and disadvantages of that, because as Ben mentioned, you need to keep the state yourself in, I don't know, where it can be kept, like S3 or something like that. And then you have disadvantages that it can be, as they say, I don't know, multi-cloud or stuff like that. So it's always about evaluating the options.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting with Terraform, is the idea that it could deploy to AWS and then potentially other places. And then that started making me think, it's like almost everything we talk about is AWS related in terms of serverless, and I feel like that's almost the entire thing. What is the gap right now between Google Cloud, Azure, other cloud providers, and even independent things that aren't full clouds, but not Pulumi, what's another one? I don't know, like a Vercel, right? So like between these different things, let's just use like Azure, Google Cloud. Are they ever going to catch up to AWS? Is serverless just going to kind of mean AWS development? Or because when we're talking about infrastructure as code options, we're really talking about AWS related infrastructure as code. And when we're talking about like Terraform, we're even mostly talking about AWS. So like, what are your thoughts on that in terms of tooling outside of this like bubble that we're in at the moment? How do you all see this playing out?
Well, I don't think Google Cloud will ever catch up to AWS in terms. Well, I don't think so, because I've built an application on Google Cloud with Cloud Functions and Firebase and stuff like that, and I've also built applications on AWS, and it's the developer experience is just different, and then the rate at which you can scale your application and see your data and everything. If I want to, well, I'm being biased here, but if I want to build something really, really serious, I'll go with AWS. I don't want to get deeper into how you save your data in either data store or Firestore, or how you build an event-driven application easily with Cloud Functions, or Event Bridge or stuff like that. But I think I'm being biased. But if I want to build something really serious, then I'll go for AWS.
Well, I've been so busy with integrating all the new services at AWS that I didn't have time to actually try GCP or Azure nowadays. But from what I understand, basically, GCP is focusing nowadays on Kubernetes workloads mostly, since basically Google invented Kubernetes, right? And Azure, of course, when you are building anything C#, .NET related, they might have even better tooling than AWS. But that's all I know. I'm not sure more deeply about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same situation than Philip. I've used Azure in the past. I've tried it. It didn't really work for me. It was a bit more complex than using AWS. Maybe the mistake I made was at the time that I used the serverless framework, which supposedly was handling Azure as well, using a plugin, but it was not really good. Maybe it improved. I think I've heard it improved. But yeah, as Philip mentioned, if you're doing some C# and stuff, Azure maybe makes sense. And I believe they have the same, the equivalent to CloudFormation, not sure what they call it, but so that should be good as well, I guess. And Google Cloud never really used it apart from using Firebase, which is kind of great. And I know they have the equivalent of DynamoDB as well and functions, but that's all I know.
Okay, yeah, randomly, I in a life ago, I had like 2 Google Cloud certifications, and was like doing stuff over there for, sometimes you do stuff just for partnerships. So that was that. And at least back then, like 2018, 2019, trying to do serverless there with like Google Cloud Functions and things like that compared to like Lambda was like it's a crazy difference, like almost unworkable. It felt like because of the infrastructure's code options and how you deploy and how you automate things and the developer experience that Ro talked about. And it made me kind of think as well, like when it comes to GCP, based on what you said, Philip, is maybe they are kind of hardening into the specific areas that will just be the thing. Like if you do Kubernetes, you use GCP, right? I know that AWS made the EKS, but I do know that when they first made EKS, we tried to build an integration with it, and it was kind of wild. So I can imagine that Google Cloud would do that way better than AWS, at least for a while, because they're the ones that actually built it. They have that knowledge, that's like their sole focus potentially. And then for the Azure, as you said, like C#.NET, maybe that's just like a thing. If you're using these C#.NET, it's Azure. If you're using Kubernetes, it's GCP. And maybe it ends up being that if you're doing anything serverless, it's AWS. Serverless means AWS, Kubernetes means GCP, and so on. And that might be an interesting thing to see like play out, because there's an entire world of companies, probably hundreds of thousands that use C#.NET, hundreds of thousands that use Kubernetes, hundreds of thousands that use serverless. So there's enough almost where everybody could probably, eat a little bit. Everybody eats. So now getting to like the halfway mark on the webinar, I do want to switch to topic number 2. This would be serverless development security challenges. And with that, I believe I was going to hand it over to Philip first. What are your thoughts on serverless development and security? Is it solved? Is there more room? Is it complex? Is it simpler? Is it easier? What do you think?
Yeah, well, there are two sides of the security aspect of serverless applications. One is the security of the infrastructure itself, where mostly the cloud provider takes care about that. But then with this recent so-called attack with the Lambda function, where this, I'm not sure what was the name of the hack, but it was about, sorry, the fact that the Lambda function was mining some Monero or some cryptocurrency, and the hacker was profiting from that. But that was not really some exploit of the Lambda itself. But what got me thinking was like how the Lambda could get there. And suddenly I realized like how vulnerable serverless framework, for example, infrastructure is, because any plugin can basically modify your infrastructure however it wants. And I think almost nobody is checking the outputs and auditing it. And I see very big like issue there. And it's not just serverless framework. It can be also CDK constructs, right? The layer 3 constructs, like who knows what's inside. And when you are updating the package and then don't audit it, like there can be, for example, it can create IAM role, which can be assumed from any other AWS account, for example, or the hacker account. Then the hacker can basically do anything he wants inside the AWS account. Or there can be custom resources and stuff like that. So that really scared me. And I'm raising this topic and trying to figure out like how we could address that.
Yeah, that's a great point. But I hope I'm also culprit of not looking into the code myself every time I use a new plugin. But I hope that if there was some issue like that, someone would notice and raise an alarm somehow. But yeah, that's totally true. You never know, and that could happen as well with I don't know, with Node.js, if you're using Node libraries. You don't know what code is in there. You don't know what they do. You don't know whether they're looking at your extracting your data. You don't know what anything would happen. That's a great point there. Yeah, from my point of view, another topic regarding security, well, maybe we could talk about the elephant in the room and talk about Impermissions. When you create a Lambda or whatever you're creating, always make sure to use the least privilege principle. So if someone somehow has access to your Lambda function, God knows who, how, well, that Lambda function will not be able to do more than it can, or more than what it should. So that's actually going back to the previous point about an external Lambda or an external plugin. You don't know what they have inside. They might be doing a call to DynamoDB. They might be reading and extracting all your data. But if your Lambda is not able to, or not allowed to do that get operation or the scan operation, it won't be able to do it. So that's actually a point to take into consideration.
Yeah. Also, adding on to what Benoit said, building a function to have follow the principles of least privilege, because discussing internally while Benoit was reviewing my code, he said, okay, for this IAM role, take out this food function, take out this get item stuff, and so it's I think a lot of beginners will make a lot of security mistakes when they're building the application, because they would definitely give a lot of privilege, a lot of powers to their Lambda functions unknowingly. So that will actually be a big problem if when they actually deploy the application and others have to use it. Another issue which I faced while developing serverless applications is giving public access to my S3 objects. So, as there's a lot of times where I didn't know how to actually wrap my head around the IAM rules and stuff like that. So I just made my S3 URLs public, and that's also a really, 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 really bad thing to do, especially when you're going for production, because somebody can use that and get in and drop stuff into your S3 buckets, trigger a function, and anything can go bad from there. So
yeah, jumping back on this, we were discussing service tooling before, and what I'm missing as well, so quickly going back on this, would be a tool that would allow me to somehow scrub my code and see what permissions my Lambda needs, and let me know that, so that I can put it into infrastructure as code. Because it happens all the time that I forget to give one credential. I test it maybe locally, or I run it on my machine, and yeah, the code works, but then I deploy and it fails because of permissions.
Yeah, I think that one would be very challenging. I've tried to play with some static code analysis, and suddenly when you are passing variables to the SDK and stuff like that, it gets very tricky. But I believe that would be very nice. I think maybe isn't the IAM analyzer trying to address this issue? Have you tried using that? I have not, so I'm not sure. Like, isn't it checking the requests and then analyzing the unusual calls and stuff like that?
Yeah, actually, I wrote an article about this. So it uses the CloudTrail logs, and then it tries to understand what you've been doing, and it tries to generate a IAM role information based on that. It doesn't really work super well, and it's very limiting, but it's a great start, yes.
Interesting. I did want to, I took a whole bunch of notes while you were talking. I think this is probably the best segment, I think, of the webinar so far, in my opinion, because so much interesting stuff. You really blew my mind there, Philip, when you said the plugin injection. I'm like, oh my gosh, because think about how many people are using plugins and just, adding them to their code. Like you said, no one's really auditing the output CloudFormation. We know how easy it is for a cross-account role to just be injected. There's thousands of IAM roles, so you probably would miss it most likely. And yeah, that's really scary. And it made me think of a hack that happened. I think it was SolarWinds is what it was. I'm probably getting the information a little bit off, so just please excuse me if you're a security expert on right now. But basically, the network that most companies use got exploited, and the exploit came, I believe, by the CI/CD service they were using. So they were targeting specifically this company that does all the networks for like government agencies in the US and Fortune 500 companies, but instead of targeting them directly, maybe they have linting, maybe they have something like that inside their, not just linting, but actually analyzing the code inside their repo and so on. And they have multiple pull request reviews, etc. But no one was really looking at when it actually deploys, right? Is someone injecting something in that step? And so they ended up getting access to the build, the CI/CD. So you could imagine, what if, seed is a serverless CI/CD thing. What if somebody, not accidentally, what if somebody exploited that? And then now anybody that uses seed is having stuff injected in the background. It doesn't show up in pretty much anywhere, right? And that's really scary to think about because we give admin access to those CI/CD builds. So, so then you talked about the Node.js injection, Benoit. That's super scary as well. Who's looking at that? And then there was one more thing that hasn't been brought up yet, which is a lot of the virtual machine solutions and container solutions. They have like an offline private version, right? So if I took Datadog, I could run it inside of my AWS account, private to the internet, right? And stream logs there, have a offline version that's locked to my network. However, for a lot of serverless things, maybe the maturity is not there enough yet. But I would imagine that that's a common issue, and I think we've seen that before at Serverless Guru as well, where we've wanted to use a serverless monitoring solution, but because the company didn't like the idea of sending their stuff over the public internet to a platform, they wanted like a control of it underneath their private thing. They weren't able to actually use that tool. So I guess, what are y'all's thoughts on that? Like public, it almost feels like everything that is done in serverless is this almost like Wild West of like sending potential cross-account roles to different things. Like it's not just read access, it's got like, more admin level, or not even admin, but it can just like read, write more things with cross-account roles. Do you think that that's a maturity thing? Do you think that we will eventually get to the point where we have offline versions of serverless products that can be run inside of the AWS account so that my Lambdas that are running can send monitoring stuff there, but it doesn't have to go to actually like a Lamigo's, public dashboard type of thing? What are your thoughts on that? Am I like making sense? Am I like speaking gibberish? Like, what do y'all think?
Yeah, I think that makes sense what you said. When you use these new services that allows you to observe your infrastructure, it really goes. I'm not sure it goes over the internet, but at least it goes internally into AWS cross accounts. That's the very least, depending on the region you're in. So yeah, I understand that could be a security concern for some companies. Another concern I've heard in the past as well is about PII information. Maybe you could not leak user information like names, phone numbers, and stuff like that to other companies. So that's another topic. So yeah, I think hopefully in the future, and I think they've been doing some great work recently about that, you will have everything you need inside your AWS console using CloudWatch, metrics, and stuff like that. And that should be enough for you to really observe it and understand your infrastructure and your code and the errors you have. And we will not need all these other companies externally. So yeah, but for now, I think they are great tools. And if you can afford to send your data to someone else and you can accept it, that's great, I think.
I would say 5 or 10 years ago, companies didn't want to hear even the word cloud. Nowadays, they are like building this classic server-based infrastructure inside cloud. So I think there is some sort of progress continuously going on. And I think, Ryan, you mentioned like the software as a service in general, if I understand it correctly, basically. And in that case, I mean, in software as a service, it's already happening that there are like these enterprise versions which can be hosted inside the cloud. And we're actually playing with some idea, some sort of like, let's say, startup or something, and its infrastructure is serverless and it's tooling for serverless applications. And we are thinking like, okay, what if some customer comes in and says that he would like to host it inside his infrastructure, so he has complete control over that. And yeah, I think that will be definitely interesting topic, like some sort of architecture for applications, serverless applications, which then can be deployed to customer clouds, and then some sort of updates management and stuff like that. That could be actually very interesting topic to explore. But I think the customers are not yet ready for that.
Which is great. Like let's stay on let's keep doing these type of panels and talking about what's next and stay on that front edge. Yeah, I really appreciate your experience there too, Philip. Type of thing, public apps, offline versions. Yeah.
Zero thoughts, zero ideas, nothing.
Okay. Yeah, and I do want to comment on what Benoit said. I definitely made a mistake when I said open internet. When it's cross account role, it is a little bit safer, obviously. So thank you for the correction there, Benoit. So that nobody walks away feeling like Lamigo and the other platforms are unsafe inherently. That's totally not the case. Also, one more thing around security is lack of isolated accounts. So I did a project a while back, and I'm not going to name names or anything like that. It was very early in my career before Serverless Guru, and there was so much bureaucracy at this company I was at that they didn't give me an isolated AWS account to work on. They just said, "Hey Ryan, we've got all these EC2 servers, and they're kind of like black boxes. We don't know what's in it. We need to patch it for like the Spectre meltdown exploit that happened, and I think it was like update the kernel or something." And so I was doing serverless and I got put on this project, which was like interesting in itself. But the bureaucracy of it is that they're like, no, just work in a different region inside of the production account. So we've got all the servers in this region, but you're going to work in this region because to get another account spun up inside this organization is super slow. And we just want to kind of like bypass some stuff to just move faster. And it's super dangerous, I remember one day I came back from lunch and I was kind of tired. I was so used to working with the serverless stuff where you have dynamic flags and you're like -- region, right? And so I came back and I typed US West 2 and hit enter, a little bit like sleepy for a second. About maybe 3 seconds passed and I was like, oh my gosh, and I stopped it because it started running like patches basically. On like live servers, but we hadn't communicated that to the technical operations team. So you would think, oh, what's the impact of 3 seconds? Well, being the good developer I'm trying to be, I made my Python script run in parallel. So it basically, and it didn't take IDs of the servers, so it just started unloading this patch or whatever basically in parallel, and that 2 seconds was a crazy amount. And then I realized it. I was like, oh my gosh. And then I just started hearing people a room away go like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh my gosh. I look inside the EC2 thing and it shows that it's like, it's now like in a pause state or whatever. And I'm like, holy crap. Because basically what the script does, it was taking a backup of the server. And so that can be super slow if it's a black box server no one's touched for years. So in this entire story, things came out, everything worked fine. It backed up the server just fine. They came back online fine, but I lost complete trust, obviously, with some of the people there because now they looked at me like this rebel person that's just joined the company as a consultant, and and so on. So, but getting to the core point there, isolation of accounts. If I would have had an isolated account, potentially, even if I made that mistake, because we all make mistakes as developers, and then we improve and so on. And it's a matter of, I think, like blast radius. And so that can also be a security concern as well. Putting a developer into a production account because the bureaucracy of opening a new account. What if my script would have done something, even worse, right? Like what if I would have accidentally opened up something like an API or something like that, right? So what are y'all's thoughts there on isolation of accounts? Is it important? How important is it? And what level of granularity should we have when we're creating AWS accounts for developers?
Well, I can understand and relate that for some startups, it might be hard to actually like do everything properly because they need to grow so fast. They don't have time to actually focus on the other things. But as a best practice, now we are having like separate accounts for like production staging. And we are also planning to do some like playground for developers where they can play around with things. And I know some companies are doing like per developer AWS accounts. We are not yet there, but I guess any separation is a good thing.
Yeah, same thoughts. What we're doing here is use usually a dev account and then a prod account. Dev account has basically all the accounts for the developers. Developers have their own like CloudFormation stack, so their own named stack. Plus, we have CI/CD stacks that spin up automatically during the branches, so we can test code. And yeah, so at least that's, I think, the very least you can do. Production should be completely isolated, of course, and then if you can have different levels of granularity depending on the size of the team, the size of the company, have different accounts per project, per developer, yeah, depending on the use case. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with Philip and Ben on this one. Isolated accounts for the win.
I have a question on you guys. What kind of authentication are you using for accessing the different AWS accounts? Are you using role assumptions, or are you using AWS single sign-on?
SSO, yeah, we're using SSO. And each account, well, our account has access to all the accounts we need. And basically we need to log in and then select the account we want. And back to the tooling again, what I'm using personally is a small tool called Deep, which is really great because it allows you to select the account you want, and it stores ephemeral credentials on your machine, so you can run commands and whatever you want, and it just uses that instead of having long-lived credentials on your machine, which is, by the way, another topic I wanted to discuss about is long-lived credentials. Don't use them. Never use SSO or assume role, including in your CI/CD. I think you mentioned earlier, Ryan, about CI/CD using admins roles. Never do that. Have your role be able to do whatever it needs to do. Deploy. If you need to deploy Lambda, well, that's the only thing it needs to do. And then also use short-lived credentials in your CI/CD. So in case that it leaks for some reason in a log or whatever, if it lives for 20 minutes, if someone finds it later, they won't be able to use it.
Yeah, with the credentials, there is this good point that, as you mentioned, Ben, that when your CloudFormation stack needs to create Lambda, have a Lambda permissions, but usually part of the application is always some IAM statements. And in that case, like it can create any IAM role it wants, right? But I think there was this good suggestion from the AWS Heroes, like and it was community builders also, I think, for using permission boundaries. That could also help. That all the new roles which are created under the stack will have maximum boundaries up to that.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and it brought up, thanks for bringing up another tooling loop back in there, Benoit, and like something I was thinking about as well is like, why was it so hard to get through to get a new account? And I think just only recently, probably in the last month and a half, they came out with something where there's an API that we can call to create an account on AWS, and I think that's also been like kind of a focus that's been on the sideline, is the actual tooling around AWS account creation and management and so on, because obviously AWS organizations does a lot, but in terms of, why was Dropbox able to use S3 in the background and then be useful? Because creating an AWS account, creating an S3 bucket, knowing how permissions work, storing files in there, knowing how to access it and search it, and all these different things were not natively there. So then Dropbox just basically built an abstraction on top of it. Is there an abstraction already that exists for AWS account creation and management so that it makes that entire process easy? I know we talked about switching accounts, and there's tooling there now. Do y'all know of any?
For creation, there's org formation that you can use.
Okay.
Basically, it's the cloud formation for creating accounts. And apart from that, from the console, if you're small enough, you can create organization. Well, sorry, you can create organization and accounts pretty easy.
Yeah, well, we don't create many of the new accounts, so I didn't really stumble upon this topic yet.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that you mentioned sandbox accounts, Philip. So it's like, it would be nice if it was like, you click one button, spins up, it's ephemeral account, it could be spun down like really easily. Just to have like the most amount of isolation possible, because as you said, like time is like the most important for startups. So it's, if I have a dev account and a production account, hopefully it's not dev and prod in the same account for a startup. I know that that's done as well because priorities. But it would be nice if that was a little bit more, I guess, like easy, where I don't have to go into the console, click like AWS organization, create a child account inside of there, member account, and then, then give the credentials over, or like have it connect to the centralized like login account that can then switch it with a role switch or whatever. Like that, the complexity of those things, it would be just nice, I guess, if it was just a little bit easier.
I thought it's like this, isn't it? Like that you inside the organization, like create just a new account, give it the email alias for the new account, and then just easily manage it through SSO. Or isn't it possible there?
Yeah, I think
no,
it is.
no, totally. Yeah. I guess what like, does it take it takes a knowledge though, right? Like it takes some understanding about how AWS organizations work, how to create child accounts, how to do these like role switches, and each one of those different things, adds some complexity. So so I guess like it sounds like maybe there's not an abstraction over that, because obviously we have enough knowledge to just like jump in and do it. I know that early on we did training with Serverless Guru for different companies they were like, just how do we structure our accounts? How do we set up an AWS organization? How do we make this like secure? How do we tell our developers how to use it? And how do we like set up our processes to actually do it? You know what I mean? Versus once we leave, they just go back to doing like one account for everything. So yeah, interesting. We do have one question here. Let's see, from JMIT. So let's open this up to the floor as we're coming to a close here. What are your thoughts on AWS WAF and AWS Shield Advanced for a serverless architecture? So is that always a requirement? Is it sometimes? What do y'all think?
Yeah, I think WAF and Shield could be great tools for improving, maybe not really security, I would say, but well, in a way, yes, it can also. But WAF can be useful, for instance, to avoid denial of work attacks, for instance. So when someone just hits your APIs so badly that it's going to cost you a lot of money, you can do that by throttling basically and rate limiting the codes that are done to the endpoint by a single IP address, for instance. So yeah, that's one random thought I had about this.
Yeah, I think very nice feature of WAF nowadays are the managed rules, where you can be sure that AWS is filtering these top 10 OWASP things. It's having its own IP address blacklist and stuff like that. So that can really help you to improve your security. And also, as Ben mentioned, rate limiting for risk management is also a good thing. And in terms of Shield Advance, I think it's this DDoS protection service, right? And I think that's for very advanced use cases as the pricing is concerned mainly.
I've never used either WAF or Shield Advanced before. It's still something I have to get into. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know that from seeing architectures and having client requests and just requirements, we typically have a WAF always there. And then if the AWS Shield Advanced, similar to what Philip said, like if you have like a really advanced case and you want to pay advanced money, to AWS, then definitely consideration there. But just having a WAF and having the blacklisting of IP stuff and the DDoS protection that Benoit mentioned, that goes a really long way. And it's kind of like a set it and forget it. It connects to API gateway and even CloudFront, and you can use it like that. And of course, if you're interested in more information about that, the one asking the question actually wrote an article on it, Mr. Jamit from the Serverless Career team. So really, really cool there. We've got one more question and then we'll close out. Second question here from Jamit. What is your thoughts on AWS Control Tower, AFT, up the account through infrastructure as code? So have any of y'all used AWS Control Tower? I don't think that I personally have.
No, never used it.
Not yet, but I have seen a presentation about that, and I think that can serve this purpose of like setting up these landing zones when you are creating the new account, so everything is set up for developers just to like get the credentials and go. But never used it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I looked at the documentation page just now, and it looks like it does exactly that. So set up and configure new AWS environments quickly, automate policy management. So if you're in that process of defining those accounts at this point, probably take a look at it and see if it makes sense. But on that note, being respectful to the viewers and of course our awesome panelists here today, I do want to have everything come to a close at this point. We're only 3 minutes over, so shout out to the last one we did with Jeremy Daly and Brian and so on, where we were about 30 minutes over, and I could tell everybody was very fatigued at that point. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for attending today. We look forward to seeing you in the next webinar that we do. I want to do a special thank you to Philip for being our guest. Thank you so much. And of course, Benoit and Ro, thank you as well for joining on another one of these serverless webinars.
Thank you guys for the kind invitation. Always a pleasure to do something with you guys.
Same here. No, thanks, Ryan and Benoit.
Thank you all.
Okay. Well, on that note, that's a wrap. Thanks so much, everybody, for attending. Thank you again to the panelists, and we'll see you next time. Okay, awesome. Well, that was the panel. Super cool panel. Lots of stuff that we talked about. I'm sure y'all saw the onslaught of chat messages that were being dropped throughout the entire thing. I thought one of the coolest takes of this was actually, hold on one second. I thought one of the coolest takes that was done was basically Philip's opinion about security and how, like, who's verifying the framework, right? Like, who's verifying the plugin that we're using for the infrastructure as code? Because if someone did inject something into that plugin and we're not looking at the compiled CloudFormation files and we don't have good billing set up, because there's like layers of protection, obviously. Enterprises do it really well, but not everybody's an enterprise and has a very sophisticated AWS setup to be able to see when things are happening that shouldn't be happening. So if someone did modify a plugin for a framework or a CDK construct or something like that, or a node package, and it was able to then inject something, another resource that then has a cross-account role that they can then assume from its account, it could do a lot of damage. And so I hope if anybody's listening right now, if you want to build a startup, security verification of infrastructure as code and other things like that, sounds like it's open market, build something that verifies that, has a signature. It verifies that this serverless framework version that's supposed to be building this thing with this plugin, whatever else, actually builds it. This construct or this code that we're adding in this Node.js package doesn't then inject some extra resource in the background, because that CloudFormation compiled file could be thousands and thousands of lines. And to be able to go through and parse that as a human is almost untenable. So super cool stuff there. What else happened here? Let's see. Oh yeah, the first adoption principles. So I think something that's kind of interesting is that when we think about adoption, we have this idea around wanting to be the first adopter, because obviously I wanted to be a first adopter of serverless, and in the wake of that, you learn so much, you get so much experience. As Philip mentioned, serverless developers right now, today, even, as of May 17th, are in small supply. And overall, the industry is headed this direction. And so it's a very bright future still for everybody working in the serverless space. So definitely encourage other people to join. However, when new tools come out, we were talking about serverless components at one point in that panel. Towards the early days of it, it was using AWS CDK, didn't have the same stability as a CloudFormation option. And I would want to be on that front line, like learning that and being a first adopter of it, maybe even building something like that. However, with the asterisk being that I don't want to be the first adopter in production, and I don't want to be the first adopter if I'm having to recommend it to a client, because then I can get into a sticky situation where now I might be liable if something happens with this thing that I've helped them implement. I might owe money back or something, right? For the training and for all those different things. So that's kind of my idea of like the first adoption thing, but I won't rant on that too long. All right, getting into the next talk here. We have a awesome presentation. Let me open this up real quick. This is called Serverless Design Transformations. And we will be Mohammed will be talking about approaching the software development lifecycle in a serverless way. And we will exploring the baseline concepts of how to go about making the jump from traditional software development practices to cloud native serverless development practices, with a lot of tips inside of this. And I want to say as well, I've seen this talk. I've looked at the stuff that Mohammed's created, and I just want to say that it's really robust and has some really good tips around like packaging and all those things. So without further ado, this is Mohammed Izzy from the Serverless Guru team, who will now be talking about some tips around serverless adoption.
Today's webinar of Migration to Serverless 101. My name is Mohammed Izzy, and just to give you a quick introduction about myself, I work as a developer at Serverless Guru, where we help clients transition from a traditional software development practices to a serverless first approach. And I've helped build PCI systems for our clients. I've also worked on complex event processing systems with Apache Flink. So these are some of the key things that we do at Serverless Guru. And so today's session is geared towards those folks who are new to serverless, or if you're willing to jump on the serverless bandwagon. I hope this session is informative and you can take something away from this. So let's get started. So this is what our session looks like for today. The first thing is to understand why should you even consider a serverless architecture, and how do you go about initiating the design process, some common pitfalls and anti-patterns to avoid, and then lastly, how do you iterate your design for performance and cost efficiency. So as the name suggests, serverless doesn't mean the absence of servers. It's just that the technology is based on the concept of event-driven computing, where your entire system is comprised of small modules that are wired together and then work with each other to process an event in a predefined sequence. So the benefits of using serverless is that you only pay for what you use. That is, you only pay for that compute time for the lifetime of that event, as opposed to traditional servers, which are running always, even when there's nothing to process. And because serverless is a cloud managed native solution, there are less management overheads because there are no servers to patch, there are no software updates, and there's nothing to do with the underlying hardware because all of that is offloaded to your cloud provider. So it's also a lower cost of operation. And traditionally, when you were to provision servers, you always would have to sort of guess on how much offload you would expect for your application. And then you sort of expand as and when you need to scale up. Where with serverless, you don't have to worry about any of that because it all happens automatically. And you only pay for that duration of the event. And the other point is with serverless, where you actually go with a microservice architecture, which makes it easier to compartmentalize your services. And it also lowers the possibilities of system-wide failure. So when in monolithic applications, if something were to go down, your entire application is crippled, and which also means downtime for your systems. Whereas with a serverless design, if something does go wrong, it doesn't cripple your entire application, and it's only that specific service that needs to be dealt with. So also when it comes to making changes to specific services, you don't actually disrupt the entire application, unlike monolithic applications, because even a minor change in traditional softwares would require some downtime, where with serverless, all of that just goes away. Now, once you've sort of made the decision that okay, you do really want to go ahead and adopt this serverless design, how do you go about initiating that process? Well, the first thing to do is to not just dive in directly to the implementation step. You want to spend quality time analyzing your application's current state and sort of how it can be broken down into individual components. So what you see in front of you is a very simple Django-based web application that has different services all in a monolithic design. So you have the authentication, you have product management, you have the UI and your payment systems, all powered by one single SQL database. So any decision that you make at this point is going to have an effect on your serverless journey. So you really want to spend some time and analyze how do you split these services up and how you can leverage the cloud native solutions instead of just porting your existing stack onto the cloud. So especially when you're trying to bring in new services, if you're let's say if you need a message broker system that is going to be consumed by the other services of your application. So there are different solutions, there are different things that you can look at as far as cloud managed services are concerned. So with AWS, you have something called Amazon MSK, which is a managed Apache Kafka service, and you also have EventBridge. Now, both of them on paper might seem really good choices, but then it's only when you run certain tests and you run like proof of concepts, you understand what works best for your system. And also when you analyze the performance and the costs that come with it, you make a more informed decision rather than just, picking a service and going ahead with it. Also, you do not want to reinvent the wheel. Now, if you observe in the previous slide, we had an authentication service. Okay, now that works well as far as a Django is concerned because their internal framework is pretty good when it comes to handling authentication. But if you were to port that to the cloud, it requires a lot of work, and also you don't really want to build something that already exists. So for example, Cognito with AWS works amazingly well when it comes to handling authentication for your services. So always opt towards using cloud managed services. And one resource that I would highly recommend looking at is a book on serverless architectures on AWS. I think it covers all the design patterns that you can think of for a serverless architecture, and it's definitely worth the investment. Now, even from an operational perspective, you also need to decide how development is going to take place, because the mindset needs to change. It's not like your traditional software development approach that you can employ with serverless as well. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to train your workforce. If you want to make sure that you pick the best possible route for approaching the design process. So consider also having some sort of a playbook and standard operating procedure when, as and when you evolve your training processes. So when you onboard new resources, you don't sort of keep repeating the same thing over and over again. And we also have a training course that covers all the basics for a serverless development from start to finish. So I would recommend taking a look at that as well. And the other thing is also splitting up of your services. So once you've come up with an architecture of how your services are going to be on the cloud, ideally you want to split all your services per repository. So as you can see, we have like 5 different repositories where each service has its own repo, and this also decouples the working between different teams. So they're not reliant on each other, and also it really speeds up the entire development process. So unlike monolithic applications where you would have to have some sort of coordination between teams before you push your changes, so all of that just it goes away with this approach. You also want to make sure that every piece of infrastructure that needs to be deployed onto the cloud is only done through ISE templates. So ISE is infrastructure as code, and there are different tools for this purpose. So the serverless framework would be the go-to tool for me, but we have other mature tools like Terraform and AWSM as well. So the serverless application model from AWS is specifically made for serverless development. So you can pick any one, whatever works best for your teams, but it's crucial to understand that no deployment or no provisioning of resources should be done through the console, and it's only through these IAC templates. So testing is a crucial process in any with any kind of development. But with serverless, the approach can be a little different. So unit tests, you can leverage these IAC tools again, like the Serverless Framework or SAM, which provide built-in tools for you to sort of mock your inputs and see how your function behaves individually. What I would not recommend doing is trying to emulate calls to the cloud services locally on your system, because there are tools for this that provide all of this just packaged into one big solution, and I feel it just adds on more effort, and it's more time consuming as well. So the actual testing that you want to focus on is integration tests, because the services by themselves might work perfectly fine, but it's only when you integrate with the other microservices of your application is when you see some bottlenecks or some issues, and you want to test as often as possible to make sure that the system, the entire flow behaves as expected. Now, there are a bit of common mistakes that tend to take place, and you want to make sure that you sidestep them when you're in your development process. So the first thing to ensure that every function should do only one specific task. So the single responsibility principle is something that you should keep in mind. The simpler the functions are, the easier it is to maintain them. You don't want to have too much of logic on one function. Try and split them up into as many functions as possible, and that's perfectly fine. So synchronous functions are those functions which sort of wait for tasks A, B, and C to happen before it can complete its execution. So you don't want to have too many of these functions. You ideally want to have a function where you just fire and forget, and that function can do its job independently. The choice of programming language can definitely have an effect on the overall performance of your application. So if your existing code base is on compiler-based languages like Java and C#, you may want to consider porting to languages like Node.js or Python, because the performance benefits are definitely worth making that change. It might seem like a tedious task at first, but then you want to make that decision sooner than later, because as your application evolves, it gets all the more complex and expensive too. So DRI is a very common concept. Don't repeat yourself in code, and that's fine. But when it comes to serverless, you ideally want to reuse the logic across functions, but not the functions themselves. So imagine that you have two different service teams, two different microservices that share a common function. And what will happen is you create some sort of a dependency between each of the services. So it's better to have a single repository which has the logic, which you can reuse across different functions, than just having one function reused by different services. And if you have large size libraries, maybe 80 MB or more, that are seldom updated, you don't want to use them as part of your deployment package, but rather you want to create something called Lambda layers, which are like pluggable units of code that that any function looking to reuse that library can just attach it as part of that service, and that's it. So again, layers should not be considered as a way of reusing logic. I mean, only if the library is not updated too often and they're large in size. So if you remember, we also spoke about synchronous functions in the previous slide. So if you need some sort of orchestration where a function is waiting for something to happen before it can complete its execution, then what you want to ideally do is use step functions on AWS for that purpose, because step functions think of it as a workflow that will handle the processing of any event, and it does it in a sequence that you define, with error handling and passing on the result of one execution to another module within that workflow. So orchestration is the best tool for orchestration is step functions. Even from an operational perspective, it's recommended to have multiple AWS accounts for different stages of your application, as opposed to just having one single AWS account, because it gives you more control, and also you get the benefits of consolidated billing once you sort of you create like multiple accounts in an AWS organization, and that would give you that will allow you to enforce policies between different accounts, between like dev or a production account. And also billing becomes a lot easier because it's all grouped together. Tagging is something that you definitely don't want to miss on. It can be a really powerful tool, especially when it comes to generating reports, business unit, enforcing certain policies on certain specific resources. And also, if you want to apply certain changes to only certain areas of your application, it's very much possible with these tags. So we have an excellent white paper from AWS that defines tagging strategies, and I would recommend going through that for this. Even the choice of data store. So when you go for a microservice approach, usually each microservice will have different data needs, and something like DynamoDB would serve perfectly well for these data needs for every microservice, because DynamoDB can scale on its own at really high workloads. And SQL databases, if your core data is managed on a SQL database, then you could still keep that aside for storing all transactional data. But if it comes to like transient storage, you really want to leverage a NoSQL database like DynamoDB because, and again, it's serverless. So also the idea of migrating to a NoSQL database is definitely plausible. It might seem like a Herculean task at first, but if you understand your access patterns and you have complete knowledge of your schema, then it's very much possible to make this a reality. So DynamoDB book from Alex is definitely a resource that really expands on this approach of single table design. You also want to ensure that the data access between services is only through APIs, and no microservice should have direct access to your relational databases. Also, to ensure that the database, when you hit peak loads, you don't sort of cripple your application. You want to have different reader and writer instances for relational DBs. So Amazon RDS or Amazon Aurora both have these capabilities, and you should definitely leverage them for this purpose. From a security perspective, like traditionally, so in monolithic applications, once the outer boundary of your application is compromised, like your firewall, then I think your entire application is exposed. Where with microservices, and especially on cloud native solutions, you have the ability to assign specific granular policies for each resource. So even if one area of your application is affected, the blast radius is only limited to that service and not to the entirety of your application. Now, so this is why it's crucial to follow this least privilege principle, wherein you assign only those policies which your functions or your other resources need to work with. Wildcards might seem like the easiest thing to do. You just want to use wildcards and be done with it, but yeah, you shouldn't be doing this. Even handling sensitive information like API keys or anything like connection strings, they shouldn't be hard-coded with your code base and committed to your repositories. You want to use the managed services like the secrets manager to always place these items, these sensitive items over there. Also, a quick tip that if you do actually utilize secrets manager, as your application workload increases, you are going to be making that many calls as well to retrieve those sensitive values. So you want to probably implement a caching mechanism for which we already have a pattern. So if this is something that you need, please feel free to reach out to us and we will help you out. The last step over here is to iterate for efficiency. So once you have at least have a base design of your serverless architecture, how do you sort of improve it for a performance and to make it more cost effective? Now, optimization is only possible when you have data to work with, right? So with AWS, we have X-Ray, which allows you to trace all your invocations with Lambda, and how long it takes, what was the duration of that invocation, and how much memory was used. So with these values, with historical values, you can make informed decisions on managing the memory and the invocation time of your microservices. We also have third-party tools like Dashbird, Lumigo, and Thundra, which are actually developed with a serverless mindset. So they are excellent tools as well, if you would like to explore them. So fine-tuning, like I said, it's only based on the values that you can gather from the observability tools. So you don't want to guess the numbers that you assign for your functions because every service is different. And so fine-tuning is an iterative process that never really stops. So cold starts. So cold starts is something that happens when your Lambda containers have not been invoked for long periods of time. I think it's over 10 minutes. So there's an added latency that comes with every invocation when your container is not in like hot state, as you might call it. So to improve cold starts, what you can ideally, the first and the most simplest thing that you can do is work on reducing the packet size of your Lambda functions. And to reduce, so if you're on Node.js, we have bundling tools like ESBuild and Webpack. I strongly recommend using this. In fact, let's take a quick minute to even show you what sort of an impact these tools have. So what I've done is I've just created a simple function. I mean, it does nothing, but if you notice, I've made sure to import all these libraries that will be required as part of the execution. And what we do is, so the first step that I'm going to run is by just packaging those functions, the function without the ESBuild tool. So you can use Webpack as well, that's fine, but essentially both work in the same way. And the ISE tool that we are seeing right now is the serverless framework. So if you notice, so this is your package Lambda function, which is 6.8 MB. And this is without the bundle that I was talking about. So this is just, including all the modules that you need as part of your application. Now, if you were to implement ESBuild, and now the packet size is 3.1 MB. That's almost a 50% reduction in your package. And this is why, this is one of the things that really helps in bringing down cold starts. So yeah, I highly recommend doing this for all your functions. Also, when you work with the SDKs or any other library, you always want to import specific modules as a part, as opposed to importing the entire library. So if for instance, if you're working with S3, instead of just requiring the entire SDK, just import the specific S3 client, because that also adds on to your deployment packet size and optimizing imports. So even in terms of processing events, you want to ignore those events that are not of interest. What I mean by that is, let's imagine that you have a Lambda function behind an API gateway, and that Lambda function expects certain values present in the body of the request to continue its processing. Now, if those values aren't present, then yes, the execution just sort of fails. Now, you could have a custom logic before you actually begin the processing to ensure these values are present, and that's fine too. But then you could leverage the API gateway request validation feature that allows you to check or inspect the body of the request against certain regular expressions to see if the data type of certain values is either a string, Boolean, or a number, and only if it matches the criteria, the request is then forwarded to the Lambda function. So you, in fact, don't have to even invoke your function and place any custom logic for that purpose. Another example that I can think of is when you use S3 as an event source for your Lambda functions, you could filter out events of imagine a bucket containing a mix of different file types. So you have images, you have videos, and you have other documents, but you're only interested in processing images. And for that purpose, you can assign a prefix to the S3 invocation setting, wherein you invoke the function only if it's a .jpeg extension. Likewise, with other serverless resources like SLS, you also have the ability to ensure that a particular subscriber is only processing events when it meets a certain criteria. So every invocation does have a cost, and if you can bring down the number of invocations, you save money as well. So this is a typical high bird's eye view of a serverless architecture.
Okay, all right. So it looks like we had some technical difficulties right towards the end of Mohammed's talk there. But as y'all just saw, that we went into lots of stuff. Even saw some live coding there, which is fantastic for Mohammed around packaging and some of the easy improvements that you can do with Lambda to make your stuff even more efficient through very simple like plugins, things like that. Next up, what we have is a live debate about CI/CD alternatives from Almir and Jamit. So let me bring them onto stream here. So we got Almir, we've got Jamit. Fantastic.
Hello. Hello.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So what we're going to be talking about today is getting into CI/CD alternatives. As I said, it's going to be AWS code pipeline versus GitHub Actions. So as it said, we've got two serverless experts that are going to be facing off. Yeah, with that, I think what we can do is we can probably open up a round of intros. Almir, do you want to start off? Give a background.
Yeah, so basically what we are going to talk about today is, as you mentioned, are two alternatives to deploy your code on AWS. So Jamit is going to talk about GitHub Actions, and he's going to show us how things are easy to set up there, how to deploy your code, and then I will show you exactly the same workflow with the CI/CD pipeline built with the AWS code pipeline and AWS developer services. So it's going to be the same outcome, same thing, but with different tools. And then we will debate a little bit. Jamie will show why GitHub Action rocks, what's great about the GitHub Actions. I will try to counter that with the code pipelines, giving you the reasons why you should use that on a project. And then finally, at the end, hopefully you will be able to decide which tool better fits your project requirements. And that's about it. So Jamie.
Yeah, so let me kick off this ring and let me share my screen.
Oh, real quick, Jamie, do you want to give a background about yourself? Real quick.
Yeah, sure. I will add as a part of that slide. Yeah. So, can you see my screen?
Yes. Yep. All good.
Yeah. So today, as Almir give a background, we have CI/CD alternative barrels. I will talk on GitHub Actions counter to the code pipeline Almir talking about. Serverless Guru help company innovate faster, reduce operational overhead, and streamline application development by using serverless technology. So if you have anything Serverless Guru always here for you. About me, I'm Jamit. I'm serverless developer at Serverless Guru, AWS community builder, and serverless and technology enthusiastic. Always happy to create the contents. So I'm always sharing stuff on LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So you can follow me if you want. Today's agenda, I will start with GitHub Actions. So I will thoroughly give audience idea about what is exactly the GitHub Action, how GitHub Actions work compared to the AWS code pipeline Almir will talk about. I will also give idea about what are the different components of GitHub Action. Then we have some demo how we will deploy SAM serverless application to the GitHub Action by using GitHub Actions, and then we will take it forward. So for now, I'm starting with the GitHub Action, and then we will have a code pipeline things as well. So first thing is, what is GitHub Actions? Most of we see like nowadays, a lot of project source code already hosted onto the GitHub.com repository. So that is why the GitHub Actions are already giving a great developer experience, and it is always rock when you have if you have a repository already hosted on GitHub.com. So GitHub Action always help to automate, customize, and execute your software development workflow right within your repository in the GitHub.com. So it is not just providing a CI/CD workflow solution, but there are a lot of different kind of custom workflow you are able to implement easily, quickly, with great developer experience without need of any DevOps work within a GitHub Actions by using GitHub Actions. So this is just a basic idea about the what is exactly it and how GitHub Actions works. So if you have a repository in the github.com, so that will be a Git repository. So there are, as we know, like in core part of Git, whenever we have a Git repository, they are already giving us a lot of hooks, right? So hooks is kind of like GitHub turn into that event. So as soon as some event occurs on your repository, you have a GitHub repository. So as soon as some event occur on your repository, say for example pull request or some push request or some issue or created or something, like some kind of those kind of event occurs, it will trigger different workflow. So that workflow will have a multiple jobs. Like here I represent like two jobs, job 1 and job 2. So as soon as some event occurs, it will trigger the jobs. And those jobs will run on runner. So there are in single, say for example, in single workflow, we have two jobs. So those two jobs will run on different runner 1 and runner 2. Runner here, this runner is means like a GitHub server. So that will execute these different jobs. And every jobs will have a different steps, and steps will have some actions or a script, a shell script. So in next steps, I will show in detail like how these components are working. So these are the different component of the GitHub action. So whenever you have a repository, say for example, you have multiple team member working on your GitHub repository in github.com, and if you want to implement any kind of workflow, like you want to implement CI/CD pipeline, or if you want to implement some different kind of workflow, then it is a really great developer experience. No need to do any DevOps work. Only within your GitHub repository, just you need to create .github/workflow folder, and you just need to put this. You just need to put the YML file. That's it. So in that YML file, you need to tweak the things as per the workflow you need. So here I given an idea about different component of the GitHub action workflow YML file. So generally, whenever you are creating any YML file within .github workflow folder, that will have a name of your workflow, and then it will have some event. And as soon as those events trigger, so here I just given a basic example of as soon as some event occurs on, say for example, push event occurs on main branch, or a pull request event occur on main branch, it will trigger these jobs. So this is a like workflow is a complete these things, and event is particular event occur on the GitHub repository, and it will trigger these jobs. And there within a one workflow, there are multiple jobs like unit testing, then we have a build and deployment, those kind of things. So here I just represent one jobs to demonstrate what is exactly the job is, and job will have a multiple steps. And if a single job will run on particular one runner, if you have multiple jobs, it will run on different runner. So you are also able to run job sequential or parallel as you want. Depends on your workflow needs. So here I just represent like runner means I am taking like Ubuntu latest. So there are it is also possible to run different platform or a different OS like Windows or Mac OS or anything. And here I just represent steps, like what exactly the steps is. Steps means like within a particular step there are multiple actions. So you are able to run some shell script command, or you are able to run actions. Actions means like it is a kind of reusable workflow, so that if you have some workflow you implemented that is reusable, then you are able to use that as an action within a GitHub Actions. There are a lot of ready to use workflow available in GitHub Action Marketplace, so that we are easily able to like deploy application to AWS ECS, or we are easily able to deploy application to Azure. Even we are able to deploy application on GCP, or as per our need we are able to implement many different kind of workflow. Apart from CI/CD, there are possible to implement other kind of workflow as well. So this is just a basic idea about what is exactly the GitHub Action. Before I will go for the demo, I want to invite Almir in the ring to talk about what is exactly the code pipeline is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Jamit. That was an awesome presentation to GitHub Actions. So now we are going to talk about the AWS code pipeline. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Serverless Guru for organizing this whole day event, this Serverless Day, and this is awesome. So about me, my name is Almir Zulic. Among other things, I'm a senior Serverless developer and a member of AWS Community Builder Program. Today, I am going to talk about a little bit of the AWS developer tools. I'm going to show you how code pipeline works. So we are going to build, as I mentioned in the introductory part of this talk, that how we are going to build the same thing that Jamie built with the GitHub Actions. And in the demo, we will show you the exact same outcome with the different tools. And that's going to be part of our demo. And after that, we will do a little bit of the debate, which one is better, which one is better in certain use cases. And then we have a slide with some useful resources, as well as the link to a source code repository and some links to some useful articles that you can use if you want to dig deeper into the subject. And if we have time at the end, we will do a QA session. If not, then we will be happy to answer any of your questions on Twitter. So just feel free to ask. So what kind of services we can find in AWS developer tools? So let's start with a code commit, and this service is managed. Is a managed version control system. So it's basically managed Git. You are probably familiar with the GitHub or Bitbucket or any similar services, and the code commit is exactly the same. If not the same, it's pretty similar. It's just integrated into the AWS services, and among other things, well, of course, you can use it to manage your source code on AWS, and then you can also you can utilize you can exploit that integration with the AWS services and manage your users with the IAM. So that's a nice thing about the code commit. Another service that I want to mention is code build, and it's also part of the developer tools. And this is a fully managed continuous integration service. And this service compiles your source code, it runs tests, and it produces software packages that are ready to be deployed. So basically, it produces artifacts from your code and passes it to the next stage. And what are these stages? We're going to find out in one of the next slides. So in our demo, we will utilize this service to test and deploy our project. So another service that we are not going to use in the demo, but I want to mention is AWS Code Deploy. And this is my favorite from the AWS developer tools, because this is a fully managed deployment service. Fully managed means, of course, that it's serverless, like all other services that we are talking about right now. It helps you to automate your software deployments and deploy them to compute services like, for example, EC2 instances. Well, you can do that, but we are not going to deal with that right now because we are all serverless. So you can also use code deploy to deploy your services to compute services such as AWS Lambda, or even on the containers, or maybe you want to deploy on premises. But we will focus on Lambda in this talks. And nice feature that you have, the built-in feature that you have in this AWS code deploy is that you can implement common deployment practices, so common deployment strategies like blue-green deployments, canary deployments, and so on. So this is a built into the service, and it's really nice thing to use. Then there is a AWS code pipeline, obviously, which is the subject of this talk. And what AWS code pipeline is, we will talk in the next slide. But I will just say it automates the build, test, and deploy phases of your release process. So every time that code changes. So what this means, this is actually orchestration service. It orchestrates your continuous integration and continuous delivery, continuous deployment process. So it orchestrates your CI/CD process. So let's talk about how code pipeline actually works. And before we do that, let's just say that what is a software release process. So we can describe software release process as a series of steps taken from writing code until the application reaches the production stage. So our code flows through these steps. And so therefore we can describe this flow as code going through the pipeline. And that is exactly what this image that you see on the screen presents. It's shamelessly stolen, of course, from the AWS, but it's such a great image, and it has all the phases that we want to talk about. Our software release process starts with the source stage, and the code pipeline consists of the stages and the actions. So each stage must have at least one action. In our demo, we will show one action per stage. Obviously, you can have multiple actions, but for the sake of simplicity, we will keep single action per stage. So let's start with the source stage, and in this stage, this is where developers are committing their changes. So they commit their source to some kind of the repository, and code pipeline supports various sources. So you can have your source on a code commit, or you can have your source code on a GitHub, or maybe on a Bitbucket, and you can even have it on the S3. So you can upload your source to. You can utilize S3 versioning. You can upload your source code to the S3, and S3 can trigger this source action. So once our source code is ready, our release process starts. So we are moving to the build stage, and here in this section we will actually run build process. And so how this build process is it required or not, and how it's going to look like, it highly depends on which language you are using. So if you're using JavaScript, then there is no build step. But there is if you are using TypeScript, like if you need to do if you need to transpile your code, or if you're doing compiled languages, this is the place where you are going to compile your code and produce the artifacts. So in this stage also, because we already mentioned that code build can compile your code and it also runs the tests. So here we can run our automated tests. We can test our code. And if all goes well, we can move to the next stage. Otherwise, pipeline will be broken, nothing will happen. But let's say that everything went well. We are moving to the next stage. And the next stage is actually deployment to the environment. And the best practices are always that you have that multiple environments. So you probably will have more than two, not just more than one, but more than two. But in this example here, we are showing the staging environment, and we are using continuous deployment strategy. So what this means is whenever you merge something into the target branch, merge PR or push code directly to that branch, we will trigger the store stage. We will build and test our code, and then we will deploy it to the staging. So this happens without any intervention of the user or a developer. So it continuously deploy code once it's merged into the repository. So with the production, we have to be more careful. So we don't want to deploy to production each time we change something on our repo. So we need to take a little precaution. So we want to have manual approval, and we want to have a user with the elevated privilege who will approve this deployment to the production. So at this point, so after the staging, we can have code built, tested, and ready to be released. But it's up to us and our policy: are we going to release it, or we are going to wait for something? But once we are ready, we can even reject. We can just reject, and it's not going to be deployed. We can wait for the next iteration and then release the next version and so on. So once the code is deployed to the production, customers are happily using it, and then they might have some ideas. Maybe they will have some feature requests. They will unfortunately find and report bugs, and this coming back to developers who are making changes, adding features, fixing bugs, and then they are committing their code. They're pushing it again to the repository, and this process continues. And this is about this is our continuous delivery. This is our CI/CD process. So what's worth mentioning here is that the code pipeline is perfectly describing this process. So you can visualize this process, and you can add these stages. And as I mentioned, so for the source stage, we are going to use GitHub in our demo. On the build stage, we are going to use code build. And we will actually have two phases where we use code build. So we will have stage where we will have test stage where we run unit tests. And we are going to use exactly same application. It is a SAM serverless application, some APIs with the Lambda proxy. And another stage will be deployment phase, where we will actually deploy our application. So also the code pipeline is very extensible. You can create your custom actions, but that's not also subject of this call, because there are like too many things, and it will not fit into this call. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit now is a code build service. So code build service is configured with the YAML file. So you saw this. You saw YAML configuration in Jamie's talk when he showed you how you can use this file to describe GitHub actions. Here in the code build, you can use YAML file. It's by default it's called build spec, but you can change this name whenever you need it. So I will just refer it per its default name. So build spec file is basically a collection of build commands and related settings. So what you can do with and it is divided into the different phases. So we have install phase, we have a pre-build phase, build phase, post-build phase. Of course, you can put. It's up to you which one you are going to use, and you can fit everything into the single phase. But you don't want to do that. You want to make clear separation. This because this is that's why this is a nice thing to have. And there are a couple of more options that I'm not showing in this file. I just wanted to show you the basics, and I want to emphasize some important things. And that is for example, integration with the AWS services. So for your deployment, you will probably need some credentials, or you will need to have some settings. Obviously, you don't want to push that to your software repository, wherever that is, and you want to keep your secrets secret. So you can keep your secrets in AWS Secrets Manager, and if you need that secret during the build process, you can add it to your you can reference it in your environment as environment variable, and also you can keep your app settings in Systems Manager parameter store, and there also you can reference it as an environment variable. So this is great thing to have. So each phases has the same attributes. So I'm just showing here some attributes in the install phase, but these attributes can also be, you can put this into the other phases as well. So that's why I put just this comment that same as previous. So here, what does it mean to have fine-grained access control? So in your build container, in your environment, if you're running Linux, for example, you can use different users for different phases. So maybe for install phase, you need a different privilege than during your build phases, and when accessing something, you want user with the less privilege. So all that can be configured here. So build commands are just an array of commands that you can execute to build your code, and you will see that in the demo session. So there is also this nice thing about on failure attribute, where you can what happens if some of the commands fails. So if it fails, you can either continue or abort the process. So most of the time you will probably want to abort the process, but there are some use cases where you will want to continue no matter what happens. And then there is this finalize attribute. So this will always run. So what that means is that either your commands fails or are executed successfully, this finalize step will be executed anyway. So before we jumped into the demo, I intentionally haven't mentioned the AWS Code Star service, even though it's on this in this slide. So Code Star service helps you to quickly bootstrap your project. So you can create a project, and I will show you that in the demo. Just quickly when we start, you can basically create your for example Alexa skill project with the CI/CD prepared. The reason why I put this abandoned here with the question mark is because this service has been announced in like 5 years ago, and I haven't seen much development. But if you want to have a quick start, you can you probably want to know that this exists, and you can try it out. So that being said, I will pass the ball to Jamit, and thank you for listening. And Jamit, show us what GitHub Actions can do.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for passing over. Let me Almir given the idea about how the CI/CD flow work with the pipeline. So let me show it in actions, how GitHub Actions can get it done quickly. So in this presentation, as we previously see this workflow, you just need to do one YML file within a .github workflow file, and that's it. So in this demo, I will quickly show like how the things work. Like say generally in the project there will be a GitHub repository, and someone create an issue and assign to the contributor. So as soon as we are working on some new feature, we will create some feature branch from main branch, and as soon as we are done with those work, we will just create a pull request into the develop branch, and we have some code review, and then if everything good, we will merge that pull request to the develop branch. So it will auto trigger the CI/CD GitHub Actions pipeline, and that GitHub Action pipeline workflow will do unit test, build, and deploy. So here we will see these this in action, like auto deploy. As soon as someone merge the feature branch into the develop branch, it will auto deploy to the dev, and we will also see how the manual deployment work as a part of production deployment. So this is a one GitHub repository we already set up here, and in this repository we already have I already check out this repository in my local itself. So this repository having already in this particular, if we see code level, that we are going to deploy SAM application. Like we have a few APIs like get all item, get by ID, and put item APIs that is doing some DynamoDB operations. So this API is implemented in SAM framework, and we are going to deploy this application by using GitHub Actions for just demonstration purpose. So I'm not going much into this application detail. but we have this thing set up, and within this .github folder, we have a workflow folder, and within that workflow folder we have tier 2 workflow, deploy to dev and deploy to production. So if we have before I am jumping into this explanation of this particular workflow, let me show here in the GitHub UI. In github.com, if you have a repository over there in the GitHub, when if you want to set up any GitHub action workflow, you need to go in action. So here I already have some workflow setup like deploy to dev and deploy to production, and some custom action demo. But if you did not have a setup this, then in that case you will not see this screen. You have this new workflow button. So as soon as you do workflow, that this GitHub action have a nice things like they are easily discovered the relevant workflow to your code base. Like if you have a Node.js code, or if you have a Java code or any other code, based on your code base in the repository, it will auto discover some suggestion for the workflow. So you are easily able to bring particular workflow. There are also simple workflow available, like which we see before, like this simple workflow. So you are easily able to start with some simple workflow, like you can choose some simple workflow. Here you can see like some this event occurring, so you can modify this. Like if you want to do some event operation based on push or pull request, you can do like this manual workflow, and then some jobs. You are even able to add any actions from this marketplace. Like here you are easily able to search different actions from the marketplace, and you are easily able to copy those kind of things in your final workflow file you are building. Okay, so this kind of there are a lot of actions available ready to use action available from the community. So you can see like there are deployed to Azure, and then there are same way like there are AWS relevant actions also available, like you can deploy to Amazon ECS. These are default, but AWS also providing different workflow, different GitHub actions ready to use. Same way many different third party like Azure, GCP, and all those are and many other third party provider for different workflow. Like if you want to send some Slack notification to the some channel, those kind of things also we are able to do. So a lot of things possible to implement as a part of workflow. But here we are seeing like CI/CD pipeline, like how this deploy to dev and deploy to production happening as a part of this demo. So here I have already created these two demo deployment workflow, deploy to dev and deploy to prod. So as a part of this only, I just created two workflow.github workflow. We have a deploy to dev. So in this particular deploy to dev, I have put this actions. So as soon as someone push the changes to the develop branch, it will trigger this workflow deploy to dev. And this is just a permission we set just to read operation on the repository, just a security purpose. And here we are triggering some jobs. Like as soon as this event occurs, we are triggering these jobs. We have two jobs for now, just demonstration purpose. It will do the unit testing, and at the end, if unit testing, this unit testing job is if a success, then it will trigger deployment, like built-in deployment. And you can see like this deployment job is dependent on unit tests. So we set here needs, so we are running sequential job instead of default it is running parallel. So as soon as unit test job is success, then it will trigger the deployment job. So this needs is for just a sequential purpose. So this unit testing, so as a part of this job, we are doing different steps. So this first step is like a common step generally required in any kind of workflow, like action checkout. So this action checkout, and here in whenever we are using any actions, so in that case we are just giving version, like specific version if you want to use. So this will just check out your repository code into the runner workspace, like GitHub Actions runner workspace, and so that we are able to do different operation on that particular code. So this generally this checkout actions always required. This thing is just for setting up the Node.js specific version. This action is for setting up the Node.js, and then we have this some operation for caching Node.js module, so we not need to do build every time. And here we just doing like npm install and doing test running test cases. Okay, so as soon as test cases success, it will go to this build these jobs, and this job will run on separate runner. You can see we are using this Ubuntu latest. We are able to use Windows or Mac OS, or that is supporting by the GitHub. Even we are able to create a custom runner as well if we want. Here I also same way, like here we are checking out repository, and we are doing this Node.js building operation, and then at the end we are installing dependency, and here we are just doing main thing, this SAM deploy. So before doing SAM deploy, we are using this AWS actions, like this is AWS action set up SAM, because we want to deploy SAM application. So this step is important for us. Like here we are setting SAM CLI. So this AWS action SAM setup SAM will set up the AWS SAM CLI, and this another action. This is AWS action. So this AWS action configure AWS credentials. So we for doing SAM deployment and build, we need this AWS credentials. So I already set up one IAM user. Those we are passing those detail here. So that those detail we are setting in the setting secret manager. So in setting of your repository, admin user can go to the secrets, and in action admin user able to set this repository level secrets. So these are the AWS access key and secret key we are storing at repository level secrets. So those we are accessing here as a part of this AWS action of configuring AWS credential. So that will give us some access to create a cloud formation resource during deployment. And so as a part of this step, like we are doing SAM build and SAM deploy. So we are creating stack stage wise, like production and development. So this is just an idea about SAM way for production. We have this SAM step, but what is here different is, like we have also created environment. In this action, we have this environment like production and dev. So we associated this environment with particular deployment steps. Like here we have a dev environment associated, and this for production deployment we have this for production deployment we have associated environment of production. And also this for production flow cases, we are passing the stage, like we are setting this environment variable, that is we are passing stage production. So during SAM deployment, we are creating a stack name accordingly, like dev or production. And also we have this workflow. You can see like dev workflow triggering automatically as soon as someone push changes on dev branch. But this deploy to production workflow will trigger only manually. So here we using that workflow dispatch. So that means it will trigger manually. And here we have associated environment production with the deploy in the production workflow. Why? Because in production workflow, we set this restriction. So in GitHub action, we are able to create different environment, like prod, dev, or staging, whatever we want. So here I created dev and production, and in production environment, I put some restriction, like we are able to do environment protection rule. Like I added a review required. So whenever someone deploy to production environment, that need to approved by these users. Like I given permission to me and Alvin. So this user only able to approve those deployments to the production. Without that, it will not deploy. Same way, I also added branch level restriction. Like you are able to only deploy this particular branch to a production environment. So those kind of restriction we are able to do at environment level. And this environment option only available if you have a public repository or if you have a GitHub Enterprise version. If in private repository without GitHub Enterprise version, this option is not available. Okay, so this is just, we are associating those environment with particular jobs so that it will restrict when we do. So this is just an idea about those code level workflow files. So let's see in the action. And now I'm into the action, and I already have this code ready, and let me just create a one new features just for a demonstration purpose. So at the moment I am in master main branch. So I am going to one task feature branch. So I am creating one some changes. I'm doing some changes in this repository. I mean, I from main branch I created one new branch. Say for example, feature/task1. So for a demonstration purpose, I am doing some changes in this particular code base. Okay, so for now, say for example, in get all items, I am just changing one line just for a demo purpose. So as soon as I will change and push the changes and create pull request, after merge it should trigger the deployment flow. So here I am just changing, just for a demonstration purpose, I am just changing few things in this particular API. So I am just committing this file. Okay. So here I am just pushing those changes to the task one. So I am just pushing those changes to the task one, whatever changes I done. So now I am going to pull request. If you can see action, so far there are yesterday's action, so no any actions today. So we will see that in action. So I have already pushed my changes in task one, feature/task one. So now I am creating pull request from task ones to develop branch. Okay. So this is, I just done one line change. So I'm just creating a pull request. Even during creating a pull request, you are able to add the reviewer. As a part of creating pull request, here you are able to add the reviewer if you want to add someone from your collaborator team, like contributor team. So once they do the review, like they are, if you add as a reviewer, they will just open this pull request and they can do code review. If they go to the file, they are able to do the review and approve it. Right now I am owner, so I am not able to approve, but reviewer will do the approval for this particular pull request. So as soon as they will do approve and merge this pull request, so let me merge it. Okay, so this is just merged into the develop branch, so it should trigger this pipeline. You can see this pipeline is just triggered now. So right now in my cloud formation, there are only these two stack. So it will create a new stack for a SAM application for a 3 APIs. So this is running. So if you can see like unit testing is already success and deployment is currently running. In unit testing, these are the different steps run, which we already see in the code level before. In that particular deployment flow, like we see this different step, unit testing and all. So this unit test run, and in test cases, all test cases are passing. If any test case will not pass, like if any test case will fail, it will not go to the deploy step. Right now all the test cases pass, so it is go to the deploy step. And this deployment is also showing us like all the details. Even we are able to search out the any logs if we want. We are able to view any different logs from this particular. All the steps are running. So right now SAM deployment is running, build, and then it will deploy it. Okay, so it will take few minutes. And once it will done, meanwhile, let me create the pull request to the main branch from a develop. So from a develop, I am creating pull request to main branch. So this new changes will go from develop to main branch. I am merging those changes. So this develop changes is already merged to main branch, but it will not trigger this production deploy to production workflow because we put it manually. We given this event like workflow dispatch, so it means that it will we are only able to trigger that manually. Okay, so let me meanwhile this job is running, let me trigger this. I think it's about to finish. Okay, so meanwhile this action running, let me trigger this prod deployment. So for deploying to production, we are running this workflow manually, so we need to run workflow. So I am doing that workflow running, so it will show here as soon as it will run. So this deploy to production is triggered. Here you can see unit testing is running. As soon as it will reach to deploy, it will stop and it will ask for a review, like because production is only get deployed after approval, because we put here in production case we attached here environment production, and for that we put the environment level restriction. Without approval it will not deploy. So you can see this action is at running, and that is relevant to deploy to dev. I'm showing parallelly, so we will get finished demo quickly. This deploy to production, you can see like unit testing is done and all test cases passes. But if you see here, it is stopped because it is request your review to deploy to prod. So whatever user in environment level, you have set different users, like I and Almir have this access for approving. So as until these users don't approve this, it will not get deployed to production. Okay, so I even those users will also get email, like those users will get email. You can see like I get this email recently. So deploy to prod is waiting for your review. So those reviewer will get this email, and they are able to go jump into that particular pipeline, and they can review and deploy. So as soon as they approve and deploy, it will deploy to production. So that is approval process. And so this approval process will trigger now. Okay, so you can see like the deployment is now running because it is approved by reviewer, and also this deployment to dev is also done. So if you see here in SAM deployment, it will have at the end some API endpoint. So that is API endpoint is running. Okay, I'm not going much detail into the APIs thing, but I'm going to show you the deployment things. So here you can see like this new SAM CI/CD demo dev stack is created, and as a part of this stack there are 3 Lambda function also created. Yeah, so these 3 Lambda function also created, and also API gateway things created. So this way we are able to deploy to dev on pull request merge, as well as deploy to production after review approval. Those kind of things we are able to easily do quickly able to do with the GitHub Actions. So this is end-to-end demonstration. And another thing is like if you want to, there are a lot of actions available in the marketplace. If you see that there are so in GitHub Action Marketplace, there are a lot of action available. You can see like this, there are a lot of time different action available relevant to security scanning, relevant to monitoring, relevant to CI/CD stuff. So even you are able to do any kind of third party. AWS is also providing many actions for deploying to ECS or deploying to many actions. Even you are able to create your own actions. Okay, so say for example, if you want to create some custom thing, so this is just demo regarding that custom action demo. So here I just simply put one custom action. So That is just a basic demo perspective, considering the time constraint. So this custom action demo here, I just put a basic things like this is a custom action demo, means I am creating my own custom action, okay, by using JavaScript. So here I am put this event workflow dispatch manually. So it is manually option. And I just hello world jobs will trigger, and as soon as I will run this workflow manually, it will trigger this hello world job. And in this job, I already created here one manual workflow, so I'm using that my own workflow. You can see like my repository hello world JavaScript action, and I am passing greetings name, my name. So this is the input parameter we are passing, and that workflow, this custom action will give a output parameter. So at the end we are getting these steps, hello and id, this outputs giving a time. So these steps, hello, the id and outputs of this particular steps, we are using time from that. So this is a custom GitHub action I created, and that we are able to run it. So if we see the custom action, here is the code for custom action. So in custom action, whenever if you want to implement any custom action by using JavaScript, you need to mainly first create this action.yml file. This action.yml file, you need to specify like what are the inputs. Here you can see who greet, so that is the input parameter. We are just setting like required things and default things, and what is the output we want from this particular action. So we are outputting time, and we are inputting who to greet. This is just a simple demo perspective, and we are run using Node.js 16, okay, and that will run this particular file index.js. So whatever logic, main logic you want to run, that is inside index.js. So these are two main library. There are GitHub action already providing us a SDK, and many ready to use library to implement a custom GitHub action. So these are core. This one important library is the action core, and like action GitHub. So this core library just to get like get a context input and output things, and this GitHub action library is for getting SDKs for just doing any GitHub API operation. Like if you want to say, for example, someone doing pull request and you want to labeling those pull requests properly, so you are able to do GitHub API operation as well by giving a GitHub token in the input or kind of things. So you can see like in this workflow we are passing input who to greet, and we are calling this repository. So that is this same repository within my name, and we are passing here who to greet. So here we are getting this parameter by using this library like get input who to greet. So we are getting that value, and at the end we are out, like after that we are outputting this core library set output time. So that will be available here, like we are getting step hello output time, so that will be available in the output. So here like this is just a simple demo, but you are able to do any kind of third party or GitHub operation, and you are able to implement complex things as well. So same way by JavaScript, this is a custom action, but you are able to do same thing by Docker as well, container Docker things. So this is so if you run this workflow, let me run it quickly. So it will greet the my name, because whatever name I am passing here, it will greet just those things. So I am running this custom action demo. It will quick only. So it is triggering hello world. You can see like hello world jobs, and within a hello words there are few steps. Like we have this hello world action step, and we have this get the output time. So in hello world action step we are greetings, like in our code base we are greeting hello XYZ. So if we see in the code level in actions, like here we are doing the console log hello and whatever name we are passing in who to greet, so that we are passing here. So that is displaying here, and same way like in output we are giving time. So that will be in another step, that time we are whatever output parameter we are displaying, the time was in GMT. So like step hello output times, and that we are sending in the core set output. Same way we are able to do like GitHub API operation, many complex operation and all those things, and third-party operation and many things. So GitHub Action give us a flexibility to implement anything. So that's it from my side for a demo perspective. Let me call Almir to give a demo about a code pipeline, how it's work like this.
Okay, thank you very much, David. That was great as usual. So let's go ahead now and talk about code pipeline. So the demo that I'm about to show is exactly the same as what Jamie just presented you. So I'm going to use the same code base, and since he already showed you the stuff like creating PR and merging stuff, and those kind of source control and GitHub Git and the GitHub thing. So I am not going to show that because those pipelines are already triggered by his PRs, and they are already executed. So what I'm going to show you now is how do you set up infrastructure with when you need a code pipeline. So you have several options to do this. So you can have a you can use like a CodeStar, for example, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. So here earlier I created this CodeStar demo webinar. This basically deploys Alexa skill. So you have your code ready. You have your repository already set up, and you have your pipeline already set. So and as you can see, the whole process of building Alexa skill here is visualized. So what happens here? We have a source, and this source comes from the GitHub, and then there is a build step, and it utilizes code build, and then there is a deploy step, and this one actually has two actions, which I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have two actions, and this action deploy stage actually utilizing CloudFormation. So we have two steps where we are generating two actions. First one, we are generating a change set, and in another one, we are just executing that change set. And if you want to quickly create your project and the pipeline, you can do so by going to CodeStar, and here you can create your project. So from here, you can select any template you like. As you can see, there is a pagination, so there are plenty of projects here. So I hope that you will find something for yourself. So for example, there is a Node.js project that runs serverless, which is pretty common today. Then there is a Python project, and you can even choose from any of those available here. So if you need a jump start, just use a CodeStar to generate everything for you. If you need quick start, I suggest you to utilize this service. However, I'm not sure about the future of it. I know that AWS is not like a Google; it's not shutting down services, just like that. So it's not gonna shut down anytime soon. But I can't tell you about the future intentions from AWS side. Are they going to develop this further, or they're going to leave it just as it is until everyone give up? But this is something to take into the consideration. So let's go back to our code pipeline. So this, as you can see, this is very nice visualized. So we have you saw with the CodeStar project that we have like different stages, and in the code pipeline, I want to show you this production deployment. So we have a source stage, and here we have a GitHub source as a source action. So whenever something happens on our target branch, this action will be triggered. So as you can see here, Jamie created a PR and merged pull request into the develop branch, and then he merged this into the main branch, and that is what triggered this section. And then we moved to unit testing stage, and here we are utilizing code build. And here we can obviously see the log in the code build, what happened here, and I will show you I will show you that. So here you can see that tests are passing. So in our build stage, we utilized code build to run the tests, and since this is a production pipeline, here code pipeline expects us to approve this change. So as you can see, the pipeline is in progress, but that just means that this approval is pending. So here you can review the change, and you can either reject it and it's not going to be deployed, or you can happily approve it and say, I don't know, this looks good to me, and yeah, let's push it to the production. So now our pipeline is going to be to move to the next stage, because you see the latest release was 1 day ago, and now since we approved it, we are moving to the production, and there is not much to be seen here. This will just deploy our API the same way GitHub Actions deployed this to the account in question. So I will show you how you can set up this pipeline. So I will try to make this a little bit faster, so we are not so we don't take too much of your time, because next presentations are also waiting. So here we have two stacks. So we can generate our code pipeline with directly from the AWS console. We can use SDK. We can use CDK, like we are doing here in this demo.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to jump in. I think you have a little bit more time than you said, so don't feel free to take your time with it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. So okay, let's talk about with a little more talk about this with a little bit more details. So here, as I described earlier in the presentation, we wanted to have continuous deployment to our development stage. So whenever something is whenever you push some changes to the dev branch, it needs to be deployed to the development environment. So as I said, so in the next slide we are going to talk about why to use code pipeline, but in order to one of the things is this setup flexibility. So this it's up to you what works best for you, obviously. So either use that code start for the jump start, or maybe you are a fan of the Terraform, so feel free to use Terraform to generate pipeline, or you can use raw CloudFormation, or you can do it old-fashioned way in the console, or you can use a CDK. Here I'm going to show you how we define this pipeline. So we need several things for our SAM deployment. So we want to use S3 bucket for our deployment. It is requirement. So you need to upload your template to some bucket in order to be deployed. So here I'm creating S3 bucket with the CDK, and setting up some common parameters like the bucket name, and I'm giving it resource name, CloudFormation resource name as a deployment bucket, obviously. And then I do have a removal policy destroy, because after this demo, I will just destroy this stack, and I don't want to have this S3 bucket on my account anymore. And I don't want this bucket to be publicly accessible, so I want to make sure that public access has been restricted or blocked. And okay, so since this is the SAM prerequisite, we can now, and it's done, we can move to creating a pipeline. So with the CDK, we instantiate the new pipeline, and we giving it some meaningful name. And this meaningful name is obviously deploy SAM application to dev environment. And then we are here to define our stages. So we said that we have source stage, and we said that we have a unit test stage, and that we have a deploy stage. So obviously, if you have more complicated project or you have more requirements, like for example, the one that I show you for the creating Alexa skill, there you might have multiple actions per stage. In this case, we will have only one action per stage. So for our source stage, obviously we need a new artifact. So what this means is that once this source action is triggered, our action will produce artifact, and that artifact in this particular case is our source code. So we need to pass our source code to the next stage, and the next stage is the code build project that will accept that code and run the tests. And after that, if all goes well, we will move to the deployment stage. So let's define source action under the source stage. So how are we going to do that? So we are connecting our source stage with the we have created one action, and in that action we want to connect that action with the GitHub repository, and the action name will be a GitHub developed branch. So, I mean, you can put here whatever you want, whatever makes sense for you. The owner of the repository is Serverless Guru. Obviously, this is the owner of the repository, and then the repository name is webinar CI/CD. So this is exactly what we have here. That is the repository, and in order to connect to the GitHub, we will need to have some OAuth token. So once you generate this token in a GitHub, you have to keep it secret, and where we keep our secrets, obviously in a secrets manager. So I have this secret here, which I'm not going to tell you. So this is just for your reference, and I will use that that token to authenticate myself against the GitHub repo. So I will be authorized to get the source code from there. So next thing to know is on which branch this action will be triggered. So we are going to be this is going to be triggered by any change on the development branch. You can go a little bit into a little bit more details and fine grain this trigger. So in this case, it will be triggered by any change on when it happens on the repo on this particular branch, and then as a result, we are producing the new artifact, which we will pass to our next stage, which we defined earlier, and that is our unit test stage. And in this stage now we are ready to add action to the stage. So here in that stage we are creating action which will be connected to the code build project, and this is how we define code build. Obviously this project constructor comes from the AWS CDK library. You can find it under the code build. You have this code completion with the TypeScript. So the reason why I'm using the typed language here, and in this case it's TypeScript, but you can use any supported languages, any language supported by CDK as you like. So I'm creating a code build action, and as I mentioned earlier, so in order to configure code build, you need to create a build spec YAML file. So that file you can, if you are creating, for example, if you are creating this code build manually in the AWS console, you can enter these commands there in the console. You can provide build spec file. You can even use a different name for the file if that makes you happy. But here I'm defining this as this build spec file as a JSON object, and as you can see, I'm providing a version, and you can look into the documentation. So basically, there are only two versions. There is an initial 0.1, and then there is this 0.2 version of the build spec file, and it's just additional features has been added to this to the specification. So I have my phases here, and under the phases I have install phase. So what am I doing here? I have a runtime version, which is a Node.js 14, and and obviously I can have multiple runtime environments. For me, it's the only requirement is Node.js 14, so I don't need to do anything else. Here in the commands, I'm listing any so I will install any tool that I need for my deployment. So because I got the source code and it is Node.js project, I need to install dependencies. So I will just run npm install, and this second command is not actually required here. I'm just putting it as because AWS some CLI is available. So this will just install some CLI, and that's for our install stage because we are deploying SEM application, and we are moving then to the next phase, which is a build phase. So yeah, the name is a little bit tricky because we are not building anything. We are actually deploying and we're actually running the tests here in this phase. So I'm just executing npm run tests, and here in the package JSON, obviously you see that we are using Jest, and it's just the example project from the default example project. When you run some init, you can just have this same project as we are using it here, and with test already pre-configured. So I'm just running this. Not that I'm running the test. I'm running the test script. This is actually development dependency. So yeah. So so the command here will run the tests, and after everything is done, we are moving to the post build phase. And here I will just basically log that build has been completed, and this is the environment variable date saying build completed is on that timestamp. And here the test dev action actually is so we are assigning the name to the action. We are assigning the build project, and this is the build project, and the input is actually output from the source stage. Hopefully this makes sense. So this is the once again this is the code build action that receives source code as an input from the previous stage. We are using this test dev project with this specification that will install dependencies and run the tests, and this is just the action name, which can be anything you like, but hopefully you will put something meaningful there. Then we actually have deployment project. So this is again code build, and this is a next stage after tests. So if tests are not passing, we are never going to reach the deployment stage. If the tests are passing, we reach this deployment stage, and this is a different code build project. And here we have again our specification. So pretty much the same as previous steps. Commands are a little bit different in the build phase, because here I'm doing some logs saying, okay, this build started on this day, on this time, and I'm building some application with the build command, sem build, and then once that is ready, we are actually moving to the deployment. So here I'm deploying the application, and this is exactly the same that you saw on the GitHub Actions. And once that is done, we are moving to the post-build phase. You can do some cleanup here. You can do stuff that you might need to do after the successful deployments. You can also because of the integrations, because of the integration with other services. So you can integrate SNS, SQS. You might trigger some stuff with the Lambda hooks that will after the successful deployment. So having SNS and having the Lambda integration, you can basically do anything you like. So it's up to you how you're going to use it. The most important thing is that you can. So, and also one thing that I haven't mentioned is the environment configuration. So here I'm using a Linux build image, and it's a standard Ubuntu image. You can find in the AWS documentation which environments are accessible, and you can bring your own container. You can bring your own build environment if you need anything specific. If the standard environment doesn't fit your needs, so you can find in standard images, you can find Ubuntu images, or you can find Amazon Linux images, or as I said, you can bring your own container. After that, so this is the important thing. So with the GitHub Actions, you had some you use the AWS credentials stored on the GitHub repo under the secrets, and permissions are closely related to that key pair. So if you want to do some changes in the permissions, so your user which deploys the application to the environment, you will again you can't do that on the GitHub Actions. You need to go to AWS and manage your policies on the AWS anyway. So here I haven't assigned administrator. So people usually do like okay, now go ahead and deploy this as an administrator, and your keys will have administrator privilege. So the best practice is to actually fine-grain your permission and to apply least privilege principle. And that being said, what I'm doing here, I'm creating a new policy statement, and I'm adding policies that are required only to deploy the application. So not more, not less. So I'm giving access to the CloudFormation, to certain actions, to the S3, Lambda, because we are deploying Lambda function, and we are also deploying DynamoDB, and we are deploying API gateway, and we also need to update some policies in the Lambda execution role. So you will need to have these kind of thing here. So, and once we define those actions, we are assigning those policies, and we are limiting those policies only to certain resources. So we are fine-graining our policies. We don't want our deployment user to have access to everything. Hopefully nobody will ever get access to the keys, but if something goes wrong, we are reducing blast radius. So this is like it will be limited only to these resources, and the hacker will not be able to do more damage than to access the resources that are part of this stack. And once we did that, we are adding our policy. We are adding our policy to the deployment role, and then we are defining code build action, and we say that our project is deploy dev project, and that's the one where we defined all these policies. And then we are using source dev output as input to this action, and then we're just giving some meaningful name, which means deploy to development. And now we add. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. No, I'm just jumping into like a flag that probably got like maybe 10 minutes left before we get ready for the next presentation. If you want to wrap up, and then we can get into like Q&A.
Okay. I will wrap up this in 2-3 minutes. So we are adding these actions to source stage. We add this source action to the test stage. We add the test action to the deployment stage. We add this build dev action, and then on the production stack we have pretty much the same thing. with the one important difference, and that is that we are creating a role, basically a role that will have administrator access. And what this means here, that we are granting manual approval only to the user who has the administrator privilege. So if you are a developer, if you are a user, or you have less than administrator, if you don't have this administrator access, you will not be able to approve deployment to the production, which is the important thing. So with that being said, and because of the time constraint, I will stop here. I already show you how to approve it, and we are going to move to the next slide. And Jamit has its own ready, I guess, and he's going to tell us why GitHub Action rocks. So let's go with that.
Yeah, great. Let me share my screen again and jumping into that particular point. So as we already see, demo and things are very easy to set up with the GitHub Actions, and that is a developer perspective. So it is a great developer experience if you are new to the CI/CD, and if you want to quickly build your CI/CD pipeline, GitHub Action is your option. Okay, so it will give a great developer experience. You need to just add one YML file and you are done. It is also fast-growing CI/CD launch in a few years back, and having even work in open source market, like whenever your code hosted on GitHub Actions very quickly. There are also, if we see the free plan, it is always free for public repository, and also for a GitHub free plan for a private repository, they are giving 2000 build minutes. So that is good for anyone to getting started, even no cost for pipeline compared to the code pipeline if we see. So this is any developer easily able to start by using these things. If we see the pricing criteria, this also there are nice action marketplace available, and a lot of community members sharing their custom actions. So that is easily able to integrate with any public cloud provider like GCP or Azure or anyone. If we are able to do any kind of workflow, even we are able to send email on particular action failure or any kind of things we are able to implement through custom actions, or by using action which is already implemented, built within a GitHub. So that is good, like your actions, everything, like all the workflow visible properly within your GitHub UI. So that would be a awesome developer experience comparatively. It is supporting all the different platform, Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. So you have a good build testing platform, and you are able to create your own runner as well. There are multiple workflow templates already available. So that is also one plus point, like you are able to do any kind of things like code security or monitoring things, or your CI/CD things, and many different operations. And there is a strong integration with third-party tools and cloud providers. So that is good things, like they are giving also good kind of settings, like environment level settings. There is a organization level settings, environment level settings, as well as repository level settings for a secret storing, and all those things well organized, considering the different third-party integrations. So like code pipeline is stick with the AWS ecosystem, but this will be flexible to integrate with any kind of third-party tools and cloud providers. So they are also giving setting accordingly to manage the secrets and all those things, environment level, organization level, or repository level. So that is good thing. Also, that is supporting multi-containers, like you are able to easily deploy by using container, Docker, and all those things, like you are easily able to deploy through container system as well, comparatively. Okay. So this is just all points I just want to highlight. And now Almir will talk about why the code pipeline will be.
Yeah. Okay. Can you share the presentation for me? Okay. Thanks.
Sure. Let me share.
Okay, so why to use code pipeline compared to GitHub Action? So before I tell that, I saw the question in a chat asking about if something goes wrong, what happens? So what happens is that you can how to notify user. So I think Jamie already covered with the GitHub Actions, and I also mentioned that you have SNS on the AWS side. So you can basically you can send the notification to you. You can trigger Lambda. You can send SMS. You can send push notification. You can to your mobile phone, or you can send an email. So that's you can notify and wake somebody if something goes wrong. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, GitHub Action. Sorry to interrupt. GitHub Action also giving a default notification whenever any workflow fails for individual projects. But if you have a multiple team working, then you are able to use some directives based on some jobs fails. You are able to use some custom action and able to send email or within a Slack integration kind of things. You are able to do with the action.
Okay. Okay, so back to why to use code pipeline. So as Jamie already explained, with the GitHub Actions, you have that jump start. So you can just start and create your YAML template, and then you are good to go, which is fine for the simple projects, and most of the projects probably can work with that. But if you want to follow best practices, and if you have more complicated project, and specifically if you are working with the AWS, strong integration with AWS services is what gives code pipeline advantage. So why? Because security, you do your security with using IAM. So you can follow least privilege principle, which I show you in the demo. So you can do fine-grained policies for your deployments, and then you can do user-specific privilege, like for the approval stage for a different reviews. You can utilize IAM to do that. You can probably do similar thing with the GitHub Actions by juggling with the keys, or maybe creating custom actions. But this is actually built into the code pipeline ecosystem. So that is a great thing to have. So when you need to rotate your keys, again, we have a little bit of struggle. Just note that everything you can do with probably everything that you can do with the code pipeline, you can do with the GitHub Actions, but there are some things that are easier to do using one than another. So definitely the simplicity in starting a project is probably give comparative advantage to the GitHub Actions. But for the code pipeline, if you are okay with a little bit coding and effort, you can make it more secure. And so we are coming to the point where we want to rotate our keys, because we don't want to have we don't want to have this we don't want to have this same keys forever, and we can use secrets manager, we can use Lambda functions and services to rotate those keys. Then our build artifacts are encrypted by default, and that obviously can't be a bad thing. So for this, as it comes for the setup flexibility, I already mentioned that you can go to the console, and then you can just click around and put and configure your environment, and you can fine grain your environment with the settings you like. But if you want even more flexibility, you can use tools like Terraform or CDK. And if you are really good with the cloud formation, and you want to suffer, then you can set up the environment with the cloud formation. Of course, you can do it with the code by utilizing SDK, but you will probably end up by using some kind of the abstraction over the cloud formation. So as it comes to the different environments, so there are prepackaged environments, which I mentioned, like Ubuntu Linux container, or Amazon Linux, or you can bring your own container, and then you can use that to customize that built environment for your specific project, especially if you are using some kind of language that is not JavaScript, so and requires some special build process. So it is a feature rich, and I mentioned when we started the talk that one thing that I like the most with the AWS developer tools, and specifically about this code deploy service, is that gradual deployments are supported out of the box, and there is a great integration with the SAM. So simply by adding a resource to because we didn't have much time, I haven't shown you, but you will find in the where to go next, in the next slide, you will find some useful links which you can visit. There are some articles that we wrote about how to do gradual deployments with the how to do gradual and the canary deployments with the code deploy. It's a built-in feature, and if you have something, if you need that, you will probably want to use code deploy integrated with the code pipeline. So it's not limited to GitHub to AWS services, so you can use the source from a code commit, GitHub, Bitbucket, ECR, S3, whichever makes you happy or whichever fits your workflow. So the one thing that is not part of this talk is obviously that you can use code deploy to deploy stuff you can deploy EC2 fleets, you can deploy containers, you can even use code deploy to deploy on premise. And when it comes to this cross-cloud hybrid solution, that's not something I recommend. You can use code pipeline with that, but if you are working on the Azure, I will probably recommend you to use Azure pipelines instead of having GitHub Actions there or using AWS code pipeline there. So specifically working on serverless, working on the AWS, and if you need security and flexibility, I would go with I would invest a little bit more effort, but I would go with the code pipeline. And finally, you have these Lambda hooks, and you know that when you have event that triggers your Lambda, you can basically do everything. So whatever comes to your mind. So, and that's about it. Those are the things that I would like to emphasize with the code pipeline. Why I think it's a better fit for certain use cases. Obviously, it's so James here represented the GitHub Actions part, and it's up to you to decide which one better fits your needs. So if you need a jumpstart, if you need flexibility, if you need security, it's up to you to decide. But the most important thing is that you have a choice, and you can use whatever better fits your project. So that's about it from my side. As I mentioned, we have this where to go next slide, and this here you can find some useful links to the presentation will be available for download. You can find the source code for this, and then you can see some articles for the gradual deployments, and you can find articles how to set up things and how to use GitHub Actions, how to deploy stuff with the code deploy. And that being said, thank you very much for attending. If you, I don't know, do we have time for a Q&A session? And Jamie, if you want to add something else.
All good, yeah. Thanks, sir.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. Thanks so much, Amir and Jamit. That was a fantastic breakdown. I think the recording is going to be something that people want to go back and definitely watch, and we'll make sure to clip it up and put it on YouTube so that everyone can kind of go through it at their own pace too. Because I feel like y'all jumped into code, into like the smallest details, and like anybody that's thinking about using, even building a CI/CD is probably going to find this like super useful versus like something that's just like very high level and just gives like a general idea for what it does. Y'all went into like the raw, like deepest level of all this stuff. So yeah, so we had one question from Dharmendra, so let's go ahead and take that, and then as we're doing that, the next group, we have a panel coming up. They're going to be joining into our backstage, which of course y'all can't see that are viewing this. And then once we get through Q&A, then we'll switch over to that talk. So the question that we had here.
Sorry, Ryan, we already answered that question during the question. What happens when what happens if something goes wrong, if something breaks? So we have the SNS, and we have similar stuff on the GitHub. So you do have a notification, and that will help you to know that something went wrong.
Yeah, in GitHub Action also, like whenever workflow fails, it will auto notify default to the individual repository level. If you have multiple teams, then you are able to integrate some actions for sending emails or sending Slack notification kind of things is possible.
Awesome. Yeah, well, it's fantastic then. Well, if no one else has other questions, and I think that kind of brings it to a close. I don't see that we have our next presenters in yet, so I'll give them a second. So I guess to ask y'all another question, like preparing this, did y'all end up having to stretch your own knowledge about both of these solutions to, like, do you feel like you now have a much more like well-rounded understanding of CI/CD pipelines through this process of building these slides and having this talk?
Yeah, well, I can go first, right? So yeah, well, obviously, every time you are preparing for the talk, or preparing stuff that you want to present, you are doing that because you are familiar with the topic that you are presenting. But then every time you need to do fact checking, because things have changed, or in my case, I had a problem with the CDK environment, because it never goes well from the anything, not just the code pipeline, but when you write code, you face some issue. So in my case, it was the issue with the and this is good to know, when you are creating a code build with the CloudFormation, by default, it will, if you don't specify the build environment. In our case, I'm using the latest Ubuntu, but it gives you the default. It gives you the default environment, which was the old environment, which didn't support Node.js 14, and my builds have been failing. So those kind of things are something. So I didn't know that. So I found out that on a hard way. So, but it's always a nice thing. So yeah. To make long story short, creating the presentations and talks always gives you an opportunity to learn something new.
Awesome. Fantastic. And what about you, Jaymet? Just to close out.
So when we are just working on any presentation or any talks, first thing is like we are taking care of all the audience, like someone is starting from ground and someone already using the solution. So that's great. We can say like that would be great. We are considering all the audience worldwide, from beginners to experience level, and we are highlighting things like from basic level to the broad level, like how you are creating simple workflow and how you are implementing your custom workflow, or like even your own workflow you are able to implement in like Java by using JavaScript or by using containers. So like it will be always, when we are presenting something, it will be always like good experience for us as well as for audience to get some knowledge. Yeah. So it's good.
Well, I think I just almost choked on my water. But that brings us to a close. So thank you so much, Almir and Jaymet. That was a really robust presentation. And with that, we can start loading up the next presentation. So really appreciate it.
Hope you'll survive.
Yeah, John, you gotta quit this one. This is a good one.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Thanks for having me. Have a good day. I'm looking forward for the next presentation, so I will stay and watch.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks. Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Right. Okay, fantastic. Hey everybody, how's everyone doing? Good.
Good.
Great.
Good.
Okay.
Doing great, thanks.
All right. Well, we have a really special one coming up. It's going to be an awesome panel. I'm just going to do a brief highlight of what is the title of this and what is the description, and then I'll get off and let them do their thing. So what we have right now is we have the Serverless First Mindset panel with Tushar, Taha, Daniel, Vishnu, and Paul Chin Jr. This is described as live from the front lines, joining our team, chat on challenges faced and insights gained in the real world through encountering serverless problems and things like that, and how to basically leverage a serverless first mindset that goes beyond just Lambda functions, right? So a lot of times we just think about the technology side, but it's actually much bigger. I believe someone wrote this: hold on to your ARNs and buckle up your IAM roles. It's going to be a fun ride. So with that, I'll hand it over to y'all. If you want to do a round robin of intros and just jump straight in, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Ryan. Hey, everybody on the internet. Welcome to our panel. My name is Paul Chin Jr., and here with us today, we're a team of serverless developers at Serverless Guru, where over the last year or so, we've built and operated a recommendation system that really customizes the content that goes through our client's sort of corporate communications channels, like email or SMS or even on the web. Our experience comes from processing over 10 million events in production. And today we're going to talk about how we apply our serverless first mindset as we navigate the waters and technical and organizational requirements in deploying a huge production scale system. So what I'm going to do is first introduce Daniel, and we're going to go around and introduce ourselves and tell you a little bit about what serverless means to us. So Daniel, why don't you go ahead and kick it off?
Yeah, with pleasure. Thanks, Paul. So my name is Daniel, like it's written on the other side, on the bottom here. And I'm being a serverless developer since serverless started. That was like, I think it started to get momentum in 2014. Before that, like everyone else, I worked with servers. I went to the 2 a.m. runs to change hard drives in a data center, patching cables and so on. And since the first serverless functionalities were announced especially by AWS, I kind of jumped on that wagon too, because for a peace of mind mainly. And also, and that's, I think, the important part on what serverless means to me, is that the most important one is you don't pay for idle. So if something isn't used, you should not pay for it. So I think that's the most important aspect of serverless. And then you would also have this auto healing part. So you don't have like to reboot a server in the middle of the day just because some kind of process doesn't work. And with that, you also will get the multi-zonal system, so that your function will actually sustain, or your functionalities will sustain a data center loss, which happens really rarely, but when it happens, it really bites you in the back. And having managed servers for a long time, like not having to worry anymore about security patches, upgrading the OS when a new version comes out, and do these rolling upgrades of your rack, that is really something that keeps you off that background work and lets you focus on what's important. It means the functionality that you're building. So that's my point for serverless and what's important. I think going next to Taha, perhaps.
Yeah.
I let you the floor.
Thanks, Daniel. So, hey, everyone. I'm Taha. I'm originally from Libya, and currently I'm based in Canada. I've been doing serverless since 2018, and it's all that I've known. And so basically, as a junior developer, I found myself on that wagon, so I didn't jump on it. And it was during my first job. It was like at a software agency, and they had a client. They wanted to build like an IoT system, and my CTO, he also didn't know much about serverless, but he said, like, here, this is documentation, and just hit your head against it and try to build something out of it. So that comes like to the point, like, what does serverless mean to me? Like, it's more of a personal thing rather than a technical thing. And I would say empowerment. Like serverless, it put me like in a very like advanced position right from like the beginning. I found myself able like to produce, deliver, and like ship an actual working product. I don't want to talk how bad that might have been, like the way I wrote the code and all that stuff, but I was able to ship something. And I think that's like the joy of serverless. And it took me back when I first learned like programming. I tried like some different other like I don't know, like game development and other things, but I didn't continue with them because I didn't see the results right away. However, with HTML and CSS, like from day one, I was able to write some HTML, CSS, and see my stuff in the browser. So it kind of felt the same way in serverless. I was able to build like APIs, functions, integrate with like IoT stuff. Like who would have known, like just one junior developer would be able to integrate all these pieces together. So yeah, that's I would say empowering when it comes to what serverless means to me. And yeah, I guess I'll give the mic to Vishnu to introduce himself.
Hey guys, this is Vishnu Prasad. I'm from India. So I'm serverless developer at Serverless Guru right now. So I started using serverless around like 2016 and 17 when this Lambda came out. Before that, I was a DevOps engineer. Like I started coding around at the same time when this Lambda was there. Like Taha said, I had an opportunity to start my development career along with directly on Lambda services. So for me, serverless is like, it's not like there's no servers. It's like there's not much of ops you need to do. Since I'm coming from a DevOps background, you don't have to manage any application configurations, version them, and don't do OS patching and all these things. And apart from that, it gives you like instant scaling. Like you don't have to configure any auto scaling groups and manage the AMIs or whatever. It just gives you like instant scale in a couple of seconds. It will give you like, if you have like a surge in the traffic, it helps you to scale instantly without any additional configuration. So that's and other than that, it helps you like create like developer environments like as exactly in production without any complex configurations, everything without like with 2-3 lines of code or changes in like configurations, you can spin up like an entire production replica without any additional configuration or weird configurations. So that's what serverless means to me. Is that the flexibility which gives you to a developer. And I'm passing to Tushar.
Hey everyone, really appreciate everyone joining in. My name is Tushar. I've been working with AWS Cloud for I think a good 4 to 5 years, and I started with like serverless in last 3 or 4 years, I would say. And I mean, I also do a lot of like front end and back end stuff. So with serverless, I think when I clearly remember my first sort of introduction to serverless was when we were running cron jobs. Like that was what was serverless meant for me. Like, hey, you don't have to do cron jobs. You don't have to have EC2s running throughout the day just to run, once in a day, just to execute once in a day. So we moved like all that stuff to Lambda functions and schedules, expressions from like CloudWatch, which I think is called EventBridge now. So that was like my intro to sort of serverless world, and I started learning more about it, working on it, and realizing it's not just running cron jobs or running Lambda functions. It's really a different mindset of like looking at things, of doing things in the cloud, especially someone coming from like a traditional way of running things in the cloud. Like you have EC2s running, and you think about are my EC2s are they going to take on the traffic, the load? What if there's a sudden spike in the traffic? Like are my EC2s like going to like handle all that traffic? So like Daniel said, like you don't have that peace of mind, like especially as like someone working on the DevOps. So I remember moving a bunch of services to like AWS Lambda functions, and if we really look beyond the like lower hanging fruits of serverless, like auto scaling, you don't have to pay when it's idle. It really does a lot more than just that. If you think about like it does a lot of things. Like you don't have to think about like the security aspect of your infrastructure, especially in the enterprise world where you have to have compliance with
all these different compliance standards like PCI and ISO and SOC reports, and I remember when we were running stuff on EC2, we would have to like do all this, like add this software, add this monitoring tool to your EC2 just to get that report right, just so we can tell them, yes, our infrastructure is secure. But with Lambda functions and all of the managed services which we were using with AWS, it was just, you go to the page, you download the report, the SOC report, or whatever compliance report you want to download, and you just, submit that, and it all works. Like, so that probably alone saved us like a whole month of work in just making the EC2 or whatever else like server infrastructure secure, then doing something with like serverless where it's secure by itself in most of the cases. And I think other way I look at this is like with serverless, you really don't want to, like, especially when for the startups who are just launching their product, they're still on early stages. You don't want to spend all that time writing the best CI/CD pipeline or having the best infrastructure. You want to like spend that like crucial time in making the best product, making that $1 million idea like into real life form. So with that, like you don't want like two people from your team to just solely work on maintaining the infrastructure. It's much better to have a whole team at AWS dedicated to just one service and let them do their job, and then you work on like your job, which is to build that product, which is to add like the application logic. So I think that really is like defines serverless for me, and it's really, I think, to put it in like one sentence, it's really the closest thing that I think to being agile in the cloud space. So yeah. Awesome. Thanks. I'm going to give my 2 cents on what serverless means. Again, my name is Paul Chin Jr. And for me, serverless is definitely a mindset. It's not just a set of technologies. It really means that as developers, we truly love our servers. We love them so much that we're willing to let them go. We're going to give them the opportunity to run wild and free and get the best possible care 24/7 in the cloud. And that means that every time I need to run a piece of code, I don't have to worry if the server's going to fall over or get sick and die or not have enough resources for what it needs. I let AWS and other cloud providers take care of that because I truly do love my servers and appreciate them for all the work that they do. And that's what serverless mindset means to me. It means really loving our technology stack so much that we're willing to let them go and be taken care of by other experts in their field. Like, I don't personally know a whole lot about security of a specific OS, of a specific piece of hardware using a specific router, but there are lots of people who know that, and they are working their best to keep my servers running. And that's what it really means for me, to let others be able to do what they're best at, so I can focus on building and writing the logic that delivers the feature that a user is looking for.
One thing I like to add to that is like it brings that fun and excitement part back into like managing infrastructure. I think it was with like the traditional DevOps way, like you have to like maintain EC2s, Jenkins server, and all that stuff. Like it's not that like at some point like it's not that fun or it's not exciting. It's rather scary. You're always scared. Something might fail. So this brings this takes off that burden of who is going to manage that. So it brings that you're thinking of like solutions in your mind. You're not thinking of problems actually. So it brings that excitement back.
Yeah, as a developer, it's definitely way more exciting to be able to have, I feel, even more control over how my code runs now, because I'm abdicating that maintenance bit, and I don't have to explicitly, worry about it. Was someone else going to say something?
Yeah, I was saying to jump on Tushar's comment. So the first time you have your one U server that is in a rack, and it receives a public IP, and you can actually reach him from outside on an HTTP port, because at that time HTTP was the norm. It's fulfilling too. Like suddenly you see that your piece of one U that's there, where you popped in a CD to install an OS, and suddenly you actually have the default Apache page. It's like, yeah, it makes you feel happy. But the first day you have to like patch a security stuff on some kind of weird C library, you're like, yeah, no, thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that the generative powers of programming are really great when you can go back to what Taha was saying, is like just get to something incredibly fast. And that's what a serverless stack will let you do. So now instead of booting a machine and loading an OS and going through its pre-flight checks, we're launching a CloudFormation stack that gives us an API endpoint and returns, like it says, hey, JSON 200, hello, okay, or whatever, right? And you can get there really quick with just like serverless deploy.
Yeah, and I also think like it easy translates into the business part of it. So like if developers are able to like worry less about infrastructure and worry more about like the business, like again, like going back to my example, like I was like with minimal kind of financial investment from the client side, like it's a junior developer after all, but they were able at least to ship like a POC, like, or an MVP or something. So there was something tangible at the end of the day, which eventually they could get like fund and all that stuff. So it works both ways, like from a developer perspective and from a business perspective.
Awesome. Well, let's see. I think that we've all gone around, and now you at home know who we are. And we take a moment to say that if you have any questions about running serverless in production and the kinds of questions that you may have, feel free to drop them in the chat. Folks are monitoring them. We can actually see them, and we'd love to make this as interactive as possible while we're doing this live stream. And you know what? I think now's a good time for me to throw it back to Shar, because as we together have built this system for our clients, we've learned a lot of different things along the way. And one of the first things that I really wanted to have Tushar talk to us about was how we got from that immediate proof of concept that serverless can deliver to something that's scalable and in production, and that can be maintained by a growing team. So Tushar, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. So I think our serverless journey sort of started with the monolith application. I remember we had this V1 version of the application, which was like all built by the great engineers before me, that came before me. I think Daniel was part of that, and Vishnu also. So I think that was a monolith application, and I do want to point out like that was, I think, the best way to build that application in the amount of time that we were given. I think we wanted to have this POC ready within a few weeks, and we definitely probably wouldn't have been able to finish it if we would have gone the route of like doing EC2 or other stuff. So I think Lambda was the right choice. We were able to like quickly spin up a few functions in the cloud. Sometimes even writing code itself in the AWS console, not even in the just to try out like stuff. That really helped us quickly build the POC, and migrating that whole application from a monolith to, I think, sort of like a microservice architecture. I think that was like a very good experience for us, like a very learning experience. We've had like a lot of learnings from that whole process, and some of them were like the first thing I think we decided was like, should we want to do another monolith, or we just go the microservice route? I believe we had a lot of conversations about that, and it made sense to like split the application into like a few like 3 or 4 big applications, like from one monolith. We didn't want to go the route of like having like one monolith and all of a sudden you have like 100 small microservices. So we decided to do like, okay, let's divide it into like a good chunk of like 4 or 5 services. And I think a lot of time, like people ask me, I've heard that question, like, you have, what do you prefer if you want to building a new application? Do you suggest people to go the monolith route, or like should they go the microservices route? Like, and it really is like the classic software engineering or IT answer is to that is like, it depends. Because you really have to understand, I think for someone to build a good microservice application, you really have to understand the skill set of your team, like how your team operates. You really have to have a clear understanding of the business domain, like what parts are in this application that I can take out, and it should still be able to like work on its own. So I remember we had that discussion when we were doing this migration, like what parts and we decided to give ownership of like different parts of the application to different people, which was like I think a great thing to do. Now that I realize, at the point I was thinking like everyone should probably have sort of like an idea of like what is going on in different applications, but I think we went with the approach of let 1 or 2 people have the entire ownership of a service, and similarly like for other services as well, which really helped us to move like fast at the time, because like for example, I was just focused on my microservice. I didn't have to think about the other microservices. Someone else was like probably maintaining that, and we were only like talking when we had to like communicate with each other. The microservices had to communicate with each other. So I think that was I think a big sort of decision in that. And another one, I think one of probably the most biggest decision we did was to migrate from like JavaScript to TypeScript. And I still remember the talk that I gave, like let's migrate to TypeScript. This was the title of the talk. Let's migrate to TypeScript because it will not solve all of our problems. Like, because I knew like it's such a good language, especially for like distributed teams, big teams. But just like adopting like TypeScript doesn't help like much if you're not like doing it in a proper way. So we all kind of had to go through that learning process of like using TypeScript efficiently. I think we had like a couple of sessions within the team of just the sharing that knowledge of TypeScript, like someone learned something and just so that was I think really important to get everyone up to speed with TypeScript. And I think after that, I think it was just us for the next 2 months, all of us just going over this set of conventions that we would follow across the board, like in all the microservices, in all the repositories. That was like an iterative process where we were just going over, okay, should we structure our code in this way? Should we use like any or not? How should we declare functions? And I think this really helped us, and to this day, like it still helps us in a lot of ways. And like some of the ways are like when someone new joins the team and they are just exploring the code base of, let's say, just one repository, one service, and just looking at the patterns. They jump to another repository, to have a look at that source code of that repository. They can find those similar patterns in the other repositories because all the repositories are following the same set of conventions. So it's really easy for them to become comfortable with and familiar with like new projects, new code bases. That really helps them to get really to start really pushing features early on, than to spend 1 month just learning, or like a couple of weeks just learning the code base, like how this code base works. Because I remember I was in a place where we had these different repositories and everyone was using a different set of conventions. So it was almost like jumping from like one service, one repository to other one, it was almost like joining a new company, because you have like all these different set of patterns that now you want to like ask people like, hey, how do you do this, and what does that mean? So that really helped. I don't know if anyone else, because I think it was a big process of all of us going in that. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on.
Yeah, I have I think I can, because I was one of the guys who were like not really convinced by that TypeScript would help, and after a while using it, or it's not only about TypeScript anymore, it's more about convention, and TypeScript just helps to keep this convention in check. But that finally having the same convention in repo A and repo B and repo C really helps, even not only for new employees, but for newcomers, even for people that are on the project since a while, that suddenly have to look up something in a repo that they have never worked on, just to understand what is happening, instead of asking the question on a Slack channel to like push the problem to someone else. You go look into it, you can actually understand, you can follow the path of what's happening, and you're able to either find, if there's a bug, to find it, or understand why this other service is not calling your service the right way. And that really helps. Even for people that are on the project since a while.
Yeah, I remember like I even posted on LinkedIn that like one of the biggest wins for like 2021 for me was learning TypeScript. And like it made my life so much easier, and like you just like get these like in your IDE you get all these alarms right away, and again, as Daniel said, it helped a lot in enforcing that convention across repositories. So I can, like with minimal like onboarding, like to a new service, or for example, if I'm working on a service and someone else like wants to debug something, it shouldn't take that much time for them to understand the code the way it did before we moved to TypeScript. So definitely, like if there's anyone out there who's still writing JavaScript, I highly recommend like learning TypeScript.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in and say that as that new developer that came into the project after the refactoring happened, I really appreciate just the conventions that were already in place that allowed me to move from service to service and still know sort of where the different pieces are. And the way that it's been architected really plays nicely with serverless conventions of having individual, smaller, isolated functions that can run on their own. And that was really cool to see in action on this project.
Yep, and we don't want to have like a technical deep dive here, but it's just one of the things we followed in that convention was like to keep the business logic separate from like the platform specific stuff. So like, and we call that the platform specific, I think we call that handler in our code base, and the business logic like all lives in services. So I think services, like the whole idea of like from the beginning was that we could move a service file to like anywhere, to an EC2, an ECS container, anywhere, and because it doesn't rely on Lambda functions at all. So that really helped us, to reuse a lot of those functions in different Lambda functions, and still be able to, have the logic in just one place, rather than, you have your platform specific logic like your environment variables, your Lambda runtimes, and all that stuff mixed into the business logic, which makes it even harder to understand like what the business logic is. So that's just like one thing I wanted to point out. And other thing I think we did as part of that migration was to build the tooling around like the TypeScript, and also to have consistent tooling in all the repositories. I remember we built the whole CI/CD pipeline for this, the logger, the utility functions, and I want to talk about the logger. So we built this in-house logger, which made it easier to log to console, to standard output or standard error. And we use the same logger in all of the services. And one of the like major benefits of that is because we use the same logger, even if we are like logging out different types of data, the structure of that data stays the same. So if I'm looking at logs from a different service, which let's say I'm not maintaining, I still understand the structure of that logger. And that really helps especially when we are debugging stuff, because when we are debugging stuff, we have to go from like one service to other, check out the logs. And if it's all random like structure, like each service is following its own sort of structure of logs, it would make it so hard to just understand like what's going on. But I think using a unified, a consistent single logger module across all the board, that really helps in that.
Yeah, and one more thing I need to add here is like that really helps us to like solve one of the most common things, most common issues people say in microservices world. Like debugging is very hard, people say. So using this thing, what we are able to achieve was like we could assign like one unique ID per transactions, and we can pass it across all the services. So using that, since we are using same structure for all the loggings across all the services, we are able to like track one transaction, like what happened to one transaction from the beginning to the end. So that was one of the cool things we were able to achieve with that.
Yep, that was really cool. And since we are talking about Logger, it helped us, build a really great monitoring system on top of like our Lambda functions, on top of our services, because we were using this one singular module. I think Taha is probably going to talk more about that. So I'll let you take the floor, Taha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, like Tushar mentioned, the logger, which is highly integrated into it's basically the fundamental like part of our kind of monitoring system. So yeah, so before I joined Serverless Guru around like a year ago, I had near to zero like knowledge about monitoring. Like I knew like I only used CloudWatch like as a kind of a console for like to check my logs and all that stuff, but I never like understood like all the ins and outs of it and all these knobs that you can turn and like all the dashboards and the visuals that it gives you that you can use in order to monitor your cloud-based system, and in our case mostly serverless. So that's basically what I'll be talking about. So just a quick like kind of why is monitoring important? So the first thing, like again, like I'll be talking in our context. So it's to gain visibility like into your system. In our case, like that would be through CloudWatch logs. Again, like through the logger that Tushar mentioned. There's CloudWatch graphs which are already built in the dashboard, and these are like usually they're for built-in metrics like Lambda metrics, like I don't know, like concurrency metrics, like your timeouts and all that stuff. And finally, you have like the custom CloudWatch dashboard, which basically it's a custom dashboard within the CloudWatch dashboard. And again, like it's kind of like a custom front end that you can build. And you can view it inside the cloud, like from the CloudWatch console. And again, like you can integrate it with like any types of metrics, either like the built-in metrics or like your domain metrics and all that stuff. So these are like that's number one. Like, why do we monitor? To gain visibility. Okay. The second one is like to be reactive. Like when you monitor, something goes wrong, you can hopefully react to it quickly because you kind of got notified, or someone's like watching the dashboard or something like that. Or the reaction could be also like something automating like another action, which I don't know, maybe auto scaling or like taking a backup of something. Or so that's like being reactive. The third point is being proactive, and it's like preventing incidents before they actually happen. So for example, if you're like have a threshold for some metric, and you can say like, hey, like if that metric reaches that threshold like 10 times within or 5 times within the last 10 minutes, I want to get notified before something goes wrong. And then I'll go and like query my logs and see like what's going on, and hopefully I can fix it before like it blows up. The fourth point, why do we monitor, is to, again, like knowing your like your capacity and like improving your performance. Again, mainly through these like built-in metrics, like in case of like the Lambda functions, like you get like invocation metrics like and error metrics, and you also get like performance metrics, like the duration like that your Lambda function is taking. For example, you can set like a threshold for like a certain duration and say that well, like as your system organically scales, sometimes like a function can start taking much longer than it used to do. So before that happens, you can set a threshold there and say like if it reaches a certain amount of duration, like X milliseconds, so like trigger an alarm or something like that. And there's also like concurrency metrics, which are again like they're built in, like a provisioned concurrency and like the regular concurrency metrics. That was a tough word. So how do we monitor our serverless system? So again, going back to the logger that mainly 2Sharp built, and again, like currently it's going through multiple iterations and it's evolving, and hopefully one day it'll be like mature enough for us to release it to the public and have it like for more general cases. But currently it's still working for our like specific cases, and again it's going through different iterations. But it's a very like lovely tool, and from a developer perspective, like you don't need to worry about what's going on inside. You just like pass in a couple of like parameters, and it will generate the logs in a very clean, polished, and queryable way. So later in CloudWatch, like you can go into the CloudWatch logs and you can easily query these logs. So yeah, again, I don't want to go through the logger in details, but basically, how does the logger work? It uses something called, so basically in AWS, like in CloudWatch, we have 3 ways to generate metrics, like 3 options that you can choose from. So you've got the EMF, which is embedded metric format. So that's basically, it's like a pre-structured JSON that's provided from AWS, and it says, hey, if you use that structure and you log it in your Lambda function, CloudWatch will automatically kind of listen to that log, and it will generate a metric out of it. So that's one. The second one is using the SDK. So you can use the CloudWatch SDK, and you can use like the put metric, I think, data or something. It's called it's basically an API call that you make in your Lambda function to put that metric. And the third one is using it's my least favorite, and I'm biased like against, which is the metric filters. I don't like the syntax. Basically, it's hard to maintain and it's not very readable. So I'll omit that one, but feel free to go read about it. But when like the most popular options are the embedded metric format and using the SDK. Why we chose like the embedded metric format? Because it automatically generates logs. Like when you use the SDK, you don't necessarily generate logs from it. You just generate metrics. That's one thing. The second thing is that there's an extra kind of cost on top of it. Like when you make that call, like to put the metric, there's an extra CloudWatch kind of cost. However, in both cases, you're still paying for the metrics you're generating.
I think one point you could add, I don't know if you're going to talk about that, is the latency. So if you make an API call, it will take time, be it 20 milliseconds. But if you do it 10,000 times, 20 milliseconds, 10,000 times is still a lot. And with the logs, it's kind of, you get it for free basically in terms of time taken.
Yeah, it wouldn't block the control flow.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like an overhead latency that's added to your to your Lambda function.
We are generating this metrics asynchronously, like not making any synchronous calls. So
yeah, exactly. So it's not like blocking anything.
Yeah, and doesn't charge you anything for logging that. And if you use put metrics, you will be get charged for every put metric. For 1,000 requests,
Are
you
you
charge
sure?
some cents. Yes.
The,
Yeah,
the
I'm not
EMF,
sure about the
EMF is
exact
probably there's a cost behind. There's a
Yeah,
concept
definitely.
behind
There's
everything.
a cost. There's cost only for the storage, the metric storage, not for the put request.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when the put matrix API is like it's really expensive compared to
4,000 put metrics, you will charge like some cents. The per 1,000 is the
yeah
charge.
Yeah, to be honest, I never bothered like to make the cost comparison, like just the fact that EMF doesn't have any cost, so it will definitely be cheaper regardless of how much like the SDK like would cost.
You can look into the AWS build, Daniel.
Yeah.
No,
So,
that's
anyway.
that's same as serverless. I leave that to someone else.
So
build less development.
Yeah, exactly. So the last one is like why I like EMF is that there's also like libraries which are provided from AWS that are built like to use it. So again, you don't have to kind of natively log that EMF. You can, like they provide something similar to the logger that we have like in-house. So yeah, so again, like using that embedded the metric format, we're able to do 2-in-1, which is basically generate metrics and generate like nice like structured logs, which we can query later. And again, like talking about like this comparison, there's been a presentation that I've been preparing like for ages now. Hopefully it'll be coming out soon. So I'm promoting my own presentation. So hopefully soon I'll be able to share it with the world. So yeah, what's the next point? So
one thing I'd like to add to like the CloudWatch stuff is it's really an amazing tool and service. Like I was not using it the way I should have probably used it like a few years ago, but it really does have like, especially if you are all of your components of your infrastructure are in the like AWS ecosystem.
Yeah.
And it's really a great tool. Like you have like Taha said, like you can search for metrics, you can create metrics, you can create alarms, you can create logs, queryable logs. You can query like hundreds of gigabytes of logs within a few seconds using like CloudWatch Insight. So I would really recommend using that service if you're not using it currently.
Yeah, definitely. Like the way again, like being multi-cloud, like or single cloud, sorry, is like the fact that you can easily integrate like different services into each other. So yeah, so now we went through like the logs and how we generate these metrics. We generate them through EMF, and then so if you generate metrics, like you'll be able to view them like from the console if you go through metrics. But sometimes if something goes wrong, like you won't get notified, or there's nothing like happening. Like, okay, so you exceeded the threshold. Now what? So that's when you need to kind of that's where alarms come in, and we use like we mainly use like there are two types of alarms in like CloudWatch. There are metric alarms, and that's like our majority alarms are metric alarms, and there's like composite alarms, which is basically they're built on top of metric alarms, and I'll come to that point later. However, like the way we define these alarms is again like infrastructure as code, mainly using Terraform. I personally love Terraform a lot, and we have like a private like Terraform registry where we kind of defined like our custom modules, which we want to use like and share across multiple services. That way we can kind of maintain like the same like convention across all the services. So if you define an alarm for your service, we can guarantee that it works with the same convention that the logs are being generated in. So you don't have to worry about that. So we have like this shared kind of module of like how to define alarms. And it also like ensures that when an alarm is triggered, it will easily integrate to our next step, which is like our kind of alarm notification pipeline, where we have like a custom Lambda function that processes these alarms, and it will generate like messages and all that stuff. So when we have like this shared module, it will ensure that everyone is defining their alarms in like a specific way. So yeah, so now that you're able like to trigger these alarms, again, you still need someone like in the console sitting and watching like these alarms all the time and knowing like if the alarm went on and off, and that's not like kind of a realistic approach. So you always need like, once you trigger so it starts like with a metric or a log, which generates a metric, and a metric triggers an alarm based on like a threshold and like a time frame. And then the alarm, you need to do something with the alarm. So that's when like how you get notified or like create a reaction to it, which in our case, we integrate it with Slack. So we receive like Slack messages. So the way like that pipeline works is basically that we have at the very beginning, we have like an event bridge rule that listens to alarm state changes. So basically in CloudWatch alarms, you have like different states. You've got the alarm state, and you've got the OK state, and you've got insufficient data. Usually insufficient data is when like you first generate the alarm and there's no data, like there's no metrics yet generated, so it still doesn't know in what state it is. But the main two states is alarm and OK. So once an alarm goes from OK to alarm, that event bridge rule will like kind of listen to it, and then it would forward an event to an SQS queue. Again, I'll mention why we use the SQS queue mainly. And then from that SQS queue, there's a Lambda function that's polling these events. And then there are two things. Like the first thing that Lambda function would do is like take the event, reformat it, clean it. Again, like that's like we use like the Slack API, but then the beauty of it, you can kind of modify the message the way you want, like from a visual perspective, like how do you want to like present that alarm notification. So that's what happens in that Lambda function. And then once it's published to Slack, we also push back that alarm event back to the SQS queue. And that we do that to enable reminders. So for example, if there's an alarm that's still going on, like after a while, we'll get notified like on Slack and say, hey, this alarm is still on. The way it works is basically once the alarm event goes back from the Lambda function back to the SQS, there's like we set like the record visibility timeout. Let's say I wanna hear about the reminder like every 30 minutes in case like the alarm is still on. So we'll have like that, the visibility timeout.
Yeah.
30 minutes. Yeah.
The reason we built this reminder is because CloudWatch will only alert you once, whether it is failed or if it's OK states. So once it goes in alarm state, it wouldn't remind you again saying that it's still in alarm. It only reminds, like alert you back when it's come back to the OK state. So if one function goes to an alarm state, it just alerts you. And if it doesn't come back to the OK state for like 1 hour, 2 days or something like that, we would never know. So that's the reason we built this reminder thingy.
Yeah, exactly. To answer one of the questions at the same time, I think it also helps to reduce the noise. So you don't have to alarm that much at a lower threshold to be notified and to see it, but you can be a bit more loose, and that at the end you basically know that if there's something showing up in your Slack channel, it means you have to look at it. It's not background noise, because obviously if you have too much background noise, you'll start to ignore them.
Yeah, you become numb to them.
Yeah, exactly. And with the reminder, it really helps to say, oh, wait, that's still on since 1 hour. Okay, like I really like it gets urgent.
Yeah, I think the question also like asks about like how much to log. And I remember I had this discussion with you, Daniel, where it's always the thing that you need is the thing which is not logged. in your logs when there's a bug.
That's Murphy's law. Like you can log as much as you want. The day you need something, you didn't log it.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
who tell me log everything, say yes and no. Like so, it's hard to. So I think you need to know the key areas in your code where something might fail. And I've logged way too much on this project also at one point where you don't find what you're looking for. Even if you logged it, it's a needle in a haystack.
Yeah. I think you always like with alarms, you always have to go through this kind of tuning phase where like most likely you won't get your alarms definition right the first time. Yeah, and like the thresholds, the durations and all that stuff, like all these knobs that you'll start tweaking them by time and you'll get like a better sense of that specific kind of functionality and what, like, do I really want to be like alarmed when like there's nothing that important happening? And so I increase the threshold, or like, so you start like tweaking with your alarm definition until it like kind of makes more sense to your use case. So yeah,
and I think also what we did, which is kind of smart, is to have different level of criticality. Is that a word? Yes.
Yeah.
So that you can have one channel on which that you don't mute, and have other channels that are more informative errors. Let's say, oh, I reached 50% of capacity. You don't need an alarm for that, but you want to be informed of it.
Yeah.
So that helps to have a channel that you can mute with more informational alarms, and another one with like critical alarms.
Yeah, it all goes to like noise reduction.
Yep. And also like in the initial stage, I think we were logging a lot more data that we decided to turn off after we noticed that this part of this component of the whole system has reached a stable state. So we probably don't need to log that much. But initially, when we were just starting out, we don't know like which part would break, which line of code would like error out.
Yeah.
We were doing a lot more logging then versus now, and it goes even now. Like when we're adding a new feature, we add a lot more logs to that feature, and then we remove some of those logs over time when we are pretty confident about like the stability of that part.
Yeah.
So that's one way that
that goes in the same direction as what Tar was saying. Like the logs or the alarms, it's not like a function that you write it and which is kind of fixed. It's a moving beast that evolves over time, and you have to adapt depending on your traffic patterns or on the maturity of your code. And if you don't adapt it, you will get this noise. And once you get too much noise, your alarms become totally useless. So you have to make them evolve so that every time there is an alarm happening, there's something to look into it.
I think one of the things that I really love about our monitoring system is that it really focuses on the state of events as they pass through the system. A lot of times when people are thinking about monitoring or alarms, they're looking at superficial metrics of how the code like is actually running. Like it doesn't really matter at some point like how much memory you're using anymore. If we're really doing things serverlessly, we're watching events as they move through our system. And so the alarm system and the monitoring system that we have is really based around that tenet of an event-based architecture and letting stuff go through each service and being transformed, and whether or not it's being picked up by the next service.
One more thing I need to add with the logging is like adding too much of logs will also have some downside. Like if you're logging too much of data without knowing anything, like it could give you like nice AWS bills. One time we had bills more than Lambda than for its logs. So be careful when you log, at least in production. It's better to have some retention rules set up for those.
Yep, those two things are I think two good things that we have set up. Like is one of the practice we do is like we log a lot of stuff in non-prod environment, but we don't log that in production where we know we receive a lot of traffic. So if we like for every event we log, let's say 100 logs. If we have like 1 million events coming in prod, there will be like 1 million times 100 logs. So we switch off a lot of logs for production, which we know are just there for like debugging purposes in the non-prod environment.
Yeah, we just need one flag there. One thing feel which was missing in prod. Sometimes we need to see these debug logs in prod too when something fails, and we wish it was there. So
Yep.
maybe we should add some flags, um, like feature flags thingy. Just something is failing, do the flags on, monitor for 5 minutes and disable it.
Yep.
That's
And
probably something we need to add.
yep. And another thing we do is like we have a retention period of like I think 3 months for like all of the logs, so we don't incur charges like for logs that we know are we're never going to look at.
Yeah, so just be
like 3 months
careful
from now.
with that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, on CloudWatch, what is expensive is put the logs in. Keeping them is kind of okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So putting them in is the expensive part. So if you keep them now 3 months or 1 year, doesn't change much. But
the number, the quantity.
Yeah, it's the number of put requests you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to store it for a long time, maybe probably you could move it to some S3 or something.
Yeah. But
Sometimes
then
I think
that too has a cost. So
yeah, we could like.
Yeah. So just want to go quickly through that, like the point of, again, like noise reduction, and like by chance, like someone actually asked a question, like if we ever have too much noise, like when it comes to alarms and notifications. So we have like 3 main points, like when it comes to noise reduction. The first one is like priority level and stage-based notifications. So like we have like on Slack, or basically that Lambda function that handles all the alarm events that's coming. So based on the, of course, like it's deployed on each stage. So each stage will kind of publish to its own channel. So when you see on Slack, like dev alarms, like no one cares, like, because it's only the person who's like basically testing that feature, and there's an alarm, they would go like fix it. But it's not something like alerting, actually. Same with like the other stages. But and similarly, we have like priority-based alarms. So when we define the alarm, and that's where like the benefit of resource tags comes in. Like we took advantage of like tags. Like when we create like a definition of an alarm, we add like a couple of tags, like which are like priority is like low or medium or high. Stage, actually the stage, like that's automatically happening because it's deployed in that stage. But the next one is so it's the priority, and there's another tag which again which is basically we use it to mute the alarms. So sometimes like I don't know, like the other day I was like doing like this POC, and I put all the alarms, and like I think I deployed to UAT, and then it started like, because it's still a POC, there's lots of alarms and there was so much noise. So instead of me like removing those alarms and like redeploying again next time, I just went and like to the definition and did like mute equals yes. So basically behind the scene that translates into a tag, and the alarm processor, every time it receives an alarm, it will check if that tag is equal to mute, and if it's equal to mute, it will not push it to Slack. So it's kind of like how we use tags in like our alarm definition. So we use them like for the muting, and we use it like for the priority. Again, when it comes to noise, if it's high, it goes like to a specific channel. If it's, or like, let's say like critical and non-critical. So critical has all the high alarms, high level alarms. Non-critical has the low and the medium alarms. And the last point is, again, like for noise reduction is you can say like from our client side. So we're using like a paging system, and we only forward like the very, very high critical alarms, which hopefully like they never go off, but sometimes like very rarely they go off. These goes to the paging system, which could wake up someone like in the middle of the night, even though we're a global team, so we kind of got that covered. But still, like only these like very high priority alarms go to that paging system. Other than that, like if it's not very high, it just stays in our internal Slack channel, and we work on it like internally without letting the client know, because it's not that important, and it doesn't affect like kind of the business aspect. So it's all technical stuff, and we we jump in it and we try to fix it. So yeah, I guess that's what like our kind of overview of how we handle alarms. And again, hopefully soon I'll be like, again, with Serverless Guru, I'll be presenting like a more like a 101 metrics / alarms like presentation. I won't promise when this will be ready, but it is in the mix since I don't know, 5 months ago.
You can do it, Taha. You can do it.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Taha. Paul Chin Jr. here, reporting as a chicken. My camera has hit some technical difficulties, so I will be a chicken for the remaining of this broadcast. But up next, we've got Daniel, and we really wanted to touch on some of the challenges that we have when we approach data and integrating external services when we're operating these serverless apps for our clients. So Daniel, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I can try to take it away. Are you the chicken or the egg?
I am both, my friend. Both at the same time.
That's like totally crazy thoughts at the same time. I never thought about the chicken egg problem as like the both arrived at the same time. Yeah, so back on track. Sorry about that.
We can talk about it later.
Yeah, we can talk about chicken and eggs. Yeah.
Yep.
Lambda first or EC2 first. So Taha already like talked a lot about data, because what is data? It's everything you store basically. And one big aspect of every application is the logs, the metrics that you store. That's already data. So for that, we've seen that we are leveraging what CloudWatch metrics, which has the benefit of being queryable to CloudWatch logs insights. It's not true SQL. You cannot do everything, but you can already start to do a lot of filtering and grouping and counting and things like that. And with our centralized or unified log system, you can actually start to query multiple log files in one go. So all this side of the data was already talked a lot about, so I'm not going too much into that. I will more take about the business data. So what the business part of the application needs as data is like how many clicks on that item, how many time was that shown, how many time was this one recommended, since we're building a recommendation platform. And obviously when we needed to start storing this data to be able to display it, the first thing is like, oh, how can I do that without having a server? I don't want to have to manage my my Redshift in an RDS or my Postgres or in RDS or my Redshift cluster. I don't want to have to manage an Elasticsearch cluster, especially not on my own EC2s. I've done that, and I really don't recommend that to anyone, unless you have a team of 4 people just for that. So we said, like, what does AWS have as a storage that is reliable and almost without boundaries? So the first thing that should come to everyone's mind is S3. And S3 for that is actually really great because you can just store your data. You don't have to care at all about, will I hit my 1 terabyte disk size? Do I have enough inodes on my disk? You just put your data there. But then obviously it has downside. So you don't want you cannot really store one file at a time, one event at a time. You need to bunch them together. And to be able to bunch that together, there's another serverless service called Firehose, which is like in the subfamily of the Kinesises, which will allow you to do that. So you can actually send all your data to a stream. This stream will, on your behalf, batch them together, either by bytes or by time, and store that as a single file into an S3 bucket. And so the general approach for that is you just store everything unorganized. But as with logs, if you're unorganized, it's impossible to retrieve this data, and you need to retrieve it. So we decided to have that as a structured format. And having a bit, I'm not really like super knowledgeable in the data world, but I kind of like to touch at it. So I decided to go into a format called Parquet, which is a binary format, which is with different, it's a columnar format with different columns. So I have to store this data in a way that we know how it's going to be. So it's basically like writing to an SQL table. And then this data, once it's in S3, there's like so many ways now to be able to retrieve it. So you can either just open file by file in your browser yourself, or you can use tools like Athena to do SQL queries on top of your data. Or you can also do, using Glue and Spark language, you can actually query this data, and you can query a lot of data at once. All these like little single files in S3, you can read them. And by just using that, as a POC, you will have your data in S3, you read them with Athena, you have made a queryable analytics. I'm using the word loosely, but you have a queryable analytics framework without having the need of any server. You have 0 servers there, and you're able to do SQL queries and do group by, sums, count, whatever on your data. And then obviously the next step is to go further, like using Glue to like ETL this data, send them elsewhere, send them in the database that makes sense for the display. So in our case, we're using QuickSight to display this data. Using Athena is not really efficient, S3 being a slow storage. We actually push this data into Redshift. And luckily, Redshift has now a serverless version also. So you basically say, I want a serverless Redshift, and you have an endpoint, and you just push data there, and that's it. Like, you don't have to worry about CPUs, you don't have to worry about storage, you don't have to worry about IOs. And best of all, you even get like an SQL editor in the cloud to like a web interface. You don't even have to spin up like some VPC and your own client on your laptop to be able to access this data. So I think that's kind of the picture, like really broad picture of our approach to data. So I don't know if my colleagues have some comments, some points to add, some other thoughts before I move further.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I like to add is like S3 is really like, I mean, we can probably give like the best storage award to S3 like already. Like it should have been done already if it is not. It's such a great storage. It's all serverless. Like it was serverless from the beginning. We just didn't know it from day one. Yes.
Yeah. So you say it's great. I have actually to. Depends. Like an IT answer, it depends. As I mentioned, it's terribly slow because it's not a storage. It's a key value pair system. So you cannot do an LS. You cannot do an RM-RF. You cannot find tube, grab something. Like, it's not meant for that. It's really meant for long-term storage of. It was meant for big files. Now people are using it for everything because it's so easy to use. But if it cannot replace a real volume.
Yeah, I mean that's of course. I mean, if you have like you cannot use S3 for your transactional database or your primary application database but like object storage, blob storage, like hands down, like there's nothing I think that beats
no for your database. Obviously, you cannot replace lines in one file. You can only replace files in the entirety. But for binary, for blob storage, it's perfect.
Yep, and it's really, I think Daniel also like had some points on this, like just like how it's important for you to structure your logs, it's really important to structure your S3 data storage. It's S3 buckets or directories.
Sharding it, right?
Yep, even if you're not sharding it from the beginning, but just having it structured really helps when you start to integrate it with like other services. Because a lot of other services really depends on like if your data is properly structured in S3 or not, if it's sharded or not. So do think about when you are storing your data to S3, like what should be, you can shard it based on like the time, like you store all your month's data in one directory and other data in other directory. So it really helps you get a good sort of base from the beginning.
And it especially helps with query speed. Instead of having to query 10 years of data and you only want something from yesterday, having a sharding by day means that you can use a tool that will only read the files that are in a specific prefix.
Exactly.
I was almost tempted to use the word directory, but I should teach myself to never use the word directory when speaking about S3, because there's no such thing as directory. But like just reducing the amount of files that needs to be listed, because it's basically the S3LS that takes time to list all these files. That really helps sharding. So it's kind of a primary key in any other database.
It would also help us to like set up like S3 events based on a specific prefix. Like if you want to listen to one type of events for
Exactly,
Lambda
yeah.
function, you could set up like Lambda triggers for that specific prefix. Like if you're
Yeah,
putting
like
into an every, yeah.
An incoming, and that triggers something that puts it in an outgoing, so the outgoing won't trigger. Like you don't get the infinite loop of triggers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
So yeah, I think that's actually what I had to speak about data. I could go way more into details, but I think it's going to be too geeky after that. So someone else had something to add, or else I will move on to because that's kind of the nice transition to the external services. So it's one thing is your serverless application, you can use all the services you want that are at your disposal. At one point, you will need to have to talk to someone that is not in your ecosystem. And so there's like many ways to like exchange data with other systems. I think the most known or most used nowadays will be HTTPS, like just an API endpoint, some JSON payload or some CSV payload, or whatever payload that you would exchange. So we are leveraging that a lot when we can, because it's such a neat way to transfer data from one system to another. It's using HTTP endpoints. It's a well-known protocol. It's a well-known format. You have clients for every language, or every tool has like the HTTP client. Authentication done with OAuth. It's like really something really common. So we are using a lot this HTTP with OAuth to access external services. But sadly, we are in a world that like there are systems that are like IT systems exist since, I don't know, 40, 50 years. And some of them are using things that were normal, or that were the norm, or the best way to do stuff 15 years ago, and they're still using it. So we have to adapt also, and to be able to go out of the way of the HTTP calls to do something else, be it now an FTP or endpoint or another protocol, be it I think it was with Taha. We had this discussion when we were trying to go to a database. You were actually surprised that there were other ways than HTTP to talk to a database.
Yeah, I was like, what?
And so you will have to use the native language of the tool that you are talking to. So be it to an SQL connector, or to an FTP endpoint, or to even an email endpoint if that's needed. So you have to still to do that, but luckily that all these protocols are so well known, and there is basically, in our case, an NPM module for that. Probably there's a Python egg for that. There's like in any language, we'll have the libraries to handle all these protocols that are actually the standard, or the base of all the communication on the internet. But then again, for some points, we made the decision to try to push as much as possible a serverless way of doing it. And for that, AWS is really helping a lot, because they are pushing new serverless offerings, I would say every day, but let's say, to be more realistic, every month. Redshift serverless is currently in preview. MSK serverless, or Kafka Serverless just came out as a general availability. There's tools like QuickSight or for your visualization of data. There's Aurora, which is a SQL database. So you have so many ways now to find a serverless way of your common tools, where the only thing you have to worry is about getting the IAM user right to write and read your data to that endpoint, and all the rest is taken care of by your cloud provider. So be it the scaling, be it the concurrency limits, the multi-zones, for some service, even the multi-region is now automatically taken care of. If I take Dynamo as an example. So all these ways, you cannot achieve the 100% serverless. You will have to talk to other services external to your application, or even internal to your application, for which there is no serverless offering, and you will have to use whatever protocol is existing to be able to talk to them. But, yeah, that's kind of sums up my external service integration experience.
Yeah, and it's really like AWS really pushes hard on like providing you different services to do sort of these integrations, which like is hard to do if there weren't any services like that. Like otherwise you would have to like spin up EC2 servers and really implement all these old sort of protocols to have integrations with these like old services. For example, they have you can use like FTP as a service, which uses S3 as a backend. So it's sort of like it has a serverless backend, although it runs all the time. But if you have a client which needs to integrate with you using FTP or SFTP protocols, you can use like S3 as a backend for that. Like you have your whole SFTP server spin up in a few clicks using Amazon console, and they also have like this API gateway. I think one of my biggest learning with like working on like microservices, developing microservices in using Lambda functions was like how powerful is like API gateway. I always had reservations with like API gateway when it initially came out. Like I was like, we can manage our own APIs layers.
Yeah, I'm interesting to hear your thought about that. Why you had reservations?
Yeah, because I always thought like I always thought like it was a very complicated process of just writing all these resources and then methods on top of that, and then configuring the integration for each, and then maybe in some cases you also have to write like those VTL templates. And I was like, I could just do that in an Express application in just one line. Like I can just add one line and that's it.
Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from, because I was in a world where I had to write my Apache configuration and my Nginx configurations. And with API Gateway, I don't need to do that anymore. I just say, hey, that's my path, that's my Lambda function behind it, and I'm done in one line. And when I used to run, I'm not really proud of it, it was a PHP app. The amount of configuration I had to do in Apache just to get it running, and that per virtual host, that it was a crazy amount of work, and you had to be sure it's always there, it's open, it's listening on port 80, it's listening on port 443. Yeah, that makes me think that like services like ACM is also like an amazing tool. Like the day they came out with ACM, so that's the certificate generator that you can just put automatically on any API gateway. Like that saved not saved my life, because it's stupid to say that, but it reduced my work overhead from a few hours every year.
I think like before this serverless framework or SAM or Terraform, this thing came, it was I think it was like pretty painful process to set up an API gateway. Like you need to write your own CloudFormation template to set up and everything. But now it's like with 2-3 lines of code, you have everything. So that's the difference.
No, exactly. I think for whatever reason we had to, just a few months back, we had to like write a Lambda function using CloudFormation, not using like serverless framework or any of that. And it's still painful And I can see like how it might, let someone think that this might not be a great tool because it requires so much of configuration upfront. Like how can they immediately start to see the benefits if it requires so much work?
Terraform for the win.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think it's a problem with all the AWS services. They have broken that in so many small pieces that everything you want to configure is like a nested layer of 8 CloudFormation resources to be able to make it run. And having frameworks like serverless.com helps a lot because they're hiding all that abstraction for you. And you just say,
Yep.
that's my path, that's my Lambda function, and problem solved.
Yep. And
yeah,
to anyone. Yep. Go ahead, Daniel.
No, I was finished. Go ahead.
Yep. So to anyone out there like who's still sort of like thinking about like whether they should build their APIs in like using Lambda functions or like a typical Node.js or whatever framework application, do give like serverless framework a try. With like API gateway with Lambda functions, it's such a powerful integration. I mean, there are so many integrations that are just available in like a click of a button for API gateway. Like you have like DDoS protection. You can integrate with like all these amazing services, and you can have mock endpoints if you want to do like if you don't have the API developed and you just want to have it respond with some sort of dummy data, and then integrates with like your network traffic analyzer, all these different services, which can which can block like suspicious traffic from that, and you get 10,000 requests per second throughput, which you might not be getting in from like a traditional node application unless you're doing some auto scaling and stuff.
Yeah, and also I think
the rate limiter API keys and the JSON schema validator, that was one of the recent very useful tool like feature of API gateway that I discovered. Like it helps a lot validating the payload. You don't have to write your code to validate the payload. You can define your schemas and it helps validating it.
Yeah, I agree. And also what people often I think don't think about it, and neither do I, is you can put more than Lambda behind your API gateway. You can talk directly to any AWS service.
Yep.
So if you want to post your payload, your JSON payload to a DynamoDB table, you don't need a Lambda in between. You can just go straight from API gateway to your Dynamo, and using the payload validation with JSON schema in front of it, you make sure that your data is correct to be put into your table. And with that, you have like zero overhead. Yes.
Yeah.
With the latest comment from Almir, he said serverless, Terraform, or CDK, and why not? Smiley face emoji. So I wanted to kind of bridge what y'all have been saying with infrastructure as code, right? Tushar was saying that it seems like a lot of setup and a lot of configuration for like a raw API gateway with CloudFormation. For me, the way I see that is that once you've actually done that, even if you had to go through the pain of doing it with raw CloudFormation, it is now versioned and in source control. It is no longer a series of steps that somebody wrote down that you then have to follow and then go back through a console and have to click on things. And if you were building a traditional it's a traditional Express app, you still have to worry about proxying and load balancing and all of these other things separate from your app. When you write it all to use these serverless technologies, it's all encapsulated now in your infrastructure as code. And so if you're going to say serverless or Terraform or CDK, I actually don't mind any of them. I just use one. Like I don't care which one you use. Just use one. Don't leave ClickOps as an option. Please put things into version control, and you see it time and time again for teams that are moving to the cloud and teams that are trying to move to serverless apps. They're not taking the time to encapsulate the power of software-defined infrastructure as part of their app, as part of their workflow.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only time I find myself kind of like using the console to provision resources is like to learn something new, like learn a new service. Like usually you would, like most of the tutorials out there or like the blog posts, like even the ones from like AWS itself, they navigate you through the console. And like it gives you a good sense of what you're like building, like the way like the layout and the UI. Oh, so this falls under that, and this is like a knob of this. So, and then when you get a sense of it, like I try to reverse engineer it and do it like in infrastructure as code. I remember that was like the first, like how I first learned like Cognito, like setting up like a Cognito like user pool or something. So I started like with the console, and then like when I got like a grip of it, I went to infrastructure as code. But for Almir's question, like I start serverless, like with the serverless framework, and then when I hit a limit where I need to write CloudFormation, I don't. I do Terraform. So that's basically my kind of my logic.
I wouldn't directly use like I would love to like separate the code resources and the other resources. Sorry. So like I don't keep the databases and other cognito pools, all other things with the serverless framework, because like it's I like to separate things. Like that's how we separated in our code base. So
Yeah.
we built all the code related resources along with the serverless framework, and then all the databases, SNS, SQS, S3 bucket, and everything, we had a separate a repo which manages all these services, and we use Terraform for that. So it could be Terraform, it could be CDK, so it can be anything.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I was really surprised. Like, I was like not really like buying into that idea in the beginning when I came onto the project that was separated. Like for me, there was like only one real tool, and it was CloudFormation. And now I'm really happy that we have separated those.
And yeah, one reason it could be like one like mistake, one SLS remove command could delete everything, all your code, all your database, everything can go.
Yeah, and there's a lack, I think, in CloudFormation that on the integrity of what you deployed, whereas Terraform is more precise on
Yeah.
what's happening.
Yeah.
You
Terraform is
can know
more-
before you deploy, you can actually know what will happen.
Terraform has more brain.
And in serverless, I would say like serverless framework might not really be in the competition with like Terraform or CDK, because like if you just want to deploy API with like Lambda functions, primarily if you just want to do that, you go for like something like serverless framework. You can do that with CDK, like a CloudFormation, Terraform as well. But serverless framework really, you know, and SAM also, like should mention SAM. It's the AWS's own version of serverless framework. So you go for something like serverless framework or SAM, because they really have a really nice abstraction over an API gateway with like Lambda function sort of style microservice. And Terraform or CDK is, I think, more of like infrastructure provisioning tools, and it really depends on a use case. Like Vishnu and Daniel said, like for us, we use Terraform for like the core infrastructure components of like a service, like SQS queues, S3 buckets, Kinesis streams. And then once that is done, we do use SLS framework for the API, where you have like API gateway and all the integrations with like different Lambda functions.
Yeah. Also,
And
like mostly like the event source mapping. Like I think that's what serverless framework is mostly about. Like easily you can trigger your Lambda function in whichever event you want. Yeah.
Yep. So these are, I think, best used together, like something like serverless framework and Terraform or CDK. And one point I have for like CDK is like Terraform still has its own language. I think HashiCorp language, whatever that is called. But CDK is like, if you really are, let's say, using TypeScript for like all of your code base, your services, and you want to have like TypeScript you want to use TypeScript for even provisioning your infrastructure, I think that's where like the CDK comes in, where you can actually import your business logic files, like your code base files, into your infrastructure provisioning file, like because it's a TypeScript file. Because a lot of times I've seen us, like when we have to share some sort of like infrastructure IDs or whatever, like, assets with the code base, we either we put them in the environment variables, or we put them in S3 bucket, and the code base sort of fetches them from the S3 bucket. But with, like, if you have both the infrastructure provisioning language or framework and your code base use the same language, it gives you really flexibility in like importing files in one another. So I think that really helps.
I think also a language, I wouldn't call them languages, like CloudFormation or Terraform, which are more like config files, don't really have a coding logic. Like, it's hard to do a loop, it's hard to do a condition, whereas with CDK, since it's a language behind it, you can actually start to say, like, if prod or if US East 1 or this kind of, it starts to get easier to do this kind of conditional creation of resources.
One open source tool and framework that that hasn't been mentioned yet that I really love is Architect. It's at arc.codes, and it makes provisioning things really simple for serverless apps. I also really love that as an option, so the folks listening at home should check that out too. Cool. Let's see. Well, we've had a really great discussion so far on all the different aspects of making a production serverless app, living wild in the world and free. And I'm going to throw it next to Vishnu to be able to talk about some of the things to actually avoid and things that we've learned putting all this into practice. So Vishnu, go ahead.
Yep. So we discussed how we built it and how we scaled everything and how we monitored everything. Now I would like to discuss about like what challenges we face, like how we handle failures and everything. Sorry, my camera is not working. So when we build this project, like when it went to production, we currently have like around like 100K, like 100 to 200K events per day. So which directly hit API gateway, then it hits the Lambda functions, then it goes to the downstream services like S3, and the other third-party integrations. So how did we handle the failures? Like there will be obviously failures because Lambda is infinitely scalable, because not infinitely, but it's instantly scales. Like if you get like 100 requests, it just spins up like 100 instances, and within a couple of seconds, you will have like thousands of concurrent instances you can get. So Lambda is scalable, API gateway is scalable, but how about the downstream services that you're using? For example, S3 or secrets manager, SSM parameters, or all other third-party services. So in our case, we were using S3, we are using SQS, SNS, and all these services. So to avoid failure, what we did is, like, first thing we need to like keep in mind is like all the services has quotas, especially in the AWS services. Even Lambda has quotas, API gateways has quotas, S3 has quotas. So the services like S3 and secrets manager or all the services like other services won't be as scalable as Lambda. So if you have like high traffic, it like this services could throttle. So when this throttles, your event might fail. So how we handle these failures was having queues in between, having SNS and SQS queues. So if what we did is, like, if something fails, we put all our events from Lambda between different services into queues. So the other service will read from queue, And also we use event bridge. So if something fails, we what we do is like we throw an error and we put back to the queue, the failed message to the queue, and it will be retried. So, and even after the retry message, retries, even all the retries are failing, we would use in a DLQ. So it's always good to use DLQs wherever it is possible, and so you don't lose any events or messages in your flow. So you can retry them, and once the retries are exhausted, you can put that to an SQS queue, the DLQ. So you can have a DLQ for SQS, you can have a DLQ for SNS, you can have a DLQ for event bridge and all these things. So
Yep.
you can, yeah, all
Mo-
this fail message would go there, and you can have like a retry policy there, and maybe you can retry them later, or you can do some other business logic to the failed emails. Go ahead, Tushar.
Yep. One thing I like to add to that is like always prepare for like failures, like as if like
Failures.
every component is about to like will fail for sure.
Yeah.
And there's I think a joke around like your DLQs like should we have like a DLQ for the DLQ?
For DLQ, we actually thought about it.
Another DLQ for that one, but you know that would be too much. But always I think it's always a good practice to think that everything will fail when it goes to like prod or when it receives like real traffic, and that kind of prepares you to have all these different measures on like having DLQs, having logs, having alarm systems, just so you are aware of failure. Because it's having failures is I think is a good thing. It means your product is evolving, and it's inevitable, like it's about to happen. But I think the most important part is like how you act to that failure, and also like what you learn from that failure,
Yeah.
and if you apply that learning to make your system even more robust and resilient. So
So it's always good to know the limits, like the quotas for each of the services that you use in the downstream. So if you don't know that, like you could see throttlings. For example, S3, I was in S3 put events were failing because we are hitting the S3 like more frequently than their rate limit. So we had to retry it. So either you could do like AWS SDK's inbuilt retry mechanism, else even that fails, you could send back to the queue, send back to your DLQ and retry that. And another thing is, yeah, go ahead, Tushar.
yeah, one thing on like these quotas is like I think this is the only sort of like part of serverless services infrastructure
Yeah.
where you have to sort of like know what are the limitations of it.
Yeah.
So don't just just because it's serverless doesn't mean like it can scale to like millions of events, or it is like scaled to like infinite of events. Like a lot of people have.
I think what is important to know is that even if it's serverless, there's a server behind it.
Yep. There's a server behind it, and it can fail. Like if you put too much load onto it, like it will fail. So it's always good. Like you're using DynamoDB, check out like what are the limitations of DynamoDB, what are the default quotas like of DynamoDB. Like it has some like 400 KB per object limit, and then if you're using API gateway, it has like 10,000 requests per second throughput, and I think it's good to have that in your mind. So when you're noticing like your traffic or whatever that load is like going to increase, you can always go to AWS and say, hey, my load is about to increase. Can you just increase my default quota for this particular service? And I think if you have a reasonable, a good reason for that, they are pretty quick to do that.
Yeah, and to compare that to a non-serverless world, if you have your own servers running, I'm not thinking necessarily EC2, but even your bare metal in your data center, you will have a server that has perhaps a magnetic disk that is 15 years old that has a throughput of like, I don't know, what's the speed, 5,200 RPMs. You will hit a limit on throughput there too. You cannot write infinite amount of data in there. So what do you need to do is like change this server with this magnetic disk to a server with an SSD, how quick is that turnover to buy a new server and get it installed and working? Whereas saying to AWS, hey, I need double requests on API Gateway or Dynamo, it's generally in a few hours it's done.
Yep.
And you don't pay for that. You just will pay because you will get more requests, but you don't pay for the fact that it went bigger. Whereas if you change disk, you buy a new disk, you have to pay upfront for that server.
Yeah, even Lambda is like not infinitely scalable. Like people think is one of the most common misconception around serverless. People think it's infinitely scalable. If you use serverless, it just scales for millions, but that's not the case. Like there are still limits per like how many concurrent requests you need to run, handle that. So always you need to keep that in mind. And another thing is this is limits on AWS downstream services. But the other thing is like you should also look after the limits of your third-party services that you integrated with. For example, if you're like emailer service, you're using third-party emailer service, you need to know what is their limits. So what happens if that service fails? So we use the same methods. Like if it's failed for first time, you just fail the message and send back to the queue, retry it. And for what if this service is failing for hours, like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours? You cannot like keep sending this message back to the queue forever for nothing, right? So what we did to avoid that is we implemented a mechanism called circuit breaker method. Like based on the metrics that we log, so we do add metric for each API, third-party API calls and its failures. So if it's failing for like more than a particular amount, what we do is instead of sending all these messages back to the queue, we just disable the integration with the service. So it wouldn't call the API, the third-party API. We would just queue them back in the main queue. So all the messages will start queuing there, and once the service is back, we just re-enable or close the circuit. So all the messages would start flowing in. So it's always to know the limits of third-party services you integrate with as well. And it's always okay to like good to implement failures, like handle failures with that.
And to circuit breaker pattern, I think the reason, like the why of like why should we break the circuit if some underlying service is failing, it's because imagine you have like a website where users can check out the orders, and you have this order service which takes in those orders and it sends the request to, let's say, the payment service. And for whatever reason, let's say payment service is not working as expected and it's failing. The good thing with circuit breaker pattern is like it would basically make the order service stop accepting any more orders. Because if it doesn't do that, like for a user who's giving out the order has been accepted by the order service. So the user might think, everything is fine, my order has been accepted. And in the asynchronous world of like the service communication, the order service would send an asynchronous event to the payment service, and payment service would fail. And so all these orders that looked like they were successfully placed would start to fail behind the scenes. So it's very important that you fail immediately and you recognize, okay, the payment service is actually failing, so we should stop receiving any more orders. So that really helps you avoid, having too much of, these kind of requests which are partially failed in a partially failed state. And this is where like patterns like circuit breaker really helps.
Yeah. So the next thing is like, which is related to the streams and queues on AWS. Some issues we discovered is, it's not issues, it's just like a best practice you can implement. Like if you use queues, when you have Lambda integrations. So please try to like don't throw errors like if on every message. So if you're using a queue, you will be getting messages in a batch. So if one message fails, and if you throw an error, all the messages in the queue will be like lost. Like it won't be retried or something like that. So always catch the errors and or no, it just when all the messages will go back to the queue and it come back to the Lambda function again. So you need to be the function need to be idempotent to like to not reprocess the all messages which went back to the queue. And other thing is like when you use batch APIs of AWS, it's I think it's same with SQS and Kinesis and DynamoDB streams like DynamoDB. If you use batch, right, it doesn't always write all of them. It sometimes send back you will always get success response when you write it, but it also gives you some unprocessed events in the back in the response. So if you're not handle it properly, all those unprocessed you wouldn't notice like unless you check the response. So if you always need to check it and see all the batch was processed. If not processed, you need to like handle them and retry them. So yeah, these are the things we learn doing serverless with this project.
Yeah, this last point kind of reminded me of once I had a Lambda like consumer at the end of a Kinesis stream, and I forgot the integration, like the kind of the configuration name when you do it, like the event source mapping. But basically, it says that when there's like a failed record, it will report it back to Kinesis, and that caused a problem because it was causing congestion. So it was blocking all the records that are coming like in, and the function kept retrying that specific record. So I just disabled that, and also like luckily our use case like it's kind of forgiving. Like if you lose like a couple of events, and it was causing another problem that all like in that kind of batch, if there was just one failing event, all the other ones would be kind of reprocessed. So you'd get duplicates on the other side. So the Lambda would, let's say like if they're 10, the first 9 are okay and the 10th one is bad. Every time it will retry the full batch. So yeah, always like make sure that like your configuration matches like your use case.
Especially with Kinesis and DynamoDB streams, like if you don't handle the failures, it will block all the other messages.
Yeah.
Like if one item is failing, it would keep retrying. Like so, all the other message behind it would be blocked, and until this this record is expired or it's successfully processed. So,
yep. And one thing like in terms of like integration between all these services, like is like don't just look at the first service. Like if you're integrating API gateway with Lambda and then Lambda to SQS, look at the limitations of each services. Like look at the throughput for each service. Like if your Lambda can take on 10,000 per second, Lambda, your API gateway can take 10,000 per second. Your Lambda might not have that much throughput. Lambda might have just like 3,000 per second. And if your Lambda can take 3,000, SQS might just be able to only take 2,000 per second. So you will create like all these like blockers if you don't plan initially for all these like different integration points and their throughput limits.
Yep. Over to Paul.
All right. Yeah, thanks. Quick update. I'm no longer a chicken. I've found a profile pic that I can upload into this. My camera is still not working like it's supposed to, but you know, we're resilient cloud developers. We can adapt and overcome. I'm still live on the stream. Wanted to take this second here to thank Vishnu for going over all the different learnings and pitfalls and what to avoid and and how to navigate around the AWS quotas for the services that we love to use. Again, if you have any questions that you want us to cover, feel free to drop them in the chat. We're still looking for them. In fact, this is a callback all the way to like an hour ago when someone at Darmendra asks, how difficult is it to convince your clients to use serverless? Which is an awesome segue into the next topic that I wanted to cover, which are the organizational challenges of adopting a serverless mindset. The five of us, we all luckily get to work together on a client project. And at that client, you know, they've got a lot of existing stuff that we have to fold in. They aren't sure of what really serverless is or means. And to the business, they kind of ultimately, you know, don't really care if it's a Lambda function or if it's a container, or if it's a Kubernetes orchestrated monster, right? So in what we do and how we bring our serverless mindset to them, we remind them of all of the benefits that we've talked about earlier in this panel. And I think the first point that I want to make for folks who are looking to adopt serverless within their organizations is to really empathize with the existing technology stacks, right? Just because we're coming in with something new and different doesn't always mean it's immediately better, and that the organization has to just stop whatever they're doing and pick up what we're putting down, because that never works, right? It's going to be by showing these small proof of concepts that happen, you know, fairly quickly because of the stack that we're using. You know, it just compounds on itself. When we're using tools that enable us to be more productive, we are more productive. And when we are more productive, we show the organization that we can do more with these tools. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And in the meantime, we're able to empathize with all their existing IT stuff, right? Like they are used to having platform teams and security teams and different teams all trying to get a different piece of the application, where with a serverless mindset, you've really kind of put them all together. The platform, the environment, the security, all of it is now kind of put together and more in the hands of the developer. And when you are talking to these organizations and these clients, you have to let them know that, you know, their priorities can be shifting from more of an operational standpoint to now let's build out real features. We can put aside all of the minutia of provisioning and just work on the product itself, giving more priority to your product owners and the folks that are writing the JIRA tickets that we have to execute on, right, every day. And when you're talking to these organizations, it's always going to be about making that small transition over time. And because of the serverless technologies that we use, we can increase that traction faster and faster over time. Does anybody else kind of have something to add to that?
Yeah, I have a few points to add. Is first we are working to answer. I mean, what was the name of the person who asked the question?
Darmendra.
Darmendra's question was, we are lucky actually that the business entity inside the enterprise we are working for is kind of convinced by serverless, or they see the benefit of it. So we didn't have to convince them directly, but we needed to convince other parts of the organization that it's actually something great. So we had like one hurdle less to overcome for that. And to add to Paul's point is, when you do a POC on you need to show this data. I'm thinking here of what we did with QuickSight and Redshift. It's in less than a day you get a Redshift cluster with data. You get your data points showing up in a browser, and basically you had to ask for zero money somehow, because you just spin it up. If it works, you keep it. If it doesn't work, you tear it down and you pay it for 1 day of usage, which is not much. And that's where actually all this serverless, or to be more precise, the cloud probably will helps a lot, is to allow to make a quick proof of concept. It doesn't cost much. You don't need millions of approvals left and right to get it done. And you can go forward and decide, is that the tool we want? Is it not? If it's not, yeah, throw it away and use something else. But if people are happy with that and it works, keep it and move forward with that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Within the organization, you instead of saying like, I got to go to this team and ask for this many resources and this much hardware and this kind of environment. Once you have your IAM controls and your accounts set up, you can go ahead and do it. You can just ask the cloud for this service or that service, and you didn't have to go back through anybody else for that extra approval, because it's already implicit as part of the environment.
Yep. And I think serverless also gives you that buffer time, that time to really analyze your access patterns, your traffic patterns, or your like how your product, what your product actually needs. Like you could put something in a Lambda function, see how it works, like in its very early stage, and by the time you get an understanding of, okay, this is exactly what my needs are based on all the development work that we have done, you can then choose to even move away from serverless. Like you can go to your AC2 if that makes sense for your product or your architecture. So it really gives you that time where you have something set up and working, and then you are just iterating over it and also analyzing how the patterns are and what out there is better than serverless, which might be a better fit for my product.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Tushar. And with that, I think that's a perfect transition into how do we actually keep up with all this? I mean, we are living on it every day on the front lines, cutting edge, doing serverless development in production, millions of events. And it doesn't seem to stop coming from AWS. It doesn't seem to stop coming from the folks that are creating more and more tools and abstractions for us. So I guess I'll start with maybe Taha. Taha, how do you like to keep up with the things in serverless?
I would say serverless mainly like I would say there are some like a certain number of, you can call like influencers, or like people like who are kind of always advancing and pushing like the serverless paradigm on different platforms like social media, like on Twitter and LinkedIn, and it's not just like posting. They actually like create content. They give you like great use cases. Lots of people now are starting to write books about like serverless architecture and all that stuff. So I think like in the last like 4 years, like the serverless community has grown very much. And again, like because everyone is like passionate about serverless, I think that like everyone's happy to help and like to share. Hopefully that's what we're also like trying to do here in Serverless Guru. So again, like there's no like specific place that I look for, but it's out there. Like if you like if you look, you'll find like so many people, like inspiring people, and yeah, mainly social media. I would say like Twitter, Reddit, and from there on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Very cool. How about we go next to Tushar? How do you stay up with all the serverless stuff?
I think it's like Taha said, like obviously if you get some very big announcement, it's probably like Twitter notification, something like that. We also have this Slack channel where we get all these AWS updates. And since all of us are super, AWS centric, we all love AWS. we sort of go through each update. Like it's like a notification. So it's really good way to like keep up with that. But also I think it's most importantly, like whenever you're working on something, just putting that extra effort or time in just looking out for the alternatives. Like if you're doing like, if you want to make an API call from a service to another, like if you're going to want to get some information across one service to other, just looking out for like all the available options, like, and what's the best fit for your, that fits the serverless mindset sort of. Just like for example, like EventBridge has, I think, more than, I don't know, 500, I think, integrations. So there's so many ways to do like even one thing. So just looking out there and see like which one is the best way to do it for your, use case. That's probably how I learned most about like all these serverless services. Like I, like, for example, there was this S3 bucket and I wanted, like a few years back, and I wanted to be notified whenever something was put into that. And I learned about like, hey, actually, instead of like running a cron job and checking that bucket, S3 could actually send me notification whenever something is dropped into that bucket. So that's I think I would say like my major source of like information about like new serverless offerings and stuff, is to always explore a little more about like all the alternatives you have when working on an AWS service or an integration.
Nice. Vishnu, what do you think about how do you stay up on serverless?
Just like mostly on the AWS announcements, actually. So AWS doesn't stop building stuff. Every year they come with like new services, and it's just the excitement of trying new stuff is like, it's amazing. For example, recently we tried the step functions to solve some kind of wait state, um, we need to wait for some events. So the step function SDK integration really helped there. So we didn't have to write zero code. Everything was doable with step function. Then there was this Lambda extensions. We had to send some asynchronous events to our analytics service. So, but we didn't want to block the control flow because it was a front-end API. So all these new services, like, which comes in every year, it just excites. And using that, like it's just really exciting, I think, more than that.
Nice. Yeah, we have in our Slack channels, we have an AWS announcement channel,
Yeah.
and it just keeps lighting up every day. And I do tend to scroll through it, and anytime I see something with like EKS, I just cringe a little more. But that's all right. That's just a me problem. Daniel, why don't you tell us how you like to keep up on serverless?
Yeah, so I think kind of the same as others. No, I just asked Tusha and Vishnu. No, to be more honest, yeah. So the Slack integration of the AWS announcements helps a lot to not have to to receive them automatically as soon as they arrive. What's hard with that is actually when you see an announcement is actually to memorize it, and perhaps 6 months later, suddenly when you need it to say, oh yeah, they used to have an announcement 6 months ago. These announcements are nice if you need something like at the same time they announce it, which like the odds for that are really tiny. But what I like to do is to generally, if I see something that's kind of the area that I like or that I want to explore more, it's to find an excuse to work with that, either to put it in your project you are working on your day job, or perhaps why not just do a webinar about it, like explore, create a webinar, create a blog post. So make a meaning out of your exploration on that stuff. I did something about DynamoDB global tables. I haven't used them yet. Not sure I will use them one day, but at least I did a deep dive into it. I used it in a fake real project, and that allowed me to like understand better what it does. Because just for me, just reading a blog post doesn't help me. So that's, my brain doesn't work like that. I need to touch it. So generally, like trying to find a way on the free time or in a project to use these new offerings.
Nice. Yeah, getting that firsthand experience really is the only way to learn with any of this stuff. And I wanted to go ahead and bring in Benoit's question of how to transition from a legacy non-serverless monolithic infra to serverless and wrap that into my answer of how I stay up to date on serverless. So are you ready for this? Y'all know about spackle punched? You know what that is? Getting spackle punched? It's a term from I think Forrest Brazil created it. It's when you go ahead and build something in AWS, and then AWS will release exactly what it is that you built, like right after you build it. Therefore, not needing the thing that you built anymore, and thus being spackle punched by AWS. I say that because when working with clients and moving legacy non-serverless stuff, even brand new stuff that's not technically legacy, it's brand new software that you have to integrate into a serverless environment. That's when I actually learned more about serverless. By learning exactly how hard it can be to run software in the cloud, I now know way more about why AWS's services and doing things serverlessly is way better. When I was confronted with having to actually write out like route tables and networking things, I just couldn't wait to go back to just SLS deploy. And keeping up with the newest stuff that's coming out on the bleeding edge of whatever AWS is cooking up, it's simply just going to be replacing and taking care of all of that manual stuff that I had to go through to launch a set of Kubernetes clustered containering things. And so by actually, in my day job, having to wrangle containers, I learned more about what serverless is and what it can be and how it can make developers actually reach like this newer level of like nicer operations, all in the cloud. And that's how I stay up with serverless, by doing things the hard way first and totally taking it for granted later. So with that, we are coming up on almost 2 hours of us chatting about our production, real life serverless experiences. Again, for all you folks listening on the internet and at home and at work, thank you so much. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, smash that bell. Stay tuned for even more better upcoming presentations on Serverless Day. Want to give a shout out to all my colleagues here, Taha, Tushar, Vishnu, Daniel. Want to give a shout out to Jonathan for organizing this amazing day. Give a shout out to all my friends at Serverless Guru and all of you serverless lovers out there. My name is Paul Chin Jr. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
I heard my name being called. Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much to everyone who's been joining us. Thank you to Taha, Vishnu, Daniel, and Tushar as well for being part of this amazing Serverless First Mindset panel. And it's not even like Serverless First Mindset. It felt so long ago, almost like lifetimes ago with you guys. You just went through so many interesting topics, so many memorable like lines and quotes. It was a trip just writing it all down and trying to get it all onto Twitter. So you guys are fantastic. Like Paul said, we have more amazing serverless content coming up. So stay tuned. And yeah, give it up one more time for the Serverless First Mindset panel. You guys knocked it out of the park. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. And please leave a comment on Twitter or on YouTube, letting us know if you prefer Paul Chin Jr. as human form or as chicken form. My vote's for chicken. So we'll get the poll going up for that, and we'll Paul, what the ultimate decision is do you get to stay as Paul Chin Jr. or do you have to become Paul Chicken Jr.? So we'll see. All right. And so coming up next, guys, we got the let's see, we got the Marco webinar, which will be CloudWatch Deep Down with Marco at Serverless Life if you want to find him on Twitter. This amazing presentation is going to be about debugging serverless applications, which can be very challenging, and being knowledgeable about CloudWatch is essential. So for this, we will be diving deep down into its hidden features to make the most of it. And honestly, this presentation has something for everybody: experts, the beginner, the intermediate stage. If you haven't even heard of serverless, you should still watch this. It's that good. So with that being said, I'll let Marco take it away. And if you have any questions, comments, or anything, please leave it for us in the comment section below, and we'll get to it soon.
Hi, I'm Marco, and I'm going to talk about CloudWatch hidden features for debugging serverless applications. I'm working with serverless from 2017, and I'm AWS certified professional alongside with other certificates you can see on the screen. I also write a blog called serverlesslive.com, and you can reach me on email, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. So what is CloudWatch? CloudWatch is a set of services for observability. So what's observability? It's logging, that's just the most common, metrics, like you measure something, and tracing. Tracing is probably the most interesting. That helps you track the message that goes from multiple services. So observability is very important in serverless because serverless applications often look like this. A bunch of services and lambdas connected, and it's extremely difficult to find where it failed. That doesn't mean the serverless applications are more complex than classical ones, but they tend to be more complex when you want to debug them. And from this comes from this famous tweet. Serverless applications are basically, they should be a microservices system. And as this tweet says, every outage could be like a murder mystery, especially if you don't know your observability tools. So let's first thing address an elephant in the room. Should I use CloudWatch or should I use third-party tools? Well, CloudWatch is extremely powerful, and basically you can do everything you want, but it's not that developer or user-friendly. So maybe, especially for service applications, you might consider some third-party tools. And if you do so, maybe concentrate on the services that are specialized for serverless, like Lumigo, Ipsagon, Tundra. They're working, they're building, they have solutions for serverless for many years, and they added a lot of really useful features. But maybe you could easily stay with CloudWatch, and the main benefit is clear. You already have every data in CloudWatch, so you don't have to do anything, and you don't have any issues sharing your data with some third-party services and send data over there, or you already have everything in place. So let's go quickly through CloudWatch. If you did anything interesting with serverless, this will not be anything new, but it will just set the ground for the presentation. So you can have a dashboard, you can create your own, or you can use already prepared ones, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You have alarms that they can wake you up in the middle of the night if you didn't do a great job. Then obviously you have logs and metrics, and probably most interesting is traces. So let's start with some simple Lambda. So I already did some dummy data logging. So you can log a stream, obviously, but much better is to log a JSON object, and you can query by it those parameters, as we will see later. So you should not log like this, but even if you do, or you have some legacy app, there's a way out, so you can log by these parameters. So let's execute this Lambda a few times to have some data to play with. And check the logs. Logs are grouped into groups. So each Lambda has its own group, and in the group you have multiple streams, one for each instance of Lambda. So let's play a guessing game where our logs are, but probably in the latest stream, and we can see all the data we have logged. And JSON, you can see structured JSON, which you can also query. So you have special query language here, but that's not very useful. As I said, Lambda, each instance of Lambda is writing for its own stream, and you can query only one stream here. So yeah, might be useful, but not that much. More useful is our log insights. That's a special service you can use for querying. And it has, again, its own query language. It's a bit similar to SQL, but unfortunately it's not SQL. It's not very hard, and it's extremely powerful. So let's just query the logs. Basically the same thing, but you can get data from all the streams. But not just the streams, you can query multiple lambdas. So basically that means multiple log groups, and you can select up to 20 log groups here. And again, you have query language, and let's play a little bit with this. Here you have a helper that can tell you which fields you can use, and it already recognized that we have some JSON data that we can filter. So ultra simple. You can use already prepared queries by AWS, or you can store your own. And let's see some example that I already prepared. So this example shows errors in lambdas, but I select multiple lambdas, or basically log groups. This is one simple example. You can do more advanced queries, like average duration, max duration, and so on. So you can analyze lambdas. You can here are a lot of other queries that you can see here also in my presentation that you can get later. But what I want to show you that this language is extremely powerful. But just play, let's just play with some really interesting examples. So previously I mentioned that even if you have logs like this, you can still parse that because you can use regular expression here. So querying this is possible with this query. And another thing, you can implement your how can I say, poor man distributed tracer. So when I logged this JSON object, I added trace IDs. But the first thing is, what is trace? If you want to follow the request that goes through multiple services, you can add its unique trace ID and then query by it. So that's another use case. You can use CloudWatch log insights. So for CloudWatch, for logging, here are some libraries that you can use for logging. But maybe you don't even need them. Don't over-engineer your app. It depends what you are building. One really important thing, CloudWatch is expensive. And basically every feature has quite some price tag on it. So to reduce the costs, don't log too much, obviously. Limit retention, that's one important thing to do. So if you look at log groups, our log group will never expire. So we will pay for these logs forever, which obviously we don't want to. So we can change this, I don't know, for 1 day, for just development environments, or a week, or 1 month, or something. Then another technique that for reducing the cost is use sampling. So you log just some of the requests, or you can log details only in case of an error. And obviously you can enable extended logging only in case of when you debug, and then turn off or use sampling logging when the system is in normal operation. Okay, as we talked about logs insights, there is one downside of this service. It takes about 1 minute to update the logs. So when you log something, you should wait a minute before you can query it. As I mentioned, query language is extremely powerful. You can use regular expressions. You can store the queries. And one interesting thing is, as I already showed you, stored queries, you can store this with CloudFormation. So when you deploy an app, you already have some prepared queries to analyze the system. And there are already some prepared queries by AWS, as I mentioned. Here are examples that I already briefly showed you. So queries can be quite complex, but extremely powerful. Obviously, Lambda is not the only thing you can log. Every service provides its own logs, but API Gateway is special because it's quite often is the entry to the app. And well, let's look at API Gateway a little bit. Here I have some sample app. And you can configure what you want to log here. But there is not just a few checkboxes. You can basically configure everything. And if you want to really dig deeper, then you should check the blog of Alex Debris. And here he goes into details how you can configure logging for API Gateway. And obviously this is out of scope for this presentation, and it takes a lot of time even to scroll this down. But obviously, if you just want to the basic logging, you can just check few boxes here, and that's also probably sufficient. Okay, then let's go to metrics. You have you can have custom metrics, so you can build your own, measure whatever you desire, or you can use some already built in. I will just pick one that is interesting, and that is concurrent execution for Lambda. By default, in each AWS environment account, you have limit of 1,000 concurrent execution, and if you exceed this, obviously Lambda will throttle. And when does it happens? Well, there could be two reasons for that. Either your app is so successful, so for that reason you should ask to increase this limit, or the other reason could be your you have some recursive call and you keep calling the same Lambda, probably with the same payload, and this could end up in a really surprise bill on the end of the month. So first thing, you should configure alarm for this. But just explore this metric a little bit. So you have concurrent execution, and what you should watch out. By default, here's an average, and you're not interested in average here. You're interested in the maximum. And as I mentioned, CloudWatch is not that developer friendly, so you should really watch out what you're doing. So you can configure alarms, but there is a simpler way for configuring alarms for these parameters. And there is a service called service quotas. And you can see all the quotas for your account. And for Lambda, here is concurrent execution. You have 1,000 of them. Obviously, you can request quota increase, but you should also add some alarm, like, I don't know, 80% of quota. And we can see alarms now here. And you can connect this to SNS or and you can then get an email or message in the middle of the night if you desire. Yeah, let's dig deeper into the metrics. Let's clear this and let's look at Lambda a little bit more. So we will analyze invocations and just, I don't know, I have a sample app here, and I will just put some lambdas. Before the presentation, I did some testing, so I have some data I can play with. Apart from metrics, you can also use math. And there's a new additional feature that is about, I don't know, 6 months ago. You can query with SQL. So let's look a little bit. So you can select a namespace, some invocations, and run. And this is just pure SQL. And again, another really powerful thing how to query your metrics. And you already have some prepared queries you can play with it. So this feature is, as I mentioned, called Metrics Insights. the downside of this is that you can only query the last 3 hours. But for ordinary metrics, you can go for, I don't know, 15 days or something. Yeah, 15 months. So I showed you metric size, and let's also see some metric expressions. We created alarm for concurrent executions, and here you can also see some metric expression you can use, and this could again be really powerful. So as I mentioned, there are built-in metrics, or you can build your own, and there is several ways how to do that. You can just synchronously write to this to the matrix, or you can do that asynchronously. One simple thing is you can use these already existing clocks and configure filter and then matrix based on that. Let me show you how it's done. So here is already one filter that I configured. So whenever there is a log with order shipped, it will log to the matrix, and then you can see matrix here. And you can see there are, I don't know, 7 orders shipped in that period. So this is extremely simple and useful if you already have some logs to configure some alarms. Maybe you have some special error message that keeps popping up and you want to be alarmed if it pops up again. That's the way to handle this. Or really useful thing is if lambda is timeout, there is no matrix for that, and you cannot create alarm without that. But you can create your matrix based on that filter and then put alarm on it. And the most useful thing to create your matrix is embedded metric format. Let's try. I'll try to find an example for that. Here I have some sample application. Yeah, I cannot find a decent example right now. But the point is, you do just a normal logging in a special format, and CloudWatch recognizes this as a matrix and parse it. So which alarms you should set? Here is a blog by Yan Chu, a very famous serverless expert that you can check out. So he listed the alarms you should configure for the most basic services. But be aware of alarm fatigue. Don't configure alarms that are triggering every 5 minutes, so because everybody they just get restless. Configure alarms that are triggered only when something is wrong. And one additional feature I can show you, you can use composite alarms, like we already have some dummy alarms here, and we can configure alarm that is triggered only when, I don't know, both alarms are triggered. So if multiple things are going wrong, then wake me up, then, or else let me sleep. Okay, so next interesting thing is X-ray tracing. As I mentioned, serverless applications tend to connect multiple services, and when message goes through, I don't know, SQS, SNS, event bridge, and if it fails, it's really hard to find where it fails, because, well, each service writes its own log. So the only thing you can do is just check the first service, the second, and the third, and so on. Obviously, that's not the way to do it. And distributed tracing is something that can help you. First thing, how to configure. You have to enable it on API Gateway on Lambda. So let's check the Lambda example. And here you should check this box. And the same goes for API Gateway. You should check in this box, but that's not all you should do. You should add this code to every Lambda, and not just that. For some services like SQS, there's another additional code you should do to transfer these trace IDs, so you can have one combined trace. So let's look at one of those traces. X-ray has basically multiple user interfaces. One is X-ray, or you can use it in CloudWatch. They are basically rebuilding here. So the new UI doesn't have all the features like the old one, but has some additional ones. So it's a question which service to use. So I just picked one service, one trace, and here you can see how the request went through multiple services. But first thing, let's just look at this sample app. It has API gateway, then some Lambda that writes or reads from DynamoDB, and there's one Lambda that also just for an example, write to SNS and trigger another Lambda. And this is a trace you can see here. So Lambda is writing to DynamoDB and also sending data to SNS, and that triggers another Lambda. And looking at this trace, it's basically like magic. You can see all the how can I say, stack trace. If you ever worked with .NET or Java, and even Node.js has quite decent stack trace. So whenever it fails, you can see when did it fail and what it did before. But distributed trace is one level higher. It goes through all the services, and it also shows you how much time it's spent on each service. But not only that, you can add your additional segments so you can track even more information. So here there's additional annotation that you can later use to query, and you can also add some metadata so you can really know what's going on that particular call. As I mentioned, you can query here. Here is another query language that is very powerful, but again, different than any other query language. And X-Ray also draws you a service map, so you can see how all the services are connected with each other. So as I mentioned, you should do quite some things to configure the X-Ray. Other observability tools like Lumigo, so you just check a few boxes and you're good to go, and you already have distributed tracing. But for X-Ray, you have to do a little bit more. You should take advantage of segments and annotation and metadata, so you can on each part add additional information that you can later use to query or debug the application. Segments are also very useful when you're calling some third-party service that doesn't support X-Ray, obviously, and you can measure only that part, how much time it's spent. If I look at the trace once more, for example, for DynamoDB, you can clearly see how much time it's spent, and you can also see the same for SNS and for SNS and its Lambda and so on. And segments can be used also to add custom annotation metadata to the because root segment by default doesn't allow to add those. Okay. Let's move forward. a lot of AWS service has also additional feature for monitoring, and that is called insights. Don't mix this with logs inside or metrics inside. This is Lambda insights or contributor insights or containers insights. But so, and there's another huge field we can explore. But just to see a quick view, let's see first thing how to configure that for Lambda. You have to enable this exchange monitoring, and this adds another Lambda layer. And this produces you graphs like this. So it's much easier to investigate what's going on with each Lambda. And another thing that's very useful is contributor insights for DynamoDB. Again, you should, first thing you should enable this. Which should do here. And this helps you figuring out which are hotkeys for your tables. Okay, then the simple things, the dashboard. As I already showed you, you can build your own dashboard. Basically, every metric you can put on dashboard. But there are already some prepared dashboard that you can take advantage of. One interesting thing is even CloudWatch logs insights that we previously looked at. You can put that on the dashboard. So if I take one of these already prepared queries, I can put this to the dashboard, which can be extremely useful. And one important feature of this dashboard is you can share it. So basically you can build up dashboard for your, I don't know, admins or somebody that monitors the app, but you don't want to give him or her an access to your AWS account. So you can share by creating just simple username and password, or you can just share the link, which is not very secure way to do, but maybe if it doesn't contain that sensitive data, or you can use single sign-on. You can also create your custom widgets, and it's pretty simple to do. Basically, you create a Lambda that returns static HTML. JavaScript is not allowed, but you can still make your widget a bit dynamic. Another really interesting feature is that we don't have time to dig deeper is anomaly detection. It uses AI to analyze your system, and it it based on that, it can alarm you when something goes wrong. Yeah, so this is a brief introduction of CloudWatch. I showed you quite some interesting features and hacks. Hopefully you learned something. So if you have any questions, don't be a stranger, contact me by email, Twitter, LinkedIn, or whatever you prefer. Thank you very much for your time. Goodbye.
Okay, that was Marco. Thank you to Marco for that lovely presentation on CloudWatch Deep Down. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to have the last of our events. The Leadership Rock panel is going to be coming on. So while we get that set up a little bit, we're going to have you all wait for just a minute. I'm going to throw up some nice lo-fi, some serverless lo-fi beats. We'll have Ryan, Alex, and Josh join me. We'll go over some of the questions we saw in the comments. We have one from Sebastian, so don't worry, Sebastian, we'll get to you in just a minute. So everyone hang tight just a little bit, please. Thank you so much for being here with us during Serverless Day, SLS Day. We really appreciate it, and we hope you've been having as much fun as we do. So see you guys again in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, sweet. All right, we got the lo-fi beats coming in to do the intro for this final talk of the day. As y'all are aware, this is Serverless Day 2022. We've had a full day. We've now been running about 6 hours and 50 minutes almost. We're definitely going to cross over the 7-hour mark here, and we might even rub up against 8 hours total in one day, which is fantastic. Tons of talks, tons of different things that have been going on, and now to kind of top the day off, we're going to be going into what we call Leadership Rocks. And so what's kind of interesting about this format is that we actually do it every week. It's just not broadcast. So in Leadership Rocks, we talk about every department that we have going at Serverless Guru: sales, marketing, recruiting, engineering, product development, tax, legal. Entire business is basically discussed every Friday, and we basically do a retrospective every week. Super interesting format. And then we just thought, hey, we already do this and we're pretty comfortable talking on camera about this type of stuff. Let's do this format more often. And so far, I think we've done probably 4 or 5 different Leadership Rocks episodes that are publicly on our YouTube channel. So definitely check those out. And today is going to be a special one. Of course, it's Serverless Day. It's the first Serverless Day that we've hosted at Serverless Guru. And super exciting, especially because this entire event has been put together in the past 2 weeks, week of time, and that's pretty incredible. So definitely thank you to the entire Serverless Guru team that came together to make talks and panels. The entire day has gone, so seamlessly. It's been incredible. And also a special shout out to Jonathan, of course, who's with us today, who's been the person behind the scenes kind of constructing everything and posting on social media, and also basically being our admin all day. I was admin for maybe like 4 hours, and I was feeling so drained. So the fact that Jonathan is on this and he's also been doing all the behind the scenes stuff is incredible. So with that, let's go ahead and do a round robin of intros, and then we can get into some of the first topics today. So with that, Josh, do you want to kick us off?
Boom. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, y'all. I'm Josh Proto. I'm Chief Operations Officer here at Serverless Guru, as I have been for several years now. Boy, the time definitely flies. And, it's I'm super excited to be here. Always love getting to, show a little bit of how the sausage is made and whatever people are interested in learning about. I'm here to help.
Hey y'all, I'm Jonathan DeGroot. I'm the mysterious voice behind the marketing department here at Serverless Guru. If you hear a whisper in the wind that says serverless, I paid it to do that, or I constructed something to do that. So that was me. I'm usually, in the background a little bit, and so being on camera, I'm a little nervous. So if you see any shaking or anything, please mock me online, because that gives us good ratings. So. Anything you can do to help boost this, do it, please. It's my whole job.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Alex, or Donggun, which is in Korean. Fun fact, in Korea, your middle name is part of your first name. So in America growing up, my Korean name actually translates to just Dong. So, let me tell you, waiting in the hospital for your name to be called, room full of patients was quite embarrassing growing up. So hopefully some immigrants out there can relate with me on this. But I'm currently working as the VP of Engineering here at Serverless Guru, taking high-level oversight in both engineering management and cloud account management. Just a little bit on technical background. It's primarily from enterprise backend development, mostly in Java Spring Boot. As a Java guy being in Serverless Guru, I get a lot of crap from my coworkers. But yep, basically that. Over to you, Ryan.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, awesome. My name is Ryan Jones, founder of Serverless Guru. Man, I think I went through some photos like yesterday, and I saw like a chat bot that had been made in like 2018. I was like, what? It's been that long? Like it's been like 4 years. It's crazy. So, but with that intro out of the way, I do want to answer a question that was asked last time, which I don't think we had time for. I believe it's from Sebastian here. So let's do that, and then let's jump into the first topic. So the question was, perhaps naive, but is there a reason there isn't a Lambda layer opt-in for X-ray tracing like the competitors seem to have? I think that's a great question. So a lot of different third-party monitoring companies, they have a Lambda layer, which you can just easily attach. However, with X-Ray, it requires a little bit more of your own like custom code inside of the Lambda function itself. I mean, hopefully that's the thing that someone's made an abstraction over X-Ray and now it's a layer and now you can integrate that easily in. I don't have that direct answer to know if that's a thing or not yet, but it definitely should be, because I've definitely worked on the opposite side where you have to do all the special code inside the Lambda function to make X-Ray perform properly, because it will track some stuff naturally, like the AWS services. However, like third part, like when you make a external HTTP request out of the Lambda function, things like that have to be encapsulated with X-Ray code and the packaging of all that stuff. And also, it's, in my experience in the past, the X-Ray packages have been gigantic. And so it also does stuff where it slows down your deployments. And so the Lambda layer would allow you to get past that, because you would only be packaging up your code. And then in the background, it would then attach the layer, which then makes it a better developer experience. So, I mean, I'm hoping that this has been addressed at this point. And if it hasn't, then Sebastian, if you want to make a contribution to the community or help push AWS to basically do it on your behalf, I think it's totally worthwhile. So, okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and jump straight in. So the first thing I want to kind of talk about is the, the elephant in the room, not UST, but the elephant in the room is, how did we put together a entire day of serverless talks in like a 2-week span? I think that it came up in early May, right? Where we were like, oh yeah, we talked about doing May 15th serverless day. And then we found out that was a Sunday. And then we had to think about like, do we still want to do it? And we're like, yeah, let's do it. But we didn't, did we know how much we would actually get done in that 2-week period? Like, I feel like that first day that we started talking about it, it was probably like May 1st or 2nd. What were y'all's initial thoughts? Like, what was put together in the background? How did these posters come about? Like, whoever wants to jump and take it, maybe Jonathan, do you want to kick us off about how this all played out?
Yeah, sure. So as Ryan mentioned, SLS Day was something that we kind of kicked around at the beginning of the year. One of our awesome devs, Benoit, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it here today live, but he's a central part of the Serverless Panel that we do. And if you were watching earlier today, we actually showed off one of our older Serverless Panel episodes with Philip Hyrek, which featured Benoit. So Benoit actually came up with the idea because to him and to me, right, SLS, serverless, looks like 5.15, kind of the same vein as like Pi Day, like 3.14. So it was this kind of idea that we were kicking around. And after a couple of meetings about it, we were like, oh, it's a Sunday, it's kind of happening in the middle of May. There's other events happening around it. Like, we're not really sure if it's the perfect time to do it. We kind of tabled it for just a bit. But at the beginning of May, it was Benoit again who was like, hey guys, if we are going to go for SLS Day, it's coming up in like a week or two. Is that something that we're still going for? And it kind of became like this crossroads, right? I feel like if this was a movie that split off into like multiple dimensions, right? Like, shout out to Doctor Strange, shout out to Everything Everywhere All at Once. Let's date this episode to right around then. So if you're watching this in the future, that just came out for me. So I'm just dating this now, no worries. But it felt like, right, we were coming up this path, and then like we either like fork and like don't do SLS Day, or we like do it and like just kind of see what it goes about, like, and whatever happens with it. And I think we kind of jumped into that a little full force, right? And so something that came from like, I guess the marketing background of it was that I wanted SLS Day to feel like a celebration of, not just serverless, but the people that work at Serverless Guru, the people who make the community special here. The reason that I get up and I work so hard is for all these fantastic people, the people who've been doing the presentations all day, the webinars, the panels, the debates. It was a lift to get this all set up from the marketing end, but like there would be nothing if these wonderful people weren't here making it happen, right? So I'm only as good as our team is, and I'm lucky to have quite possibly one of the greatest teams in the world. and something that we can cover a little bit further on when we break down recruiting with Josh. Am I right? But from my perspective, I was like thinking that celebrating the devs would be how I want to kind of go into SLS Day and make it about serverless and them. And I had an idea for vintage concert posters, and I thought that would be a really cool way of marketing it out, and something that's kind of a different twist, a different take on it. Something that even if SLS Day, if it's not. Was an abject failure, at least we have some cool posters out of it. That was like my whole entire thinking. I could do everything right, or I could do everything wrong, but as long as the posters come out looking sick, then that's all I really care about. It's just it's just a bonus that it all went smoothly today and everyone's presentations were great. But it really was just about the posters. Thanks for the question, Ryan. I did like making posters. But yeah, it was a I don't know, it was kind of like a hectic whirlwind. But that kind of gave me energy in a way. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the idea of like, am I going to go to sleep tonight, or am I just going to pull an all-nighter and use like the tired energy I have to be as creative as it can be? And that's kind of what these last 2 weeks were. I'm definitely going to go ahead and take a nap after this is all done. But I don't know if I don't know if that was how it was or how it felt to you guys. So I'd be really curious to know how you guys felt about this, kind of like the background of it, right? I was just kind of throwing things together and posting things on Slack here and there. But you guys helped bring it together.
I still remember, Jonathan, the meeting where we I think like in April, we met with Benoit and we sort of planned out like, okay, well, because it's a Sunday, like, because I know in the beginning of this year, I had thoughts of really wanting to put together like a large serverless event. And, as we're sort of getting teased by these ideas of like the end of COVID or the end of mass like pandemic hysteria, the idea of being able to meet in person again and seeing, fingers crossed, knock on my IKEA pressed wood desk here, all those things in consideration, planning about that. I think there was some discussions around, well, maybe serverless day is something that we're going to have to wait till maybe the summer to do. So creating a plan around that. But, interest with the team, and like one thing I've learned, with operations and like productivity, success in these sort of areas, when the iron is hot or when the opportunity presents itself, when the energy is there around an idea or belief or an initiative, you have to make the most of it, because that is like time is our most scarce resource, and time where people want to come together to create something, special, or at least something that everyone has buy-in on, is quite rare, or at least it can be. And so seeing that sort of like push from the team really just took us back to the drawing board. And I was really excited by the idea of, I can't wait to say, like, we planned an entire presentation in 48 hours or less. I can't wait to write that article next. And we did, and we've gotten a ton of signups. And I think this was also an opportunity for us to be really, really creative in how we just show up for ourselves, for our team, but also how we show up in the serverless space. Because at the end of the day, I always fully believe business is people to people, and we have to do our best to foster that sort of culture and those sort of connections. So I think it all certainly worked out in a very pleasing way.
100%. Something that I thought was really interesting about today, which was like almost not. It was like a random thing that just happened. I was watching the serverless first mindset panel with our team there, and Tushar, Paul, Taha, Daniel. Am I missing one person? Vishnu. Yeah, exactly. And I think like the general vibe, using the word vibe, the general vibe of that talk is that you could really see how comfortable everybody was working side by side and talking and collaborating. And that is what the day-to-day of the project that they're on looks like. And I thought that was really, really inspiring. Something that I learned myself from seeing those interactions happen as a spectator of what was happening. So I thought that was beautiful. That's something I want to get Alex's opinion on. Obviously, you've seen that. Did you see part of that panel, and did you see that kind of like flow? Is what I'm saying making sense? Like, and I guess on that topic, why are they so comfortable? Why is everybody so comfortable with each other? Like, is there something special going on with that team that, it seems like a really good, culture. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, there's absolutely something special in those teams. But yeah, no, I think, let's see. Similar to Leadership Rocks, we meet with the team every bi-weekly as like a team bonding session on every Friday, actually, where it's an uninterrupted hour where we just get to talk about just most random things from, UFOs to Elon Musk to like Johnny Depp's trial, whatever it may be on topic. Which actually started as like, it was supposed to be like a game session for the team where I think we even started out like a Pictionary over Zoom. And that was the first game we tried playing, but eventually everyone just enjoyed just talking about stuff more. So that's kind of what it's turned into. And like you've kind of felt that moment, Ryan, over time, I've noticed that the synergy and the energy from the team was also like developed in a way that you're describing. And it's a significant impact because, like not focused at work, being able to talk at a personal level, that really brings team synergy and the collaboration and that whole teamwork aspect like pretty well. You no longer feel like you're working with a coworker. You feel like you're working with a colleague. You feel like you're working with a friend. And being able to have that comfortability in a team is, it's a crucial factor in the software development where teamwork is a major factor. So I think that's what's standing to it is the fact that we are able to remote work. It's so difficult to arrange something to get together. There's no happy hour. There's no physical activities that we can play a game or something. Everything's remote, so it becomes more and more difficult. And just being able to talk in a Zoom off work topic is like the first initiative that we could have taken to achieve that. And I think that's sort of the result that it's showing. And yeah, it's very similar to Leadership Rocks.
And I think what you're describing is such novel territory and something that's pretty unique to us, I think, because I still have flashbacks. Like I can vividly remember like Ryan just signing the lease in downtown Portland. I'm helping coordinate the move. I'm like doing initial interviews with Jonathan, talking about like, oh, what's your marketing experience? Like, oh, we also need like an office manager, like having these sort of questions. And talking about like, oh, this is the sort of like end of week lunch and learns that we're running together. These are our, like, sometimes we'll go out and get a drink or get a slice of pizza or do lunch or something as a team, and like building that cohesion. And as someone with experience in group psychology and like leading groups, like, yeah, that's something how I'm always thinking about. But once we, transitioned fully remote, put the office to bed, and now we have grown so quickly as a company to so many individuals, part of Serverless Guru, compared to where we were, pre-pandemic, pre-COVID in that way. How do you coordinate all these people from across the world with different backgrounds and different ideas? What's the best way to connect everyone together? And it's like, there isn't like a playbook on this. Like, there's no listicle of like 7 easy steps for when the pandemic happens to create team cohesiveness and work together for enterprise serverless transformation. Like, that doesn't exist. We should write it, but it doesn't perfectly exist. So the fact that we're able to create that, and also that we just find people who are very professional and very are experts in their field, and that people like that will work together. And I love everyone that we have on the team, so it's just an extra bonus there. For me, it certainly got to a point where, to the degree that it would be great if we were all in an office and we could meet each other, we're now at a point where I think we get so much value from being so distributed from across the world. It would be hard to replicate exactly what we are if we said like, this is the main location, and everything started to really crystallize around like a locus geography.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah, such an interesting thing that took place towards the very beginning. Obviously, pandemic started. Technically, it started kicking off in like late 2019, but we didn't really see the effects of it, at least in the U.S., until like early 2020, and then everything stopped. Flights stopped. No more hotels. People aren't traveling around. There's like hazmat suits. There's like, I remember going to Whole Foods one day in Portland, and then I saw a fire truck and people outside on the street in hazmat suits, and I was like, what? You know what I mean? It made no sense at all. And it was really early on, and I think I got COVID after that. So like, it was like a real thing, but like no one knew. Like, I don't think we didn't have tests for it. Like, it was just kind of like this weird, like, if you got it, you might die instantly. Like, who knows what's going to happen? And like you said, there's no book for that. And also there's no book for like, how do you continue to like wake up and like work towards something when even you're not even technically under contract, right? Like, there's a lot of like stuff that obviously we can't really get into details about that was happening as well in the background during that same time. But I think everybody's fully aware. Economies globally were like completely devastated. If you were a consulting company, clients were laying people off. Contracts were hard to get renewed. Even legal teams were being put on the sidelines or not used at that time. Normal services that client might have or whatever weren't in operation, and or weren't able to be leveraged and so on. And so like, while that entire thing's going on, we're also still we're dealing with like, we just got a new office, like, we've got all this furniture and we got to put it somewhere, we got to cancel the lease, and will we get our money back or not? But little by little, it's like so many iterations have happened between then and now. It almost feels like completely different. At least to me, it feels like completely different lifetime ago. So, but I did want to talk about one thing, which is like, when we're talking about like wider culture, something that's been interesting about Serverless Guru is that almost our clients, as well as the people, all kind of came in somewhat organically, like through the front door, which I think is very different than most companies that are basically knocking on every door possible to try to get something. We've had most of the stuff take place. Obviously, maybe that's a slower route to it, where people are coming to us or whatever through that method. But that's been something that's been really interesting, right, about Serverless Guru, is that both the people that work, the consultants in the day-to-day, as well as clients, have mostly seen either the marketing that we're doing or some type of articles or videos or something, or referrals. And that's kind of how we've grown up to this point. Does anybody want to touch on that at all? Like, is that usual? Is that unusual? Is that like commonplace? Is that not? Like, yeah.
I think the best way to describe it is like, it's a strategy. And I think, for me, like, building the brand of Serverless Guru has always been like my number one priority since when I first walked in the door at Serverless Guru. That was definitely like my first, rock to move forward up the leadership hill in that way. And I think to be able, and many people I think could say, that's a harder way to go, because if you're relying on market sentiment, essentially, word of mouth recommendations, like, that takes a lot of trust to be able to build in order to get to that point. However, you'll see that if people are coming to you because they trust you, those people are fantastic. Hey, those are fantastic clients, fantastic friends, fantastic people to do business with in that way. And for us, who, we have a highly skilled global team of serverless experts, we need the people that we work with to trust us and our expertise. This isn't our first rodeo on scaling systems with, the level of thought put and invocations that they have. Trusting us with some, brand new services that AWS will release, trusting that we will, if there's a change, that we will learn about it and understand how that affects their system, affects their security, and that we can continue to push their ball forward, ideally even ahead of schedule, all those different things. I think it's difficult. And in a recent video, I saw there's an interview with the CEO of AWS, and he was just talking about that, so few workloads are in cloud. 5%, maybe 15% of IT workloads are cloud. 15% is the aggressive number. We know that maybe only around 1, 2, 3% of that 5 to 15% is serverless workloads. So the fact that we're both able to communicate to this very small sliver of people who are considering serverless, and then we are differentiating ourselves as the individuals who they want to work with, I think that's very, very strong that we have those early indicators. So I think that's probably my thoughts on it. It's definitely quite a niche strategy, I would say.
Something that I thought of just now was a quote I wrote down during the Serverless first panel. It was something that I think Paul Chin Jr. said, and it I feel like it synthesized so much of how I feel about our team and kind of the strategy behind, or like in a way, it's kind of how I am putting that question in a box, and it's the way I'm framing it right now. Is the quote. As a team, we empathize with the existing technology stacks when we go into a new client, or when we go into as a consultant, right? We empathize with the existing technology stacks. And just because we're coming in with something new doesn't mean it's necessarily better. And we will work with the team, and we're not just coming in being like, we're the consultants, we're the experts, like kick down the door, like you don't know anything, we got you. But right, like there's that kind of that empathy, I think, for the existing technology stacks, and in the empathy for like where the client is at the time of us coming in and helping. And something that we've talked about during Leadership Rocks before, not recorded, sorry everybody, is something that as consultants we kind of have to take that fall too. We kind of have to be both the empathizer of like, hey, we understand the technology you're using, and we're going to help you transition to this thing. But also we kind of have to be that fall guy a little bit of like, hey, we're telling you to use this new technology because it's good and because we put our trust in it, and we're putting our team here because we trust the team, right? We empathize with what you have, but we're also going to help transition you into something better. And I think there's a uniqueness with how our team operates in that way. And maybe it's like a uniqueness that we take with hiring or with recruitment or with marketing, stuff like that. It's kind of, it just feels a little bit different than I think the way I've traditionally thought of consulting, or I've kind of traditionally seen the market in that way.
Yeah, no, and that's something I wrote down a few things there. I also want to call out that there's a lot of stuff, it doesn't happen by accident, right? I think that's a really big thing I think everybody would agree with on the call. Is I would say we spend a lot of time thinking about a lot of scenarios to a point of like, at least on my end, probably like to like a paranoia level sometimes, where it's like that way that was communicated based on that thing or another, and maybe this thing will happen, and then how will we respond to that? And there's a lot of like background conversations that are constantly happening between all of us about how to basically maneuver these scenarios, which may not even materialize or take place yet. And obviously over time we've gotten better at doing that, because like obviously that's a time drain and a like energy drain as well. So like go too deep down that rabbit hole. But that's something that's interesting about it, is that like there's been a lot of investments made early on into like article writing, into marketing, into giving talks, things like that usually you might say, like you might flip it, right? We might say that should happen later. But what we've seen obviously is if you took Serverless Guru next to a bigger consulting company that was, even 10 times the people, the amount of content that we put out is probably comparable or higher. Like their volume might be slightly higher or the same, but the quality level might be actually steers more towards Serverless Guru, which is a really interesting indicator. And I think that that's also something that like is consciously thought about, is the market will catch up to us, right? And if we just keep doing what we're doing consistently over time, then sales, talent, you know, SEO, all these things will eventually come to us, because as Josh was hinting at, the I think you said it already, but do you remember the exact percentages? Like 10 to 15% of IT or something, or cloud, and then
5 to 15 was on the video that I had recently seen, and 15 he seemed to balk a bit when he was like 15%, like someone was trying to say that.
Okay, yeah, so 5 to 10% on cloud. Some large percentage of that, maybe 8% of that would be, if it was 10%, 8% of that would be, or 6% would be on AWS. And then out of that, that's using serverless, is probably like, you know, 5% of that, like 6% or something, or 3% of that 6%, you know, of like all IT in the world. And so are we early with serverless? Yes, super early. And sometimes to a point where it feels like we're so early that it's almost like, dang, like when like Alex, for instance, we talked about something earlier today. It was a throwback, because Alex and I, we had done some work all the way back in 2018 around like Java Spring Boot on Lambda. Do you remember that conversation, Alex? And like,
no, I do not, and I don't think the cold start would have handled it back then.
yeah, it's weird. So like there was a thing where like at Nike, you know, and this is coming from me, not from Alex. So if anybody's gonna go after Nike, comes after somebody, come after Ryan. So but a lot of stuff that was being done there was Java Spring Boot related. Obviously, that's like the most popular way to like build Java, like REST APIs and things like that. And so the idea was AWS made this container solution that would help you port Java Spring Boot to Lambda. And I definitely talked about it with Alex, and I don't know like at what point we were, like how deep we actually wrote it out and stuff. But what was interesting about it is that the idea was taking Java Spring Boot applications and moving them to Lambda. This was 4 years ago, 3.5, 4 years ago. And then I saw someone post on Twitter today, and I shared it with Alex through a DM like maybe a couple hours ago, where they were talking about how they were doing a training on migrating Java Spring Boot to Lambda. And I thought that was hilarious, because I was like, that's just another indicator of how early on we were, is that those were the conversations we were having 3.5 years ago about how to, if Nike was going to move to serverless or whatever, like how could we help facilitate that? And I was seeing that container solution where you could kind of port it. Yeah, so I just thought that was kind of interesting. But going to another one that I kind of want to jump into is, let's see, maybe marketing. Yeah, let's think about marketing for a second. So with Serverless Guru marketing and what we're doing on a daily basis, there's good marketing and there's bad marketing. And I think all of us can really understand the bad marketing. It's the marketing that makes you cringe, right? When like some company is like saying stuff and they're using some like movie quote thing, you're like, like stop. So how do we navigate social media outreach and marketing to like not be super cringe? And yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Jonathan?
I think all our marketing is cringe, because I'm doing it all. So, you know, if anyone here disagrees with that, then let me know. But that's my intent, is just to make you feel as humanly turned off by us as possible. No, I think I think something that goes into marketing, or the way I look at it, is that marketing has to be sincere in some way. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you're selling a product to somebody a lot of the times. And if you don't believe in that product yourself, then like there's no way that the person you're selling it to will believe it, right? And I think where marketing for me can get really dicey, I think is the word for it, is like when people try to use humor in a way to disarm the audience, but it doesn't feel genuine, right? Like I think something I was just talking to my partner about the other day was like, I don't know if you guys are following like the playoffs or like basketball playoffs or anything like that, but I've been watching a lot of that since I'm from the Bay Area. Go Warriors! And there's been a ton of State Farm commercials with like, you know, the not the original Jake from State Farm, but like the like the reimagined one. What is it like? You know, when you take a character and you like change them like retroactively. So it's now like a pivotal character, Jake from State Farm, and he like, you know, the premise of a lot of the commercials is that he does something kind of wacky with like an NBA player or something like that, right? But like the commercials always go like a little too far to like where like they kind of have they have like a funny setup, but then they keep joking, or like they do the punchline and then the commercial goes on for like an extra 30 seconds, and you're like, okay, I'm kind of uncomfortable. Kind of feels like we're both walking to my car right now. You know what I mean? Like you say goodbye to a friend and then you both go the same way. That's like how those commercials make me feel inside, and I don't know why necessarily, but I think it's just that feeling you get, that kind of sincerity with it, where you know, like it's insurance. It's not like it's not that funny. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like the setup was funny, the joke was fun, but like your insurance, like you kind of act like it a little bit. I don't know, maybe that's a little off base from, you know, like the type of marketing we do, because I think I do a lot of things that I feel like are a little ironic, or I'll try to throw in a joke or something here, but I think it comes from a place of like feeling like our product is really worth it, right? And like the irony in the joke that I put out is that we're sincerely a really good, hardworking consultancy. You know, and I'll make a joke like, "Hey, please like this, or my boss will fire me because I'm the marketing manager." You know, it's something like, you know what I mean, like that. It's sincere in that way, but it pokes fun at it. But it's not like, I don't know, it doesn't make me feel cringe. I know Josh recently described like a meme, or like what it was like a commercial, right? Like, can you help me remember what was the setup? Was it Wendy's?
Yeah, you bring up a good point, and I think, you know, Wendy's, as well as I think like, you know, the official Sonic the Hedgehog like profile on Facebook or something, both of them take like the same strategy in terms of like social media persona, which is just like, I think it's like crass humor and 100% self-aware. And I think like it's really interesting marketing, I think, you know, in 2022, because we've seen like such a gambit. Like I very much like, if you can remember that like around 2016 was the golden era of Facebook advertising, where you could get tens of thousands of people or more for pennies on the dollar of reach. And so many businesses and custom audiences were built up around that time. And so we have seen, I think, a lot of this come full circle into where like many people I think are burnt out on marketing, and many people are burnt out on ads. And you see, when we see things like Facebook or Instagram as like large, like no longer like the fun escape that we have as social media, but like the poison that we do, like doom scroll. Like there's terms for, even on Twitter, like the social media is becoming like a bad relationship with our lives, and we can't divorce like social media as like social media is the internet, equals the internet, and for many of us, and our industry, serverless IT, in this way, it's highly internet based. And you know, if clients have a website or something, really it's like a website or a service or a product that utilizes the internet, anything like that, you know, it's competing for time with like Facebook, Instagram. There's now like at least 1 billion people, I think, on TikTok now or something. So all of these things are sort of like winning over your product. If you have a business, or if you're performing a service, you really are competing against social media. You're competing against uses of time. And so in certain ways, you know, we are too. So it's like, how do you stand out in this land of noise? And it's being, I think it is being genuine, because at the end of the day, I do believe like people interact with people. I've also read and done research, probably like a very interesting amount in terms of like internet humor and like phases of internet humor. And in this research, they brought up like the Wendy's meme, or there's like a Wendy's commercial. And they're like, don't you hate it when people give you advertising, but they're just like offbeat, but everyone loves our sandwich. And it's like the old school people. And then they're like in the memer, and they're like, this sandwich is great, like a boss, which is not even like how you would say it. Like this is some Lonely Island SNL kind of stuff. But like there's a way of like creating that stuff and being self-aware to where, you know, this is bad and then it's funny. But if you don't know that that's the punchline, then you're just a meme. So it is it's hyper complex, and I think there is places where like you shouldn't do that in a B2B environment, but like at the end of the day, we are just sort of people. And so you can take lessons from these things that we're doing in order to elevate your marketing or make it at least a bit more interesting in that sort of way. And so thankfully, Jonathan, you're like an artist too, so you understand ideas of like aesthetics and taste, and like, in my opinion, it's like what seems like this is bad, this is good, let's try it and see what happens without going overboard or without being, too far in one silo. So I appreciate being able to work with you on that. And then you'll entertain my crazy ideas and research that I will find. And then, we get to make serverless day in like 48 hours. So it totally works out.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that too. Like there's a side too, I think, where there's like reputation and there's like integrity. And I think that above like everything else, reputation and integrity is probably like one of the biggest things that like serverless guru, at least like it gets me worked up even saying words out loud, because it's like it's such like a and it's probably like some stuff I probably need to like continue to go to therapy about, but how people see me or whatever, how people see serverless guru, right? Like it matters so much that like I don't know. It's like a thing where it's like, you don't want to like cross that boundary where like you're not being authentic or something. And so I think that we make decisions that's why it's like I think there's something called like straddling, like a strategy or something. Like I can't remember the exact context, but it's like basically like imagine you're lift and shifting the culture or something from a book that is about a company, right? So like Southwest Airlines is like crushing it. And then there was another airline, Intercontinental something, that tried to basically copy what Southwest Airlines was doing, but they didn't actually follow through on it, because you can't just like copy and paste like core philosophy and like beliefs and those type of things. So like like all the stuff that we're saying right now, us doing this right now, us releasing Leadership Rocks videos, posting videos on YouTube, doing all that stuff, social media wise, joking around, it's not something that you can't just adopt that, because it'll come across like really unauthentic. And it's because like the stuff that we're doing, we actually believe in it, which is like, do you know what I mean? And so like to traditional like business, we were just talking about how like serverless is smaller, right? To the traditional outside business world, VC world, things like that, maybe it would be looked at like slightly differently. Like if we were a Deloitte and we were doing what we do right now, it might be like seen weirdly, but actually that is the recipe for our continued success, is because we're doing something that is natural and we're not changing. It's like I've always felt that thing where like at any point we could pick up a book about management or something and then try to do what a lot of companies do. They're like, we're going to implement every strategy in this book into the company and then just watch the entire thing burn down, because it's all, BS, right? Like it's all BS. Like a lot of it's BS because like it works for them because they've got that entire culture set up. But like, so even if we wrote a book or something, like, the bring yourself to work, well, sort of, right? But like not all the way, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like we can't, like if we wrote that in a book and then someone tried to implement it, like would they actually be able to implement that? Probably not. You know what I mean? Because like it's like it's not real, and it would come across really fake. But yeah. So I'm trying to think. What do y'all want to talk about? What other topics do y'all have on your list? Because I think we've talked about culture, marketing. Yeah.
And I think what you just said highlights like a very important thing, or like a challenging thing, or like an interesting part for like serverless guru, which is having our internal culture. But then because we're working with clients, we're working for other clients, we have internal projects and internal work that we do, but the majority of what we do is for the service and benefit of others, for other companies, for enterprise companies. And so it's like, how can we still be like who we are as like as a core fundamental aspect, and bring the best parts of our individual selves, of our expertise of serverless, of our professional integrity? How do we bring that into other organizations? And I think, that's like the million, billion, $1 trillion question. I think that's a question like we're always asking ourselves, and that we encourage the team to I don't know, to think and experiment with. And I think, since so many of our engineers are so senior and they have tons of experience, they're at Serverless Guru for a reason. And like by us trying to understand and at least keeping dialogues open with everyone around like, why are you here? Why are you liking things? What do you enjoy? And then being able to work with that and being able to foster that. I think that's one of the ways I think we're able to bring that over to these other teams in that way. So we can end up being, maybe the best consultants, these companies have ever worked with. We've thankfully have heard that out of clients' mouths before. Either that or, we worked with consultants before. We had a horrible experience, but we're really happy with Serverless Guru, and we're really happy with how things are going. Like that's music to my ears, to be able to really offer. That's a transformative experience. Those are operational and technological transformations right there. It's easy to jump in with no precedent, get lucky. Hey, you hit a home run. But if you're able to take a scenario that was like, a beautiful dumpster fire and turn it into a blossoming garden of technology and operational process, that is, it's very difficult to replicate.
Yeah, definitely. Something I'm actually really interested in hearing you guys talk about. Something that Ryan brought up was when I was getting hired, or maybe it was Josh. I don't know. It was like 14 minutes ago. Who can keep up? You guys were talking about when you're talking about hiring me, and we were in conversations about it. It was like early, 2020. It was in like February. I think I got hired, and by March everything shut down. In fact, it's really funny here. I'll break the fourth wall a little bit. So on my way to Oregon, that's where Portland, where Serverless Guru is located, I actually ended up getting this tattoo as I left California the first time. Okay, I don't know how to show this. This right here. This is a Friday the 13th tattoo, which is really funny because last week was Friday the 13th, right? And it made me think about my time going to Serverless Guru. But I remember getting that maybe a day or two before I got up to Oregon, and by the time I got to Oregon, everything was shut down. It was like you couldn't leave your house. There was no grocery store that was open. There was no shops, and I was marveling at the fact that I had just come from the Bay Area, and I had just gotten this tattoo, and now I literally couldn't. You know what I mean? Like in the matter of 2 days or something that I even felt bad about. This is maybe a little bit too rambly about that, but my parents came down to help me move, and they got stuck in my old house because they couldn't, the lockdown orders made it so they couldn't leave Concord. So they were just like in this empty, unfurnished house because we had moved out of it, but they couldn't leave because it was shut down, right? And so you guys were talking about a literal apocalyptic situation like that, right? How you dealt with signing the lease and then no longer having that building and the growth we've had since then. And the time I've been here, we've definitely have handled a couple apocalyptic scenarios. So I guess my question to you guys is, how do you guys more specifically as leadership handle these kind of apocalyptic scenarios, right? Like the pandemic's happening, or maybe something less dramatic, like maybe we're in contract negotiations with the client and we're just not hitting it with them, and something X, Y, or Z is happening, and we have to communicate to the team, or we have to change some kind of strategy with how we're handling something. How do we pivot? How do we make it past that? And what are the strategies that you guys use to communicate with the team around these things? Is it that they're so high level already and so senior that, those kind of conversations don't really need to happen as much? You can kind of just trust them. Or is it a certain way that you go about handling yourself as a leadership team to communicate these things and get past these really rocky parts that we've had in our past?
Oof. Yeah. I'll take the first crack at it. I think that I genuinely have this belief that no one thing is capable of actually stopping the business. So I think there's like this macro understanding of like, even if we lost all of our contracts and like the what serverless guru looks like today looks dramatically different, it would still survive because the core of it still makes sense. And that's like the market still hasn't caught up to us. So it's like, I think sometimes I think about it like that, and there's like a rational belief that it will work out, whatever it is. You know, and yeah, I'll stop. That's my answer. There's a rational belief that it'll work out, and it's more of like a macro view that allows like it to not seem like, it obviously seems like the end of the world in the moment, but then we try to address it, we acknowledge it, we strategize about it, we accept it really quickly. We don't flame out about it, where I guess like flaming out about it would be like almost like suffering in silence for like weeks or something, and just not wanting to even talk about it or really address it because it just seems like such a big thing. And I say that full well knowing there are things that I have done that with or whatever, but we try to like not do that, and like call things out, send that email, and this understanding that the worst that's going to happen is they're going to say no, or the worst that's going to happen is it's going to give us a real answer, right? So like if the contract's going to stop, we almost don't want to send that email if we think that might happen, because it's almost like this huge weight, right? Where it's like, will they be able to continue? Will they not? But ultimately, however that answer turns out, having any answer at all versus being in this almost like state where you just don't know is better. So I think a lot of times, like I might be too impulsively to like send a message or something in those moments, because I don't want to be like in this like weird, abyss state where like I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't want to send the thing, but I'm just going to sit here and like be kind of in between. And so the second that we send it, they might send back and they might say we're not going to move forward. And what actually happens with me is I actually get like a sign of, I get a relief from it. Like the stress goes away. I'm like, okay, now I can just accept it. That's what it is. Now I need to strategize about how to move forward. But when I don't know, that's when I'm at the peak levels of like anxiety and so on. So, Josh.
No, definitely. I remember, you bringing this up, because I'm also a musician, and I remember like many, many years ago, I think I may have been, I don't know, maybe even like third grade or fourth grade. They had like a orchestra, they had like this orchestra come to school. And there was like a conductor, and the conductor was talking, and the other musicians were talking. And the conductor said something really interesting where they're like, I've been a conductor for like 40 years or 50 years. And I just was appointed like master conductor. So now I can actually go to the orchestra and lead it. And, we're all kids and we don't really even understand like what that means or why that's important. And he can tell that. And so he begins to say, this is interesting because if a musician, like if the cellist or the viola player wants to get better, they can go to a practice room and they can play for hours. So they can practice that way. For me, the only time I ever get practice as a conductor is when I'm leading a show. And you can only lead, so many shows a week, so many shows a month, so mthat shows a year. So it's harder for me to get that same level of practice compared to the musician, to the instrumentalist. And I think that is also the same with certain of the functions that we end up seeing in leadership, especially some of maybe more of the dicier situations, or the situations that are more high stress when it comes to legal compliance, contract negotiation, any sort of negotiation, I would say. And so we really only get to have, we can't just sort of open up our VS Code and start having a contract negotiation with real stakes. It doesn't quite work that way. We have to wait for the opportunity. And so when the opportunity comes up, to quote some Marcus Aurelius, yes, I did take 4 years of Latin, that obstacle is the way, in that way, which is one of the hardest things to beyond conceptually understand, put into practice, and just understand how to organize your emotional landscape around it. So I think, even though we do have many, many individuals who are, senior engineers and have a great technical expertise, however much experience a person has had in those sort of situations varies across the diverse the diversity spectrum of everyone we have here. So, you know, it's it really depends, and there isn't a cookie cutter answer about that. But being able to, check in with others and sort of, I think, frame situations where it's like, actually, this is exactly what we want. When there is conflict, this provides opportunities for growth in the relationship, whether it is within the team, between us and clients, sometimes we're witnessing conflict within just the client's organization, and we have to play a role, or we have the opportunity to play a role. And so, you know, those are all at bats, or all chances we sort of get to learn on the fly. But the nature of these situations is this is the only way you ever get to learn these things. And so it's exactly what we want. This is how we'll get better. And this is how we can, you know, become experts in not just technology, but the business, the business acumen side of things.
Yeah, I want to jump in again for this. I think we've had that conversation before, actually, the obstacle is the way one. I definitely read the book that by Ryan Holiday around that, and Marcus Aurelius has quoted a lot. No, there's sometimes where there is like a level of almost like I realized at one point, and I've stopped doing this personally, but like there was a moment, I think in like 2020, where I realized like I am the creator of my own chaos, was kind of like this weird understanding that I had of myself, because I had spent so much time sacrificing like time, friends, hobby, gym, health, family, etc., writing articles about serverless inside of a coffee shop on like Sundays and Saturdays, and just doing that for absurd amounts of time every single day, 7 days a week. And and then I would get like burnt out, of course, and I would step back and be like, man, and I would get into like fights and so on, and I would get distance from any friends that I had. All that stuff would take place, and I realized like I am the person that's like creating this like reality. And since then, I've definitely made more of a conscious effort that like for Serverless Guru to get to this point where we are able to grow and even do more impact across all these different areas. There's no way, there's not enough hours in a day, there's not enough days in a week or whatever for me to be at that coffee shop doing that level of stuff every single day. And I think that was a moment, at least in my own like personal life, where I started recognizing that I need to let off some of the responsibility and Josh does operations a lot better than I was doing operations. Alex does check-ins with engineers way better than I was doing check-ins and one-on-ones. Jonathan's like way better at the marketing side than I am personally. And so like it started off super rough, right? Because sometimes you have to do that. And that's what early days of Serverless Guru was. And there was also a level of like, I almost wanted to have this like badge that like I was doing everything myself or trying to. And then I started seeing like all the other breakdowns take place, because something that I heard from like a former boss was basically, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And when they said that, I didn't want to hear it. I was like pretty upset by that. I was like, no, it's a you know what I mean? But at the same time, like I understand more of that context now, that like for things to like scale out, because these cracks start to form in all of their aspects of your life. And I started to see those cracks really play out in like late 2019, early 2020. And then the pandemic happened. And you know what I mean? And then it was like a whole bunch of other stuff from there. So I think that like Serverless Guru in its current form now, every single day it's like blossoming even more, than then. And this idea as well, which is kind of like, that's the irrational side or like the craziness side about Serverless Guru, is because it's one thing to say the obstacle is the way, what Josh just said. It's another thing when obstacles come to be like, okay, cool, this is probably going to have some growth level to it. That's the part which you can write something down, but you won't be able to internalize it. So yes, we're so young as a company, but if you think about the stuff that like Serverless Guru has been through, and collectively we've all been through, it was basically born in a pandemic, economic crash, like that was like one of the worst ever, full shutdown. Like you know, like even with 9/11, when that happened, like the amount of planes that were stopped, like this lasted longer. It was global, supply chain issues. Somehow we survived through that entire period, and we've been growing despite that. We've had an office, we had to shut it down, we had to go global, we had to do all those things. And so I think there's like I think we've talked about this quite a few times as a group, is like in a few years, all this stuff that we're doing right now, it's very special, but we won't necessarily, as Steve Jobs said, we won't be able to connect those dots until we're looking backwards on it in like, you know, half a decade from now. So, but yeah, I just wanted to touch on that is something that we actively do, is we see obstacles, and when they come up, we're like, okay, maybe this is like a part for like a negotiation, or maybe this is actually a good thing because then we can switch our offering, you know, like exactly. So I do want to, Alex, like what are you thinking? Like, you know, I want to give you some mic time.
Yeah, almost trouble finding the mic button, but or the mute button. But yeah, no, I like obstacles. At the same time, I don't. I think obstacle is a necessary growth for a startup such as ours, to really scale out and know all the experiences left and right. And kind of touching back on, you know, how do you perform and deal with chaos and high pressure environment? And, you know, just like sports, I think like you need both physical and mental to be able to successfully, you know, perform at the highest level. You know, just being physical or just being mental won't do it, right? You have to have both at a highest level possible. And I think at Serverless Group, we do that phenomenally. Just being able to take a high pressure situation, like you said, Ryan, we strategize it, we address it the first thing, we plan it, different scenarios, making sure, you know, just trying to find ways to reduce that anxiety, right? Trying to reduce those unknown factors by just going through as a team. And I think sometimes like we're all four of us are kind of sharing what we're thinking in Slack. And that's very autonomous in a way that we're able to just kind of think, you know, asynchronously in our head, like if there's a problem, we're all thinking about it and we meet and we strategize and we solve that issue. And I think over time we've done a really great job doing these, and it's definitely a growth, because I feel, I don't know about you guys, but like I feel more resistant as these things happen over time. Early on, it was like, you know, I couldn't sleep for weeks, or I couldn't like show up to, you know, like I'm constantly on my laptop and my phone because I'm too anxious or whatever. But, you know, the more you practice it, I think the better you become. And I think that's a really, really important skill set in terms like being in a startup. Like you have to be able to endure that. And again, I think we do an awesome job of that.
Absolutely, and it's not easy, I think, to get there. I think, you know, it's like with learning anything or acclimating to anything, like there's always like a stress period. And I think, you know, I wish I could find the diagram, but there's sort of like there's like three separate circles, and it's sort of like, you know, you have your comfort zone, and then you have like your growth zone, and then you have your crisis zone. And so it's like, how do I find appropriate time in all three to where I'm continuing to like reach my goals, surpass my goals, sort of whatever the you know, whatever the you know, the main North Star is for the individual, in that way. And I think it is definitely challenging, but it's good to have you know, a support structure, I think, for everyone. And it's something that we have, like the more we've learned about how these processes work for us and work well at like other companies, for other organizations, I think we do, you know, we make it a point to have it for ourselves, but also for everyone else at the company and with the team. I think that's something, you know, I'm constantly thinking of and always wanting to do better at in that sort of way.
It just makes us feel like an NES game, you know, like the idea that with like, you know, the classic Nintendo Entertainment System, they had a lot of graphical limitations, which forced them to be the most creative that they could be with the pixels that they had, right? And so we had beautiful games come out, like, you know, The Legend of Zelda, because they had to work around these limitations. It created the save file, right? Like the ability to keep pushing forward and like innovate within a field is what kind of describes people as being like not like a maverick. I feel like that's the wrong word for it. especially since the Warriors are playing the Mavericks starting tomorrow. So I just don't want to even say the cursed team's name, but I think limitations are what is necessary sometimes to squeeze out that creativity. It's kind of what happened with like you have a limitation of like you have 2 weeks to set up this. You have like a week to set up a panel. What are you going to do? Or like you have a week to set up this event. How are you gonna do it? Back against the wall, kind of. What kind of went in full circle, kind of went into making this event happen. So, I appreciate the obstacles that we have to overcome a lot of the time. But like Josh said, let's not exist in that panic area. And if you do, go outside and go on a walk, touch some grass. You know what I mean? I think that's something we say a lot, or like kind of how we end the week a lot of the time is like, hey guys, it's the weekend. Go do something that feels good. And I think that's overall a strength of us as a team. I think we all are able to recognize obstacles and help each other out, and able to recognize when an obstacle might be a little too much, and we're like, hey, go take a break. You know what I mean? I think we're all really good about that. I think I'm getting off topic a little bit with where I was going with that, but we're all like an NES game, and I really like video games, so it just means I like you guys.
No, I think that's also key, and I think because it's on topic, I have to share what is it. I have a friend who's an enterprise project manager consultant, and I remember I could relate to him on so many ways in sort of the problems that we sort of have to tackle, and sort of seeing it from the like the execution side. He is definitely sees like the I don't know, sometimes the 1,000-foot bird eye view of like every single project going on in an organization. And he says, and where we were sort of talking about things like this, and he says, I always remember HALT, HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. If I'm feeling any of these four, it's going to impact my judgment, and it's going to impact the way that I perform, and it's going to impact the way that my team performs. And so it's like, and the solutions are incredibly simple. Am I hungry? Eat something. Am I angry? Work out. Go for a run. Go outside. Am I lonely, or feel like I'm not supported, like on my team? Talk to someone. Talk to someone on my team. Call my mom. Call my dad. Call my sister. Just talk through it with someone. Tired? Sleep. You can't be performing, and you shouldn't be making high-level, important, sometimes multi-generational deciding decisions when you aren't working your best. And that's something that, you owe it to yourself, be healthy, and you also owe it to your client. You owe it to your organization in that way, not to be, putting them, giving them that aspect of risk in that way. So I thought that was like something very, very helpful. And I think some of the things that, I've learned how to do, especially coming out of 2020, this world where I think it was particularly hard for me just to go from work and life, like there was a balance between my home life and my work life, to everything being put together. My work office is 5 steps away from my bedroom, and so I can just sit in here all day and continue to work, which I've made some incredibly had some very successful moments, incredibly productive moments, but potentially not when I should have, because the work-life balance has been thrown out of whack. But it's a constant process of learning, how to perform these services and how to show up for our clients when you can technically work 24/7.
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about this before, where it's like, how do you not work all the time? I've definitely had this conversation with somebody else who is, I don't know, I feel like we probably talked about it as well, just based on a number of calls, but at least like personally, it's like there's not, like we were talking about earlier, there's not enough hours in the day to do everything that has to be done. And it's like that thing, it's like once you climb the mountain, guess what? There's another mountain. Like there's no actual end destination. It's like that process of climbing. And so, the idea of being like present and enjoying the present, trusting the process, enjoying the process of it. And like knowing that the second you send that email, you're now inviting someone to reply to you. And that was the chaos as well that I mentioned earlier, right? It's like, personally, I've been a little bit more self-aware that like, if I send that message that person will then see it, and then they will then respond, which will then trigger me to respond, which will then cycle me down this like process of never actually being able to like detach and like walk away and touch grass, or in my case, scoop a handful of sand. I've definitely enjoyed scooping sand. So yeah. What about you, Alex? What interesting tips do you have around like working, living remote? You went through all the same economic, all the same stuff. So have you learned any like personal insights around your like day to day and so on?
Not yet, and it's been more than 3 years. I still have there's a blur between work and life, because and remote work really makes that hard, right? Because like you're not going into an office, you're coming out of the office, like there's no distinction. And sometimes there are days where I don't even leave the house, so that basically means I'm working pretty much at home office all day, right? So I don't know. The one thing I do know is that like if I burn myself out, a week or 2 weeks later, I'll start to feel like physical symptoms. Like I'll feel really tired on one weekend, or just feeling more physically burnt out. And by that time, usually it's a little too late. But like just constantly being more aware, like how many hours are you in front of the monitor doing work? How many times are you looking at Slack messages and replying to people? Those hours count, and just being consciously aware, taking breaks often, doing a short walk back and forth, goes a long ways. But there is no playbook for this either. I haven't quite figured this out.
No, it's like one of those things where it's like I feel like we get that improvement mechanism with stuff. So it's like if you had to measure yourself like a year ago, you probably would have like micro improvements, but like maybe to like the level that you like imagine you could be at or something is like there's still a gap there. And I do that as well. Like I have my own internal like thing in my head where it's like, I didn't go to the gym today, I didn't go yesterday, and I could have done that, and like and I'll like kind of play through it. Or like I think I was sending Slack messages until like 10 o'clock last night or something. So I wasn't expecting people to reply, but like this is the more the culture side of Serverless Guru, is like I wasn't talking about work necessarily. I was just ranting about something that Jonathan and Josh are also like following. So it's tough. It's a complex problem. But on that, is there any other topics that y'all want to kind of dive into before we kind of call this one to a close, wrap up our first serverless day of 2022? We've now crossed the 8-hour mark of doing live streams, so that's a pretty awesome moment. So I've got my Topo Chico here. I switched from coffee a minute ago to alcohol to celebrate, because it's now 6 p.m. So
fantastic.
I took the awful decision, just to start drinking. I'm not going to show the can because we're not sponsored, but I've peed once in the last 8 hours, and this is accelerating everything in my body right now. So I just, that's a TMI, but hey, if we're if we're sharing drink facts, that's my drink facts. Sorry, Josh, I cut you off for that. Please go on.
Well, I can tell our viewers, if you made it to this, if you made it this long, number one, congratulations. If you ever see me in person at like reInvent or an event, let me know, and then we will figure out something. We have a special gift for those who are able to both remember those two things. It'll probably be decided on the fly. And so you'll get to see what the moment of creativity has to say. But if you have made it this far, as we had sort of talked about in the beginning, originally we were conceptualizing another event to be done later in the year, and that is still in the works and planning for. So if you like a taste of this, I know Jonathan has been working really, really hard to plan another serverless themed event featuring not just members of our team, but also other members of the serverless community. And that ball is rolling forward. So there you will not be at a lack for serverless events. That we can promise. So I hope everyone is looking forward to that, and stay tuned to more of our correspondence on that. Plus, if you want to speak at this event, if you have something, or if you have a perspective on serverless or some sort of educational content around a particular service or methodology or architecture building, please reach out to us. You can go to serverlessguru.com, hit us up on Twitter at Serverless Guru. Reach out. I have my Twitter handle here, and Ryan's Twitter handle is above as well. Feel free to message us, and we'd love to figure out how things could connect. And we could have you on the panel, or hey, maybe even have you on the Talking Serverless podcast. And if you can think of something else you want us to work with, bada bing, send us a message. And I like to say yes. So give me a reason to say yes.
How do you follow that up?
I don't know.
That was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Well, in that way, Jonathan, final thoughts before we close up?
Ooh, I'm just really proud of everybody who was here today. Thank you to everyone who made the day special. Whether you were a viewer, a commenter, or someone who presented, we love you all, and we hope to see you again all really soon. Please check out our YouTube channel at Serverless Guru. And if you haven't already, sign up or register on our website, and you can get the recording of all the festivities that happened today first before anyone else does, and before it goes online like that. So, there's still time for that. That's still open. And just a big thank you to everyone who spoke and to everyone who's here. Yeah, this is just a really special, fun day, and I was really happy to be a part of it.
Okay. Alex, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this was like one of our first marathon, 8-hour long sort of webinar, right? And even though it's it didn't feel like a normal webinar, it felt something like an AWS reInvent or something. Not that I've been to one yet, but it feels like an all-day sort of event, even though it was all remote. So I definitely felt some differences there. So thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Ryan and Josh, for putting this together. This is awesome, amazing work, and we should definitely do more of these often in the future.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, completely agree. We did our first marathon, and we weren't selling, plastic dishes or plasticware, which is kind of nice, or off-brand jewelry, or hey, you want to buy some old Navy coins, So we did a full day of 8 hours of serverless talks and panels and so on, and you got to hear from, I think, some of the people that talked today. It may have been their first full presentation as well. So we had a good number of attendees. We had a fair amount of live stream viewers throughout the day. We've got tons of email follow-ups to send out to everybody, follow-up marketing and editing of different clips and all these things. And it was, pretty awesome to spend it. And, this is I feel like every couple weeks we have another moment where it's dang, we did that. You know what I mean? And this is one of those moments where it's we just did a full online conference, not for 2 hours, but for 8 hours. So we are definitely able to probably run an in-person event once everything opens up again, or even empower, as we talked about, different people to run local events where they're at and then sponsor food, drinks, things like that. So, all right, on that note, that's a end of Serverless Day 2022. Thank you so much for watching, showing up, attending. Thank you to Jonathan, to Alex, to Josh for closing us out here. And with that, we'll see you on the next one. And as Josh said, if you have any questions, if you need anything from us, hit us up on the different social media channels and also our website, and we'll get back to you, ASAP. So with that, thanks everybody. Have a good rest of your Tuesday.
Bye.
See ya.